What is going on, guys? Welcome to the 2026 NFL Draft live show. Your host, What's the Deal Sports, Zach Deal, presented by Recliner Media. Glad for you guys to join us tonight. We have a very interesting draft. I want to get right into some of the headlines that I see and find interesting about this draft. It's really going to come down to what happens at a lot of the considered positional value positions, I would say, and who gets taken, which edge rusher is off the board first. That could either spark a team to pick an edge rusher right after that as well, because I do think an edge rusher is going to get picked at pick 2 after the locked in Fernando Mendoza pick with the Raiders at pick 1. I was live earlier today for the Done Deals episode 4 sports betting podcast, and I talked about some NFL draft bets that I liked. More so guys that were like fringe first-round picks that had good odds. We had Avion Terrell, whose brother plays for the Atlanta Falcons at the same position, and AJ Terrell, plus 200. We had Caleb Banks, Florida defensive tackle, massive guy, banged up until about June, but that's a pretty good medical report that just came out about him, and I know teams are enamored by him, and that 10-yard split being a 1.76 and some of the athleticism that he provides and his production in the SEC. We got him at plus 300 to be a first-round pick, and we also have Jadarian Price, the second Notre Dame running back. I'm wearing my Notre Dame shirt right now, being a Notre Dame guy, the second Notre Dame running back being drafted in the first round tonight. He hasn't had a lot of wear and tear on his body, split some volume with Jeremiah Love, the best player, in my opinion, in all of college football last season and in the country and available in this draft. And a lot of people, like I said, are kind of skeptical about the lack of receiving production, but the wear of tear that he kind of saved on his body being paired in a tandem with Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame could be interesting. And I think he is clear head and shoulders the second best running back in this draft from the same school at the same position. And we've seen a trend of schools putting out the same position groups and talent, a lot of talent at the same position groups. That's also another big headline with the Ohio State wide receivers. Which wide receiver is going to be taken first? Jordan Tyson looks like he possibly has the highest ceiling of any wide receiver in the draft, but a lot of people like the safe pick with Carnell Tate, who you can always trust and rely on those Ohio State wide receiver prospects. But how high are you willing to take Carnell Tate? Because we had the conversation earlier about the safe skill position players in the top 10 of the NFL draft and how that theory really doesn't exist. Or could somehow Mekhi Lemon bust his way into this conversation and have a say at who is going to be the first overall wide receiver taken in this draft? But it looks like things are pointing towards Jordan Tyson, and a lot of the rumors surround the Giants pairing him with Malik Neighbors potentially and Jackson Dart, getting him another weapon for that offense, a team that holds the 5th and 10th picks in the draft. So they hold pretty much the keys. The New York teams between the Jets and the Giants hold 25% of the top half of the draft, being the Jets having picks 2 and 10, and the Giants having, picks 2 and 16, and the Giants having picks 5 and 10 after the Dexter Lawrence trade that just happened not too long ago to the Bengals. So that's also another thing. Positional value-wise, we see a lot of top-end talent at some of these very important positions, but then maybe a little bit of a fall-off or a drop-off, even at the difference between Arvell Reese and the debate in him and David Bailey, as opposed to where Ruben Bain ranks amongst those guys. And then some of the other edge rushers, not too much depth at defensive tackle, which we see historically a position that gets drafted very high and of high importance. But we saw the Dexter Lawrence trade. He got swapped out for a 10th overall pick, and he's about to be 29 in November. So teams are getting aggressive, like the Bengals, that are trying to expand on their championship window. Always spotlight and interest around the skill position players, like we just highlighted, between the running backs and wide receivers. We also have a tight end that's uber talented, and Oregon's Kenyon Sadiq, and where he may go in the draft. He looks like a guy that could profile as a different type of gadget guy, versatility-wise. When I say gadget, not meaning that he can't play one position and play that well, but more so a guy that can line up and give you a lot of positional versatility between wide receiver and tight end with his size and athleticism combination. Then you got a guy behind him that looks like people consider the second best tight end, even though he hasn't really been playing tight end for that long, and tight end Eli Stowers, who had like a 45.5-inch vertical leap, crazy athletic. Some people think he should slim down and go play wide receiver with that size and utilize it to his advantage. He may not go first round, but he could be a guy that teams fall in love with his crazy combination. I mean, we're talking about historic test numbers for some of the drills that he did at the NFL Combine and at his pro day. So he's somebody that's going to be interesting to see where he lands. He may not go tonight, but he's somebody to keep an eye on. That's a skill position player. We had the tackle debate too. The tackles are pretty close between Spencer Fanu and Francis Maioga, and who's going to go first between those two guys. And like if you look at the betting odds and the head-to-head, it's like a -125, like almost like a pick'em ticket. So we'll keep an eye on what happens with the tackles, and that's always important. And that could spark the tackle run, because not far behind those guys is Caden Proctor and Monroe Freeling, two SEC guys that a lot of teams would like to get their hands on, especially once the run on tackles starts to happen with those top two guys that I mentioned. That could also, when offensive linemen get drafted in the NFL draft, it's not always just, he played right tackle for this many games. You see a lot of profiling of what they could potentially play and where they might end up and what they could start as. And they may not even move on to that next position. They might just be a tackle that gets stuck in that guard. And that's the position they end up playing for a pretty long time for their offense. So we'll see what happens with the offensive tackles. I think in this draft, we have a lot of like very interesting players, and the top end talent players. The tackles are really good. I think between those two guys that I just mentioned, we have some really good interior offensive linemen too, like the kid from Penn State, Iannone. But I think at the top of this draft, a lot of teams are going to be really interested in those skill position players, and we'll see how many skill position players go. I put out some videos today of how much I liked Cooper DeJean, and we talked about on the Pies on Sports podcast, which we are also live on right now. We're live on Recliner Sports media pages, Pies on Sports YouTube page, and the What's the Deal Sports YouTube page as well. And we talked about on the Pies on Sports podcast back in 2024 when we brought CBS's Emory Hunt on. I posted that video today, how much we like Cooper DeJean, and Emory was talking about it's going to be interesting to see before that draft happened where those guys end up, because there's a lot of hype behind the offensive guys. And that's when we saw a run of 16 straight offensive players drafted in the beginning of the draft. And then the Eagles were able to get their hands on two defensive backs in the top end. They traded up in the second round for Cooper DeJean. But on night one, Quinyon Mitchell, the consensus #1 corner on most boards, there was a little debate between him and Alabama corner Terrion Arnold. He was the guy. He's been the better player so far in this career, and Harry Roseman was able to stay put at stock pick 23 in that draft and land a guy that ended up being a huge part of their Super Bowl run, and then trade up for Cooper DeJean, who scores a pick 6 versus arguably one of the top 5 players we've already seen in the history of the NFL, and he's barely 30 years old, and Patrick Mahomes. Another interesting headline as I transition is the Kansas City Chiefs. They hold picks 9 and 29. They just gave up a guy at corner, Trent McDuffie, who they spent a high draft pick on, and they net a draft pick back. So they have 2 draft picks in the first round tonight, picks 9 and 29. I mean, could you imagine if Jeremiah Love, my Notre Dame guy, drops all the way down that far? I think a lot of other teams would be trading up in that situation and be knocking on the door. But the Chiefs not only have the assets, but they have the assets where they could give up something like decent to beat out teams in a trade situation, trade value-wise. And we can bring up the NFL trade value chart and what it's looking like, so we have references for these potential trades that go on, because we have some skill position players around the league that have already solidified themselves that could be on the move. We have one in Philadelphia that I know everybody likes to be talking about nowadays, but we'll see what the Chiefs do, because they hold an interesting spot in this draft. We mentioned the New York teams, with the Giants having picks 5 and 10, the Jets holding picks 2 and 16. The Rams did have 2 first-round picks from the trade last year, with the Atlanta Falcons moved up for James Pierce, which we all know how that story is currently going. But for the Rams, they went out and got Trent McDuffie to shore up the defense, and they also have a top end of the first half of tonight's draft picks. So we'll see if they get aggressive too, because they could be another team that one specific type of player that they add to their team in the top end of this draft could really spark them back right into the championship mix very quickly. So, and I don't think the Rams ever left that situation at all. But, you know, we'll see if the Trent McDuffie trade works out and they have a draft pick that's high tonight. And the Rams historically don't really, if you know, the Rams don't really always pick in the first round. They're always really aggressive with what they do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they traded up. Like, could you imagine a three-headed monster between Jeremiah Love, Blake Corum, and Kyron Williams, another two Notre Dame running backs in the backfield? Didn't even notice that until I just mentioned that. That would get me hyped. But not even just that. I'm not just trying to keep mentioning Jeremiah Love. I just think he is the best player on the board, and just positional value-wise, a guy at running back that historically gets disrespected, where he could slip in the draft a little bit. And maybe a team like that just is thinking that they're one piece away, even though they have good running back production already. I mean, could you imagine if they added somebody like that in the backfield to the guys that they already have? Or another skill position player. What if they're the team to take the risk on Jordan Tyson if he falls a little bit with his durability issues? So you never know. The Chiefs could be in that same situation as we mentioned, or they could be in the market for a tackle, even though they've spent tackle, and it seems like they've been trying to fix that position for a while. They moved on from Joe Thuney, who didn't really have a great Super Bowl when they lost to the Eagles, obviously. That Super Bowl was headlined by the production of the Eagles defense, and specifically their defensive line, and the pressure that they got on Patrick Mahomes. And I think they've been trying to get that position right for a while. There's not too many times that with Patrick Mahomes as their quarterback, they're going to be picking at this high in the draft. And if you compare Xavier Worthy with the later years of Travis Kelce, with another big-time playmaker, and you just added Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, then that offense can put them right back in the mix with the defense they built up, even though they just traded one of their best defensive players, and they may be aging, because now, if Trent McDuffie wasn't their best defensive player, I think Chris Jones really holds that title for them and has for a while, but he's also getting up there in age a little bit. So we'll see how they try to retool. It might not be all offensive focus for the Chiefs in the draft tonight. They could be looking to rebuild that defense, and one of those picks that they got in the Trent McDuffie trade could help do that. And whether they do that at 9 or 29 is yet to be seen. We just mentioned Travis Kelce as well. He is getting up there in age. Just got a contract extension that I would say he deserved, but kind of, I don't know if it showcases what he's going to provide in the future as opposed to what he's already done for these teams, for the Chiefs specifically, my bad. And Kenyon Sadiq, is that an option for them at pick 9? Would they go that high at pick 9? Could the Chiefs be moving out of pick 9 to accumulate? I mean, the Chiefs are in an interesting spot. They still have a lot of high-end talent and guys that are proving themselves that can still be more productive than they've already shown. I mean, if Rashee Rice can stay on the field, he's shown at times that he looks like a top producing wide receiver 1, and he's a guy, I mean, I don't know if I would completely consider that. I don't know if he runs a full route tree for my liking as my wide receiver 1, but I mean, he really produces when he's out there with Patrick Mahomes and he's healthy. So imagine another playmaker with that and mixed into the Chiefs offense. Hold on 1 second, doing some producer work right here. I'm about to bring on a guest so we can highlight another team that's in an interesting spot. Going to bring on a guest to talk about the Baltimore Ravens. Working on sending that link to him right now. And the Baltimore Ravens are an interesting spot. Not too often that they're picking in the top end of the draft with Lamar Jackson as their quarterback. We'll see what they want to do. Jordan Tyson falls to them. Can they go trust picking another Arizona State wide receiver? That's probably something I'm about to ask our next guest on this podcast. He should be on with us shortly. I'm going to have a couple guests on the show tonight. So the first one we're about to bring on in the very near future, could be in the next 2 minutes. I just sent him the link over to join in. Is somebody from the 52 Exit 52 podcast that I actually happened to meet through a mutual friend when I was down in Ocean City, Maryland. I used to be a Ravens fan growing up because I had connections to the franchise quarterback and Joe Flacco, close family friend with him. My dad was his high school football coach. So I was a Ravens fan for quite some time. I'll never root against the Ravens. They also, even before that happened, I mean, I'm a huge Ed Reed, Ray Lewis guy. So Ruben Bain, where does the Miami guys go in this draft? Carson Beck at quarterback, a guy that has not only led one school to a championship, but he also came close with another school or in championship appearances. So a guy with some championship pedigree, which always definitely looks good on that end. So hold on one second. I'll make sure I get this email right. But yeah, whoever's watching live, the chat's open all night. If you want to react to whatever your team is going to do, or if you want to react after the pick, just shoot me a message. And if I see it in time, I'll definitely get you on and we can react to the pick and see what you think and how that may affect what your team has going on. There we go. All right, so we should have the Ravens guest coming on now, Jake, in the next minute or two. How the fuck Make sure that is set. Looks like we should be good, so he should be coming on soon. And yeah, what do the Ravens do? I mean, they have Derrick Henry. They're trying to open up that window. Maybe a guy like the Penn State offensive interior lineman, Iannone, he could be somebody that, goes a little bit earlier than expected at that spot. We've seen some crazy like interior lineman is another positional value that doesn't always get the time of day. But the one thing that I will say about that is if I get like a Quentin Nelson on my hands, then I'm 100% willing to take an interior lineman regardless of what people think about positional value. And now we have our guest on to talk about the Ravens. One second. What's up, Jake? How we doing, brother?
Good, Zach. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for joining the podcast. You are one of the hosts of the Exit 52 podcast talking about Baltimore sports. And let's get right into it. You're ushering in the Jesse Minter era, new head coach after a very long time with John Harbaugh as the head coach, a guy that holds what some may say the keys to the draft with picks 5 and 10 with his new team in New York and one of the biggest, if not the biggest sports markets in all of sports, a team that, we know how the football teams in New York get down. They haven't really been too productive the last years. And the Jets also hold a top pick. But focusing on the Ravens, what do you think the Ravens should do and how should they usher in with a defensive-minded coach coming in to take over for John Harbaugh?
Well, it's a little bit of a boring answer, but I feel like it's been a need for a couple of years now. And I'm looking at interior offensive line or even just offensive line in general. It feels like there's going to be some good tackle prospects that are maybe going to be falling their way. And guys like Mayoga, Proctor, Fano. But specifically, I'm looking at Vega Ione. It feels like out of Penn State at guard there. It feels like he's been the guy since the beginning. And I'm sure, Zach, you know how this works and listeners work with the draft where you start out, you have a prospect that makes sense for your team. And then the process starts to play out and everyone starts to look around a little bit. And it's like, oh, how about this guy and this guy and this guy? But then I feel like at least for the Ravens, it always tends to come back around to that guy that makes the most sense. So for me, I'm looking at Vega Ione, maybe a bit of a boring pick, but you got to build that wall up in front of Lamar Jackson for what might be the last sort of phase of his career, of his prime here. I think that would be the smart play. A little safe, a little bit boring, but that's what I would do if I were them. If it falls that way, he might go a little bit higher.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, before I just brought you on, I was talking about positional value. And if I get a guy that is going to produce in the interior offensive line, like a Quentin Nelson, that's going to open up holes for a Jonathan Taylor to running back, you're not only trying to expand the championship window with Lamar Jackson at quarterback, but you're also trying to get the most out of Derrick Henry in his latter years as well. And Tyler Lindenbaum, a guy that you spent a first-round pick on a few years ago, getting a BPA later on in that draft in the interior offensive line. He just moved on, so that would make a lot of sense. And that's actually the exact name that I just brought up and where he should go in the draft. Do you think if a skill position, the way the board falls, would you trust taking another Arizona State specific wide receiver? Or are you scarred about Rashad Bateman? Or how do you feel about Rashad Bateman and what the wide receiver group looks like right now for the Ravens?
Yeah, it's interesting. I could see them doing it. I mean, Eric DeCosta. So Ozzie Newsome, I think he only took 2 wide receivers and like an almost 20-year tenure in the first round, like ever. He just didn't believe in the position. And
Rashad Perryman and Torrey Smith, right?
Torrey Smith was a second rounder. The other one was Travis Taylor in 2000. They got him, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Solid player, nothing special, like a little bit of a bust probably for the value they took him at. And like Ozzie just came from an era learning from Bill Belichick in the 80s and 90s where it just wasn't that valuable to take wide receivers that highly. Eric DeCosta has been a lot different. I believe this is going to be his 7th draft now. He's taken wide receiver in the first round 3 times already. So like that's pretty different here for the Ravens. So like that's one thing I could see them doing. I think it's a little bit of a luxury pick maybe. I also think the same thing of Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon. But, you know, listen, they've been known to do that kind of thing, like I said, through his tenure, and they are an organization that pride themselves on taking the best player available. So if it turns out that Carnell Tate falls to you, if it turns out that Tyson, you mentioned from Arizona State, is that top guy on their board when it's time, a little dark horse maybe in an Omar Cooper out of Indiana. Like I could see them doing it, but I feel like if you get in that sweet spot where it's best player available, who fills a position of need, I think the guy who fills a position of need is going to win the tiebreaker there.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like you said, with the Ravens, you don't want to be like married to a spot. You talk about other teams, like it might be a luxury pick where the Ravens are specifically sitting and having a high level quarterback that they ended up getting at pick 32, calling up the Howie Roseman and the Eagles and Lamar Jackson, who's been the face of the franchise since he's pretty much been drafted. You have kind of the luxury of just having like the less sexier picks because you have one of the most exciting players in the entire league. Do you believe in the thing where you just mentioned Kenyon Sadiq, and we talked about maybe even the Chiefs before you came on, possibly taking him? I know the Ravens don't really operate under this mindset, and there's not really too much evidence that they do. How do you feel about like taking a player so maybe that another championship contender type team doesn't get their hands on a guy as dynamic as Kenyon Sadiq could possibly be?
Well, I'm petty, so I don't hate it. Like, I'd love to see that. I have no love for the Chiefs. So, like, I think it will be funny. And listen, they might think about it, but I will say, like, they dealt Orlando Brown Jr. to the Chiefs, like, in the middle of a championship window for them, for both teams, right?
And crazy enough, not to cut you off, I like randomly, for some reason, that offseason predicted that exact trade. I had the video on my podcast. I don't know why. I know the Ravens were like upset with them, and then getting what was a 3rd round pick that had a horrible combine that people are like, oh, this, that, the other. I mentioned back to like Christian McCaffrey didn't even bench 10 bench reps of 225. And would you not want Christian McCaffrey on your roster? So, you know, the combine doesn't tell the whole story. And we also have some combine freaks like a Sonny Styles or a Nick Emanwari last year. Kyle Hamilton being a guy like that. Where do you see, like a little bit outside of the Ravens realm here, where do you see like talented guys that kind of not positional value wise, like the Jeremiah Loves and the Caleb Downs of the world in this draft? Where do you see them ending up?
Man, I think Love, it feels like there's a lot of smoke about him in Arizona right now. I saw a kind of a funny report of like, hey, listen, you gotta sell tickets, you gotta get people in the seats, and Jeremiah Love is going to do that. It's like, you know, if you're doing that, then maybe that explains like why Arizona has been what they've been the last couple of years, and now they're starting over a quarterback, and that's a whole nother can of worms. But then you've got smoke about him and the Titans. I think he's going to go pretty highly here. I'm not personally like, I like what you're saying about positional value. I agree with just kind of getting the best pick available for you, but it just feels like running back in the first round. I really do look at that as like a serious luxury for like a championship contending team. You think back to when the Chiefs like took an Edwards-Helaire in the first round. Like, I think that's the perfect spot to go and do that. So I don't know, maybe it'll work out. I think Love's an awesome player. I'm like a very casual Notre Dame fan, just, you know, Irish Catholic. It runs through.
I'm wearing the Notre Dame shirt right now, so I'm big.
That and guilt. We've got that in spades. But yeah, him. And then you mentioned Caleb Downs. I think I don't know. I've seen him slipping out of the top 10 in some mocks, but I just feel like that's a guy that's going to impress teams on the whiteboard. It sounds like he's a guy that's just kind of got it all, you know, going on. It sounds like he's a bit of an operator in between the ears there. So, and then I also heard Ryan Day on NFL Network as I was eating my dinner describe him as presidential. So that's pretty big, man. I could see him going a lot earlier, but that's another guy. Like, speaking of the Ravens, like, if you're as dialed into them as I am, and I know there are a lot of people on Twitter that have seen this, like they've been doing their homework on safeties, which would be weird to take a
And they
Caleb.
run 3 safety sets. That's something that they've implemented. They had Marcus Williams in the mix for not too long. They like kind of spend like a little bit less on the third guy that's in the mix, but you have Malachi Starks, so you just spent a first round pick, and Kyle Hamilton, who a lot of teams wish they drafted. So
yeah, that worked out. That worked out pretty well for them. They've got the probably the best safety in the NFL already in Hamilton. Starks, he had some promising moments last year, so I'm excited about him. And then you throw a Caleb Downs into the mix with Jesse Minter, and whoever the hell knows what he's going to do. He seems like he could be a Mike McDonald mad scientist type. At least that's what everyone is hoping for. That'd be kind of a weird way to start things out, but weird in a fun way, and I'd like it.
if there was an opportunity for the Ravens to trade up in the draft, which player would you be eyeing up if they started to slip a little bit? One guy that comes up to my mind, not to, put any influence on your answer, but I know they do love off-ball linebackers and may be like the face of the off-ball linebacker between Ray Lewis and CJ Mosley. Could you imagine if Sonny Styles started to slip in the draft and they get him in the middle of the defense?
Yeah,
next to Roquan Smith.
That wouldn't shock me. And DaCosta did pick Patrick Queen in the first round as well. And he traded for Roquan. He loves his middle linebackers, so that wouldn't shock me. The guy that I think, like, if it does happen, I'm not sure if it's going to. I don't know how strategies have changed. Aggressiveness has changed since John Harbaugh left the building. They haven't traded up in the first round in a long time, but if it does happen, I think it's going to be Ruben Bain falling to like 10 or 11. You go up and get him. I know there's concern about the measurables and obviously like the weird stuff that came out, the weird off the field stuff, but it doesn't seem like anything criminal really happened there necessarily outside of whatever. I don't even need to get into it. I think
exactly. Can of worms.
Yeah, exactly. If he falls, that wouldn't shock me at all, because I know they got Trey Hendrickson in the building now, but they were just ready to sell the house to go and get Max Crosby and maybe also potentially pair him with Trey Hendrickson. So it looks like they really look at it as a need. They want to turn this defense around. I think that's a point of pride for them. Like, this is a defense first franchise by their roots in the last couple of years. It's been pretty embarrassing, especially in clutch situations. I mean, Josh Allen, you think about him dicing them up in the 2024 playoff game in Buffalo. And then last year, what happened against the Steelers, just allowing Aaron Rodgers to carve you up, not once, but twice. You got swept by Aaron Rodgers. And I think the defense was a big part of that, big part of the problem there. So if you could trade up to 10 or 11 and not give up too much to get a Bain, say like maybe a third round pick and another pick or whatever gets it done to go from 14 to like 11, I could really see that working out, because maybe you're going to have, it sounds like there's some real optimism that Justin Madubuike is not going to be dealing with a career-ending neck injury as it thought. It sounds like there's some optimism he can come back. You pair him up with a Trey Hendrickson. You've got Travis Jones locked up to a medium-length contract here. I'd feel a lot better about this defense tomorrow if Ruben Bain is going to be suiting up for the Ravens next season.
Yeah, and the Ravens are like kind of like that AFC version of the Eagles, me being an Eagles guy, where they'll just load up on the entire defensive line rotation. They'll have a guy that can do pretty much everything. They used to have a couple nose tackles signed to like big contracts through like the Joe Flacco era. So that's something that they will never shy away from. There's not too many defensive tackle prospects that are getting hyped up in this draft. We're talking like positional value wise. I think that's a position that some guys that may be seen not even as first round picks could be shot all the way up just because of how important it is to have guys at that position and how often it is rotated. For the Ravens, with the Max Crosby situation, I think you make a really good point that they could be looking to low key add to the defensive line rotation. Maybe not put too much smoke there, because I feel like there's a clear gap between David Bailey, the argument between him and Arvell Reese at the top end of the draft, where Ruben Bain sits, and then the next kind of fringe guys that are falling in that like top 20 considered range. So it's going to be interesting to see. For the other teams in the AFC North, if you want to talk some smack on the Bengals right now, how do you feel about the Bengals swapping out the 10th overall pick for a proven commodity, but a guy that's also going to turn 29 years old in November?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I like Dexter Lawrence, but man, when that happened, I was like, wow, the 10th overall pick, huh? Like that's getting it done for Sexy Dexy. I mean, sure, he's a great player, and I'm sure he's going to wreak some havoc in the AFC North. So I'm scared of it from that perspective. But I don't know. It feels like some pretty premium capital to give up. There was some smoke that maybe the Ravens would be interested. And man, like in my mind, it was like, oh yeah, maybe like a second round pick gets it done. But I mean, shit, credit to Joe Shane, credit to John Harbaugh for getting in there and getting what they did out of the Bengals. I think I kind of like it for both teams, and the Bengals get a player that can help shore their defense up a little bit. I feel like it's just another AFC North team that really needs to get things together on defense. So I think he will help them in that respect. But overall, I don't know. It just felt like are they going to pay him now? Like, is that what's going to happen? Like, it
Yeah,
feels
they
like
gave him like a mild extension, so I think they had like 3 years of total control over him, and it's at like a decent price. But he's also a guy. He didn't have like the greatest season last season. He was also surrounded by a lot of talent in New York, like specifically in the defensive line rotation. The New York Giants might be their best position group right there. So going to a Bengals team with guys that haven't really carved out more so of a role for themselves. I mean, we're talking about next to the Cowboys, the worst defense in the entire league. He's obviously going to make an impact, but we'll see how big of an impact that he actually makes. That's why I was a little bit surprised that they spent the 10th overall pick on him. As for the Steelers, where do the Steelers go? I mean, offensive line sucks. I'm right there with you. I grew up a Ravens fan for a long time, so I got all the hotkeys of all the smack talk. But really, their offensive line has sucked for a long time. They spend like first round picks on running backs, but have no offensive line to be able to block for those guys. They've had this crazy thing going on at quarterback. They made the DK Metcalf trade. I guess that's fair play right there. But what's going on with the Steelers? What should they do? Their defense is good, but where do they go from there?
I wish I could talk that much smack, but they swept my team last year, including in the classic of the year where the Ravens, their masterpiece of shooting themselves in the foot, off the foot of Tyler Loop there. So I wish I could, but I mean, I will talk a little smack because it just feels like we're band-aiding over a shotgun wound here again with the quarterback position. I hate to like bring everything back to quarterback. I think football is bigger than that. I think analysis should be deeper than that, but it just feels like they're playing a game of musical chairs again with Aaron Rodgers. Like, is he going to come back? This, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. I don't know, man. Like, do they surprise everyone? And like, maybe they'd have to, I don't know where Ty Simpson is going to go. So like, are they going to have to trade up for Ty Simpson? Can they just stick and pick Ty Simpson? That would be interesting to me. But yeah, man, until they figure something else out at quarterback than these stopgaps, like your Russell Wilsons and your Aaron Rodgers and this whole like, oh, we're going to win 10 games, get into the dance and then see what happens. Like, until they do that, like I'm just not even really that concerned about them. I know that like they've kind of eaten the Ravens lunch, like during the Lamar Jackson era, as far as this rivalry goes. So I'm not even like dumping on them from that perspective, but like, they're just not a Super Bowl, like contending threat to me until they have a serious plan at quarterback. And that's not going to happen in year one with a rookie probably. Right. But at least you have the hope that it could formulate itself within the next 2 to 3 years. Until that happens, they kind of remain in purgatory. And I think a lot of their fans feel the same way, especially after Mike Tomlin walks out the door. I know a lot of fans were happy about that, but then you bring in Mike McCarthy, who I think is like a perfectly good coach that people probably crap on a little bit too much, but it just kind of feels like we're chasing bad with bad here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and that just fuels the speculation of Aaron Rodgers coming back for another season. And it's kind of like I'm a huge Aaron Rodgers guy. I think he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Has the craziest TD to int ratio that we've ever seen in the league. I mean, the dude's like barely thrown over 100 picks, and he has like 400, 500 plus passing touchdowns in his prime. Even just 5-6 years ago, he's winning back-to-back MVPs. But even when he has like a 27 touchdown, 8 pick season in those Jets and with the Steelers, they're just not hitting the same way as the impact of when he was in his prime with the Packers. So I agree with you with the Steelers. They have a lot of holes that they need to clear up, and we'll see what they have to do in the draft to patch those things up.
Yeah, it went from like 48-4 touchdown to picks to like 27-8, and like that's perfectly fine, but that's probably not going to get it done in a conference where you have to go through Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Like it's
exactly. And DK kind of like picks and chooses when he wants to show up. When he was a rookie in Philadelphia, his first playoff game, he went for like 145 in a slot fade and waved us goodbye in Philadelphia. That was the infamous Jadeveon Clowney hit on Carson Wentz, where we had McCown off the bench in retirement, 40 years old, with 2 hamstring tears, trying to win a playoff game for us. But last team I'll ask you about in the AFC North, the Browns. They moved off. The rumor was last year if they stayed put at 2, they were going to pick Travis Hunter. They moved to 5 for Mason Graham. Their quarterback, they got 3 guys kind of competing in that way. What's going on with the Browns and the 2 first-round picks that they hold?
That's another one that I wish I could tell you, but it just feels like another one where it is a little bit of quarterback purgatory. I feel like their roster, it had been good towards the end of the Stefanski era, but it got a little bit old on them, and it just felt like maybe the gas was running out of the tank. And I love Todd Monken as a play caller and as a person. I think the people of Cleveland are going to like his personality, if nothing else. So that's great. But yeah, man, like it just feels like you pick the best player available and you kind of hope that you're there for whoever the quarterback's going to be next year. Cause it just didn't work out this year where you could get a Mendoza, where Dante Moore in a world where he declares. Obviously, he chooses not to, and that leaves you, yeah, here at this number 6 spot where I'm looking at DJ's mock draft from today. He's got them taking Spencer Fano. I think that would be a perfectly good pick, and I think what you try to do if you're Todd Monken is push as hard as you can to get to that 500 mark, prove that you're not a stopgap option and that you can move into next season. Hopefully with draft capital to move up for a quarterback, or I don't know exactly what's going to happen with Kyler Murray in Minnesota. Maybe that's a 1-year deal, correct? So maybe he hits the market. You try to get a guy like that. I don't know, man. It just feels like another organization that shouldn't be in purgatory, given that they are at the top of the draft a lot of the time. But this Deshaun Watson deal, man, it's been several years now, 4 years now, and it feels like they're still haunted by that. And they're
not only did he tear his Achilles, it seems like that contract towards Achilles, the second that it was signed, it was just an absolute missile to the roster. That brings up a good point, though, is you guys in the Ravens were just involved with the Max Crosby situation this last offseason, a team that's really bad, that has one of the most important positional guys in the league. That's one of the best players. They tried to move on from, looked like they had it done. Now they don't. He could be on the trade block tonight. Myles Garrett, if you're the Browns, do you even keep Myles Garrett in the building at the Defensive Player of the Year? Do you try to get the most for him? How do you feel about teams that have these high level players but don't have really any directional path to a playoff contention?
I love the idea of like one team guys. Like I think that's a very cool thing. Growing up watching Ray Lewis do it for 17 years, and then it breaks my heart when Ed Reed goes to Houston. Like I think that's very cool.
The Eagles moved on from Brian Dawkins as well for a couple years. It just really hits you hard.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's like, at a certain point, it is a business. And I think it's a business for the players as well. And it's funny because, Garrett himself, he went on that whole tour about how he wanted to get out. I want to get out of Cleveland. I want to go win a ring, blah, blah, blah. They throw a bunch of money at him and that solves the problem. And then there he is. But like you said, Zach, it just feels like they're going nowhere fast with him, and he's going to be on their books for a lot of money. And like, if I were both parties in that situation, him and the team, yeah, I'd probably be looking for a way to get him out of there. But yeah, it's a big cap number, and it would take a lot of draft capital. And I love that the Browns tried to propose that new rule where you could trade more than, I think, 3 first-round picks or whatever it was. So
years out. Yeah.
Maybe that was them trying to preempt getting literally as much of a war chest as they could for moving on from him. But I don't know. It's just another thing where if I were him, it really felt like he gave it his all for however many years. And then when he was going on that tour saying, I want to leave, I'm done, trade me out of here, it was like, you know what? Good for you, man. Like, go win a ring. You deserve it. But when he signed that contract, it was like, all right, well, you got your money. I'm happy for you. But I don't know. Like, did you really want the ring? And then if I'm the Browns, I'm kind of sitting there like, great, we kept one of our all-time greats. That's awesome. But it just feels like, again, we're still kind of stuck under the specter of the Deshaun Watson, Sashi Brown, who's actually now the Ravens team president era. And we just can't move out from under it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So I have a couple more questions, Ravens-wise, and I'll let you do your thing because I know you have some content of your own planned for tonight. The all-time leader in Ravens touchdowns, a guy that's been kind of under controversy if he's going to be on the roster and how much longer that may be. Mark Andrews, a guy that's kind of in like the national spotlight for some of the moments and a little bit of the whiffs in that Bills game. I'm a big fan of Mark Andrews. Great draft pick, being a third-round pick, and just like what they had those guys that came in around that time and the offense that they built over that time. How long do you see Mark Andrews being in the mix with the Ravens, even now with Isaiah Likely out of the mix?
Well, they signed him to, I believe, a 3-year extension mid-season last year. So like, I don't even know how widely reported on like that was, because he's not as high profile of a player. Even when he was like in his prime, I don't think many people really like there's not a ton of Travis Kelce like star power with Mark Andrews, but yeah, man, I think he'll be around as long as Lamar wants him to be around. Like, he's Lamar's guy. You mentioned the guys that he came in with. Lamar Jackson is like, tops of the pops with that. Those guys came in the same year. Rookie year, they immediately had a connection, and it's 8 years later and they still seem to have it. Even with Mark having maybe slowed down a little bit, it feels like they still certainly have their moments. And I don't know. I think it is a situation where it does suck to lose Likely, because he had a real natural playmaking knack. Like, the guy was just a beast in the red zone. He played above the rim. He was nasty with the ball in his hands. He was just kind of the perfect complement.
Only he wore like a couple sizes less of a shoe size.
Yeah, exactly. Or wore the white cleats, as
Patrick exactly, to mix in the white out on the cleats or something.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he would have been great to keep around, because he kind of was that perfect kind of complement to spell Andrews a little bit. So that almost makes me wonder, do you maybe trade back and take Sadiq if you can find the value for it? Or
that sparked my thought there. Kenyon Sadiq kind of profiles out. He's not the same size as Isaiah Likely, but he actually kind of may have a little bit more high end, top end talent to work with, and he's somebody versatile, and he could fill a gap at wide receiver and just in the overall receiving group itself. Couple more things. Lamar Jackson, what's it going to take to get him back on track and get the Ravens back in the mix at the top of the AFC playoff picture?
Got to fix the offensive line like 100%. I think this organization has a little bit of hubris when it comes to the offensive line. It feels like they just do not value interior linemen very much. And that's weird to say, given that they did, trade Hollywood Brown and go get Linderbaum with that pick. And that worked out very well. But man, the Raiders go and blow out the bank to get a guy like Linderbaum. And maybe that explains why they are a little bit gun shy about overvaluing that position right now. But you signed John Simpson in this offseason. He's a player that I like fine and was good here in 2023, but he's definitely on the back nine, and he was kind of a replacement level guard even in his prime. So that's a little bit tough. I really don't know what the plan is at center right now. I don't exactly know what the plan is at right guard. You've got a couple of veterans and a couple intriguing young guys like an Emory Jones in the mix. But man, I think you got to find a way to keep Lamar upright, because he definitely had his flashes last season, but he was hurt all year. And that led to him missing games, and that led to him not looking like himself, even when he was playing at times. So you got to just keep him upright, build his confidence up again. I think he can figure things out through the air with some of the weapons that he has right now, maybe add a few more, and then get Derrick Henry going, and that'll help him as well. I think those guys are, maybe the top dynamic duo in the league when everything is ideal for them. But you got to get it ideal. You got to fix the interior offensive line, get out of your own head, get out of the idea that that position doesn't matter and you can just figure it out. Every position, there are scenarios where you're not going to be able to figure it out just by moneyballing it. So you gotta put a little more value in it. I hope I'm driving a fine enough point home on it. But
yeah, 100% for sure. And I think sometimes the Ravens kind of overcomplicate it, because I'm not trying to be that guy that makes the reference always to the Josh Allen of the worlds, but Josh Allen kind of just figures it out sometimes with his athletic ability, and just you have Derrick Henry, you have Lamar Jackson, and some of these crucial times that they come up small, it seems like it's these short yardage where they have the advantage and they just can't execute what they need to be. And that is obviously a direct result of the offensive line not being up to par of what it has been in the past for them when they have had that success. And they've had fullbacks. I mean, they just lost Ricard. They've had fullbacks like Vonta Leach back in the day. They've had McLean, who was a versatile guy. So they'll have those gritty type of guys. And it just seems like in the interior nowadays, those are some of the things that they're lacking physicality wise that can gain them.
They would get into this past season. They would get in a 1st and goal from the 1 often enough that it would be painful to watch, because they just seem to not have any idea what to do. And it's well, you have the biggest freak show at running back literally of all time, and you have maybe the most athletic quarterback of all time, and maybe you should just try to pound it in. And sometimes they did, but other times, Zach, I don't know what the hell they were doing.
Yeah, and then you got a weapon like Mark Andrews too, like I referenced, is the all-time Baltimore Ravens touchdown leader, and somebody that you can run all different type of gadget plays with his size and athleticism down there. So maybe a little bit more creativeness with the offense, but they do have a defensive-minded coach now. Last thing I'll ask you before we get out of here, that defense, the Ravens are known for defense at the end of the day. We can talk about the offense and them having one of the most dynamic, if not the most dynamic players at the quarterback position of all time. But the profile that the Ravens have carved out with their 2 championship teams, even with the Joe Flacco Super Bowl run back in the day, has been with the defense. What's it going to take for this defense to get back? And what type of leap do you think Nate Wiggins can take in year 2?
Man, I feel like they're already on the right track. I feel like I read some articles on Jesse Minter and kind of how he compares to Mike McDonald. And you almost don't want to overdo that comparison too much, because it feels a little cute. The Ravens probably made a mistake letting Mike McDonald get out the door and hanging on to John Harbaugh. But you understand why they did it, right? You want to be loyal to Harbaugh. He had just been to an AFC championship. But, hiring Minter, that maybe makes it feels like it is going to make things right a little bit. And you look what he was able to do with a Chargers defense last year that had some stars, but also had some aging pieces like Khalil Mack that he was getting the best out of. And I think it comes into this kind of modular defense is what I was reading about, that actually started when Minter and McDonald were in the building with Wink Martindale in Baltimore in 2020, building this kind of modular defense where you call a certain formation and then you call a play out of that formation, but you can audible much more easily than other defenses are able to. It just feels very adaptable. It feels kind of sleek and fast on its feet. I feel like that's what they've needed for a long time. And I think Minter, you're certainly going to need a little bit more talent, a little bit more juice in the pass rushing department. Roquan Smith is getting a little bit older, maybe a step slower, a lot of people are saying. So maybe you inject some youth there, but you do have some exciting young pieces like a Teddy Buchanan, could be a name to watch there, middle linebacker. Talking about Nate Wiggins, I mean, I feel like he's kind of already made a bit of a leap as well. He's shown himself to be not like the biggest ball hawk in the world, but seems like he gets himself a couple of picks every year. I think he has a few pick sixes in his career already. So if he keeps doing that, I think he'll grow his national profile. And I don't know, maybe just being a little bit more of a consistent man-to-man guy and playing his eyes back to the ball. I feel like he could very much take that next step to being one of those top corners that everyone's talking about.
Yeah, and as for Nate Wiggins, one of my favorite like NFL draft plays that I always like remember off the top of my head is when Omarion Hampton, a first round running back in North Carolina, was running for a touchdown, and I was watching the college game live, and Nate Wiggins runs him down at the 1 yard line and punches the ball out into the end zone to recover the fumble. So he's a guy that always lives up to physicality, even though he might not be the biggest guy, but does have good size, being on the taller side, but weight size, he plays a lot bigger than he actually is. But thank you, Jake, for joining me today on the NFL Draft Live show. If you want to plug up your podcast before you get out of here, please do.
Yeah, Exit 52 podcast. We're on YouTube, all the podcast platforms. We're going live around 8:30 to kind of hang out for the first round, get our reaction to whatever the Ravens choose to do, and just have some fun. You can find me on Twitter at Jake Luke. That is LOUQUE.
All right, man. Thank you, Jake. And one last thing. Who's it going to be? Who are the Ravens going to draft? If you had one name and you could only pick one guy, who would you put your money on the Ravens picking tonight?
I'll go with Vega Ione. I'll stick.
I like that pick. Like I said, he was the last name that I mentioned before I brought you on. But thank you once again, Jake. And if you guys have time to tune into their show tonight, make sure you guys do that. But thank you for joining me today, and good luck with your show.
Thanks, Zach. Fun show, and I'll see you at the beach this summer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll see you in person. I appreciate Jake joining the show tonight, taking time out of his day just to get a little bit of different insight. I obviously grew up with an extra lens on the Ravens myself, and I do overall NFL talk because I'm just a football sicko, NFL draft sicko, and I just love this stuff so much. But growing up a Ravens fan, I always, was involved with all these drafts when they were going through the Hayden Hurst of the world. So I know when I kept asking him about Kenyon Sadiq, I didn't know if it was going to spark like PTSD for like the Hayden Hurst situation back in the day, or some of those like whiff picks, like the Brashad Perrymans that just didn't work out at skill position. So we'll see what the Ravens do. They do have a defensive-minded coach, but you can't just put all your stock because they bring in this type of guy that they're going to be trying to highlight this type of guy or get this type of guy, because the Ravens really are one of the teams that stays true to the implementation of just picking the best player that's possibly available. And that's something that they've had a lot of success with in the past, and I think they will remain to do that. And they're in a pretty good spot where the last time they were in a situation like that, it netted them Kyle Hamilton when they were picking in this type of range. So we'll see what type of prospect the Ravens go out and target tonight. If we're going to go talk about the Philadelphia Eagles and what the Eagles may do tonight, the team that I'll be focusing on the most at pick 23, definitely need a reset, definitely need a retooling. If I'm going to bring up some of the guys that could be on the trade block that are some of the more notable names, household names in the fantasy football department, and guys that just overall NFL fans, being the most popular sport in America, know, obviously the A.J. Brown situation is not ideal for any Philadelphia Eagles fan. I'm not too happy about it. I think that was a difference-making trade that they made back in the 2022 draft when they ended up with Jordan Davis, who finally blossomed into the ceiling. And I think we haven't even seen the best from Jordan Davis yet, but that just parlayed him into a big contract extension this past season. But also in that same draft, they made the trade for A.J. Brown, and the Titans spent that first-round pick on Treylon Burks, who had some flashy Washington plays for Washington last year. He had some crazy plays that he was making, but overall, he has not lived up to the hype, and he was one of the reasons why when A.J. Brown scored numerous touchdowns versus the Tennessee Titans in Philadelphia a few seasons ago, their GM was ironically fired right after that game. So A.J. Brown, that situation, if A.J. Brown, for whatever reason, is watching this podcast tonight, which I don't think there is a chance he is, but if he is, A.J., listen, man, I think there's time to still make things right, but if there's not, I have enjoyed your time in Philadelphia. 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 Super Bowl victory, a touchdown in both of those Super Bowl games. The games that he didn't play, that one Bucks game, the game before he was even on the initial Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith playoff run where they got down early and then scored a couple touchdowns to make it a little bit competitive. But that was the season before they made the A.J. Brown trade when they didn't have him in that game. He was never on the roster. to be yet, but we saw when the Titans were a top seed in the AFC and the production that he was having. His rookie year, he had like 50 something catches and went for 1,000 yards still. So his yards per catch, with his dynamic ability to receive after the catch and do things with the ball in his hands, however you get in his hands, has always been there. But the second that the Eagles unlocked that element of their offense and got him on the roster, they made it to the Super Bowl. And then he's been one of the most productive receivers in Philadelphia Eagles history. If this is the last time, and A.J. Brown has already played his last game for the Philadelphia Eagles, though, I do think they have the wide receiver one on the roster. If you guys want to comment and tell your opinion of how you feel about DeVonta Smith and where he ranks amongst the league and some of the other wide receivers in the league, because not just trying to be a homer guy, being an Eagles guy, but I think DeVonta Smith is one of the most underappreciated wide receivers in the league. And I know the Eagles are usually in a showcase spotlight where they play a lot of primetime games where not just Philadelphia sports fans or teams of fans of the NFC East that are trying to get intel on what the Eagles have going on, and just overall NFL fans are watching a lot of Eagles games. You see some of these catches that DeVonta Smith is making, and not too many guys in the league are making this. Even in playoff games versus the 49ers, where he's reaching up with one hand on fourth down in a crazy situation early in the game to set the tone and spark an absolute onslaught in that game that parlayed them to the Super Bowl. The dagger play from the Super Bowl a couple seasons ago, where he just puts the lights out pretty much on the Chiefs with his long touchdown, being one of the best deep ball receivers. What he does specifically to the Washington football team every time he matches up with them, and some of the ridiculous catches he made. The Saquon Barkley Jaguars game, he made a ridiculous one-handed toe tap in the back of the end zone. Some of these plays just get so underlooked from DeVonta Smith because he's paired next to a guy like A.J. Brown. So if he finally gets to showcase being that 10th overall pick from back in the day, then even with the Eagles moving on from the talent that A.J. Brown is and what he's provided production-wise for them, DeVonta Smith can carry his weight, and they've obviously improved in that wide receiver room this offseason in some other ways as well. They made the trade for Dontavian Wicks. I think it's pretty good value. That's the exact type of Howie Roseman type trade. And I thought it was funny because the offseason when the Eagles weren't able to retain Jalen Phillips, I know they were really punching air because that's the exact type of guy that Howie Roseman, especially at that position, edge rusher, that he likes to target, the guys that are like 26, 27, getting into their athletic prime, and their best years might be ahead of them. And Jalen Phillips obviously got that huge contract from the Panthers where he wasn't able to be retained by the Eagles. So they brought Brandon Graham out of retirement, coming off the double tricep injuries when he was supposed to retire in the sunset after the Super Bowl season, and he was productive. Nolan Smith, Jalen Hunt has really grown into a very good player for the Eagles, somebody that hasn't been fully put on showcase, but he's made so many plays. He was actually the sacks leader and the interceptions leader at one point for the season. So, I mean, this guy can do it all. He was a former safety in college, then turned edge rusher, and his athleticism has shined. And he's a guy that can really be a versatile piece for this defense moving forward, and maybe a guy that the Eagles might have higher on the totem pole of paying and giving a potential contract extension to, even in front of a guy like Nolan Smith. But I say all that to say maybe the Eagles could be targeting the edge rusher position because it's obviously a position that they spend a lot on, and even with that being first-round picks, but also I feel like that could be a need for their defense because they've tried to have a little bit of the Band-Aid depth pieces signings of recent that haven't really worked out. They got a former second-round pick from the Atlanta Falcons from Penn State, Arnold Ebiketie. I think it's going to be interesting to see if we get back on track with the NFL draft. The pass rusher from Penn State, let's get the exact pronunciation of his name correctly, but he's somebody that kind of has like a different type of range. Danny Sutton, I think that's how you say his name. I like him out of Penn State. Those Penn State names are kind of tricky in recent memory. We had the tackle that go to the Jets high, but obviously the Penn State being one of the best teams of the Big Ten, even though they fell off a little bit. Another Penn State guy, and Drew Aller, that maybe before this past college football season, if things went differently and he hadn't gotten hurt and been a little bit more productive, and Penn State as a whole didn't fall off from their top preseason ranking, maybe he is in play for the for a first round pick, not the first overall pick, because I think the season, especially in that Penn State game, what Fernando Mendoza did versus a depleted Penn State game, even though that crazy comeback that he produced, I don't think anybody was jumping over what he did this past season to leapfrog for the number 1 overall pick. But Drew Aller was in the conversation. They got the 2 running backs too, and Nick Singleton and drawing a blank on the other running back's name. Let me get his name for you real quick. But those were 2 guys that they relied heavily on as the tandem, and they're both available in this draft. We talked about Notre Dame having 2 guys in the draft at running back that are the consensus 1 and 2 draft prospects at that position. But Penn State, those guys were like really highly touted back in the day. I remember Nick Singleton, like there was a conversation where Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, I think Katron Allen might be banged up a little bit, but Nick Singleton, they were a really good duo from Penn State. Not a big Penn State guy at all, but Notre Dame guy. But they were a good duo in college. And, you know, that's an interesting situation because they have some high-end talent, didn't live up to the exact production, but they were splitting carries with each other. And the wear and tear with what that we talked about before with these high-level guys that are top prospects being at the same position, especially that at running back, and then being able to take wear and tear and some volume off each other, then some teams could see that. I'm not saying they're going to go in the first round tonight or anything, but just overall talk, we're talking about Penn State prospects. Those are some of the names that you should watch out for. And Jake was talking about their interior offensive lineman that could go anywhere from like the mid-20s to like the top 15 and could easily be the first interior offensive lineman drafted. Let's see if we can gather up some news. If anything crazy happened, like during that interview that I might have missed or anything. I mean, the Mike Vrabel situation is crazy. I'm not opening up that can of worms, but we'll see what goes on with that. I see Ian Rappaport putting out some news on Ty Simpson. I talked about those draft odds today with Ty Simpson in that it was weird. He was like, to be a 3rd round pick, it was like, what, plus 450, was it? Or no, it was like plus 140 for to be a 2nd round pick. And then I think 3rd round pick was like somewhere in the plus 300 range. But he was also the 2nd highest odds to be the number 1 overall pick, even though it was plus 12,000. So the seesaw is teetering all up and down. I'm not doing a 6-7 reference right there, but the seesaw is teetering up and down with the range of where Ty Simpson can go at the most important position in the draft. And we have the guy clear as day, the number 1 overall pick at quarterback for the Raiders and what that selection is going to be. So that gives 31 other draft selections to figure out where the most important position in football, and a guy that is very talented in Ty Simpson. His last tape that we saw in the playoff game, he was obviously dealing with an injury and had to be subbed out in that game, but I don't think that was the exact Ty Simpson that we can expect in the NFL. I don't think that was his best showing, obviously, because he was dealing with the injury. Another top quarterback that came out with some injury news is Garrett Nussmeier. The quarterbacks are always interesting. We saw the draft back in the day when we were talking about the Steelers with Jake, where the Steelers stayed put and got Kenny Pickett, and then the next quarterback didn't go till Malik Willis, and Malik Willis just got that offseason contract with the Miami Dolphins following his Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator over there and Jeff Hatley. And Malik Willis was running he had crazy it was like what, a 4.4 or 4.5 40 and crazy arm power coming out of Liberty at like a smaller school. But that draft wasn't high on quarterbacks, and like Kenny Pickett was the head and shoulders guy, but like no one was like there was no Kenny Pickett top 15 smoke. And you saw where he went in the draft, and then you saw where the next quarterback went. Fernando Mendoza is the number 1 solidified pick, and he will be that tonight. But like I said, there's 31 other draft picks tonight, and people already know that and have known that for a long time. So this has given all these other teams a lot of time to do this Ty Simpson research and figure out what's going on with him. And like I said, Garrett Nussmeier is banged up. You have Carson Beck in the mix, maybe, who I don't see having the same ceiling, but as a championship pedigree type quarterback, that's obviously good for your resume and the success that he had at Georgia. And then when he transfers to Miami and the crazy run that they went on. So quarterback is going to be interesting. Could we see some quarterbacks dealt that have already produced in the NFL, or guys that haven't produced to where their draft billing previously was, but maybe if they get in a different situation, that could change? The Anthony Richardsons of the world, a guy that runs a 4.4, 6'4", 240 pounds, that can throw the ball and hit the top of the Indianapolis Colts Arena Dome. But just for whatever reason, mentally, physically, just can't stay on the field and just needs a change of scenery after what Daniel Jones, even coming off that injury, has been able to do, and put the situation to vamp his career. And that's what's interesting is we've seen guys that, they get traded to a team where a high draft pick at quarterback didn't work out, get traded to a team, not even the starter, just hanging around in the quarterback room, maybe get a couple starts because the starter gets injured, and then they find themselves back in a prominent starting role with another team like the Sam Darnolds and the Baker Mayfields. We know those stories from top draft quarterbacks that didn't work out with their original draft teams, and then now are some of the best quarterbacks in the league and have won championships with Sam Darnold in the contract that he just got. And that looks like the Vikings made a big mistake moving on from him. Now, I will say that I'm not going to tie the Vikings and their lack of success just to Sam Darnold, because they were really good. But honestly, I was a Sam Darnold guy back in the day, coming out of USC, and he was my favorite quarterback in that draft. I thought he should have been the first quarterback drafted, but Baker was ended up that. And Sam Darnold, I didn't think the ceiling of the Vikings with Sam Darnold, I thought that 14-win season, I didn't think they really had a chance to make too much noise in the playoffs. And that obviously ended up becoming true. But you saw the impact he was able to make in Seattle with the right roster, and then blossom another first-round pick in Jackson Smith-Njigba minus DK Metcalf. How would that go with Seattle? And then you saw him with that ridiculous season that he just had and that he's coming off of. And that's another interesting thing. If we tie this all into the web, we have Jackson Smith-Njigba being a top draft pick, a first-round pick in a draft where a team in the Seattle Seahawks had 2 first-round draft picks, 5 and 20, and they picked him, and they also picked Devin Witherspoon, 2 guys that were vital in the foundation. I mean, they're 2 of, you could argue those are the 2 most important players on the Seattle Seahawks right now. You can make that argument. Tariq Woolen obviously got signed by the Eagles. Behind me, that filled a little bit of a need at corner and the lack thereof at corner. And, moving on from Darius Slay, who was there with Cooper DeJean in his rookie season, and with Quinyon Mitchell and how good they were with that secondary. They just moved on from Reed Blankenship. And safety. Where do safeties go? We talked about safeties with Jake when he was on the podcast, because the Ravens obviously have had some of the better safeties in recent memory in the NFL. And also they had some historic safeties, and there's certain teams that really will value this certain position as opposed to other teams that just won't even touch like a certain position and just will completely write it off just because of this, that, the other. But safety, there's a lot of talent. We have Caleb Downs, who a guy that held the 7th highest odds to be the number 1 overall pick before this past college football season. So that just shows you the talent that he has. Doesn't have any crazy athletic physical traits that are going to make him pop off the page. But if you watch the tape, I mean, you want to talk about a guy that can come in and be, I'm not going to say Kyle Hamilton because he's not 6'4", but come in right away and make a huge impact at that position and really be an outlier and be worth the pick at that position, then he fits the exact billing. So he has rumors to go to the Giants, and the Giants have 5 and 10. Those New York teams, they really hold the keys to the draft. I teased today about the Raiders, and I think this will be a good time to bring it up as a topic now. Why could the Raiders, with it already being known, and it's not even heavily speculated, it's almost just a complete done deal that Fernando Mendoza is going to be the number 1 overall pick, how could they still hold the keys to the first round if everybody knows who they're going to select and everybody's had time to catch up and do the research on all the other players and eliminate Fernando Mendoza from their draft boards? Because Max Crosby is still on the roster. What do they do with Max Crosby? He's another guy that we talk about as one of these established players, not just an established player. We're talking about a top 15, 20 player in the entire league at one of the most important positions, the positions that people love to get their hands on. And once Arvell Reese and David Bailey, when they go probably in the top 5 tonight, not probably, almost guaranteed, those 2 guys go right quickly after Mendoza is picked by the Raiders, depending on what order it goes. And then Ruben Bain might follow after that. But we already saw Dexter Lawrence traded an interior offensive lineman for the 10th overall pick. Max Crosby is a little bit older than that, but could Max Crosby be on the move once again when he was already traded for a 2 first-round package from the Ravens? And obviously we all know the story and how that fell apart. So, We got a lot to get into, and it looks like we're actually about to start the draft. I'm not too worried about, not missing the draft. I have the stream on right now, but I'm not too worried about anything that's missing anything in the top end of the draft unless I hear this missile that Mendoza is not going to be the first overall pick because he guaranteed is going to be. So the draft really starts there, but could the Raiders have something up their sleeve with what they do with Max Crosby and what they decide to do with him and how that affects teams? Because, like we said, if the Bengals are going to go out and lose Trey Hendrickson, and then come in and make a trade like that to gain the services of Dexter Lawrence, who turned 29 in November, Max Crosby is seen as a more dynamic defensive piece that can really turn around your defense. And we talked about is maybe Myles Garrett, another guy that's stuck on a bad team in the AFC that has some franchise quarterbacks that, if you're not set up correctly, you're probably not going to be able to compete with these top-level quarterbacks in the AFC. So what do? Do you keep Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett on the roster, or is now the time to cash in the money in the bank after Arvell Reese and David Bailey get traded tonight? Get yourself back into the first round. The Browns already have multiple first-round picks in this draft. Another edge rusher that was a top draft pick that could be on the move, Kevon Thibodeau of the New York Giants. They just drafted Abdul Carter, even though they moved on for Dexter Lawrence, but he is a clear as day interior defensive lineman. Thibodeau was an edge rusher coming out of Oregon. The same draft they drafted Evan Neal with those 2, 5, and 7 picks in the first round. The Giants have had a lot of they've had more than any other team picked with multiple first-round picks. I think the Browns are right up there, too, in recent memory, and they will do that once again as they did last year, too. But Abdul Carter was the first one last year. Thibodeau didn't live up to the hype of where he was drafted, and then they ended up making that Brian Burns trade. So they could still use Thibodeau in the pass rush rotation, but at the best, for whatever reason, if the best pass rusher is on the board at 5, can they pass on an Arvell Reese or a David Bailey? I don't think David Bailey's going to fall that far, but if Arvell Reese for some reason falls a little bit far like that, could they do that at 5 and then trade Thibodeau and put him on the market and team? No one's going to trade a first-round pick for Thibodeau tonight, but could he be a former first-round pick that could be on the move tonight, like with the Anthony Richardsons that was not only a first-round pick, but drafted in the top 10 and had high expectations that just hasn't worked out with his team, but could a guy like that be on the move? Brandon Ayuk, big contract. Obviously, San Francisco has really completely changed around their wide receiver room from the past couple of years. Deebo Samuel is no longer with them. I think he's still currently a free agent right now, if I believe correctly, still floating around out there. They just signed Mike Evans in the offseason, and Brandon Ayuk, since he signed that contract, things have went downhill with the San Francisco 49ers. It seems like there's a good chance that he's played his last play as well, and he could be maybe on the move. He's coming off a big-time injury, but the last season that we've seen him play a full season, he was extremely dynamic and a huge part of what got the 49ers offense to be that good and high level and put themselves in championship contention. So could a guy like that reclaim his career? We saw the Bills get aggressive switching coaches and going out and getting DJ Moore from the Bears. So the Bears open up spots for Luther Burden and Romeo Odunze to get more targets. So skill position, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, where are those guys going? Kenyon Sadiq. Out of those 3 guys, wide receiver and tight end, regardless of what we're talking about, wide receiver or tight end, out of those 3 guys, who's going to go first? I think if we're looking at position-wise, highest ceiling at wide receiver is Jordan Tyson. Highest wide receiver or tight end ceiling is Kenyon Sadiq. But biting at his heels is Eli Stowers, who probably won't go in the first round tonight. But if everything pans out for Eli Stowers and he can somehow figure out how to run block as a tight end, I mean, he could easily be the best tight end in the draft if he puts it all together, or find himself trying to play wide receiver, which I think that wouldn't go as well if he as opposed to him figuring it completely out at tight end. But, yeah, there's so much going on with the NFL draft. I feel like in years past, I don't know if it's just because it's in the era where like a lot of stuff gets leaked on social media and maybe it's not a little bit more chill, but I feel like back in the day we would see like crazy bombshells, like really just like right before the draft leading up to it that would just blow your complete mind. This draft really just doesn't produce that because we have Fernando Mendoza, who everybody's known since he had that Joe Burrow college season that it's just a wrap, and he definitely had high end talent that he was playing with at Indiana, but he didn't have those 5-star recruits, the Justin Jeffersons and the Jamar Chases of the world, and even Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who ended up being a first-round pick. Some of the guys on the defense side of the ball, like the Devin Whites of the world that he was playing with in college, that made it even more impressive. It was a bunch of 3-star recruits, even with a guy, Omar Cooper Jr., minus 1,800 to be a first-round pick tonight, which I thought that was pretty interesting because this was a guy that was like a second or third-round pick, even, when the season had just ended and people didn't really see him as that first-round pick. But as more stuff has come out during the NFL draft process, then people have obviously watched the tape and had a lot to reference about in big-time situations and games, even though that was the one thing that not only other people, but I also said myself that could Indiana actually win the national championship, which they did end up doing. But the reason why a lot of people questioned that, and that was the question going into the playoffs, was because a lot of that production for Fernando Mendoza until we saw it in the playoffs was against lower level competition, even with the Big Ten, because you had like Penn State down a little bit in some of those type of situations. And then they get to the playoffs and they start smacking everybody, and it just is what it is, and they couldn't be stopped. And that's just how good they were. And Kurt Signetti, hats off to him, because that was if we referenced the Joe Burrow, Fernando Mendoza type season, that was like the Ed Ogeron, Kurt Signetti type showing that we saw this past season with what they were able to do and what LSU was able to do back in the day with Ed Ogeron. So, yeah, Fernando Mendoza, the pick is in right now. He's about to go be a Raider. I see on the ESPN broadcast they're referencing Drew Bledsoe. I don't know if I'm too happy about that, because the guy calling the shots for the Raiders is the guy that ended up taking his position when Drew Bledsoe was the guy in New England in Tom Brady's a part of that Raiders organization now. So that's actually very ironic and funny to tie that all into each other. I kind of saw Fernando Mendoza, my comp, is like Kirk Cousins, who is now his teammate. And I'm not just saying that because of his teammate. I've been seeing that the entire way. And I think he's a little bit more dynamic. He's not a great runner. I think he is more athletic just in today's age of what quarterbacks, just more so as a guy to like where Kirk Cousins was coming out of the draft. He's definitely nowhere near as athletic as Fernando Mendoza. But Fernando Mendoza to today's NFL isn't as athletic, but that's not how he needs to get it done, because he's very accurate with his arm. But I see a lot of Kirk Cousins in Fernando Mendoza. I mean, you have the running back, you have the tight end, you just added to your offensive line. If you can keep building up that offensive line, you have a lot of investments at receiver. I don't know if they're going to pan out, though. You need to add some skill position. Do you go get Omar Cooper Jr. to help him out? And in rare fashion, too, Fernando Mendoza is not actually attending the draft, so he's actually with his family just celebrating right now. So he was just picked as we speak. So that ushers in the Raiders' new era of quarterback. We'll see who he's going to be surrounded with. He's got Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers. They've added to the offensive line. Defense needs some talent work. This is really a team that is the true essential team that's rebuilding. They got some guys that know what they're doing, that are calling the shots over there. They haven't been able to get it right. They haven't been able to carve out a consistent playoff contention championship window in the AFC in a very, very long time. Can finally getting their signal caller open up that window for the Las Vegas Raiders. And now we turn our attention to pick 2 with the New York Jets. And this is where it gets interesting, because it's either going to be most likely David Bailey or Arvell Reese. David Bailey is the favorite leading into the draft. Let's see if the odds have changed at all right now as we speak. If anybody that's watching live wants to comment in any fashion, if I'm missing it right now, we're live on multiple platforms. Let me check if I'm missing any chat feed or anything like that right now. But yeah, if anybody wants to drop any live comments on, Fernando Mendoza being ushered in to being the new signal caller of the Raiders, or what may happen, because a lot of people see the draft really starting now, after the most solidified pick in the entire 2026 NFL draft has just been made, and now the other 31 draft picks are able to be made. So yeah, we'll see if the popcorn and the fireworks begin now. Doing some producer work. We're going to promote a little bit real quick. But yeah, edge rusher, tackle. We'll see where tackle goes. We see the edge rushers come off the board. Could they be immediately followed by a skill position player? And what skill position player is that? Is it a wide receiver, a running back? There's been so much smoke with Jeremiah Love recently going being the next guy after not even just after both edge rushers, but he could be right after David Bailey or Arvell Reese in this 3 spot to the Arizona Cardinals. They just moved on from a former number 1 overall pick at quarterback a year after they had drafted a quarterback with the 10th overall pick, and it didn't work out. And Josh Rosen, the worst quarterback of that class, in a class that had so much talent at quarterback. Real big shame that they made a big whiff there, but moved on from Kyler Murray. As much as I love Jeremiah Love, if we're going to be traditional to what most people think positional value-wise, is it smart to take a running back at pick 3 when you have so many holes? But skill position-wise, you have Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, who had a great season last season, Trey Benson, who's a dynamic piece that could be a 3-headed monster for you, Jeremiah Love, that can not only run the ball out of the backfield and rush the ball out of the backfield, I should say, also receive the ball and line up at wide receiver and do it very effectively and just be a human joystick piece for you out there. And you have the power back, change of pace, and James Conner that can still be productive when given some tote and some volume as well. So I made the mention, you do all that, and then you follow it up and you parlay it with an Anthony Richardson trade for a back-end day 3 draft pick. Now we're thinking about a crazy – and, like, how – you got Anthony Richardson for a day 3 pick and take Jeremiah Love. You got, like, Jacoby Brissett asking for a pay raise on the roster. Like, you're not tying yourself into anything crazy. You're not like, Justin Fields' Jets contract or anything like that. And, they got rid of him to the Chiefs and everything. But, you're not crazy tied to Anthony Richardson. You're just kind of taking a flyer for a team that just, ushering in with a new offensive coach that comes from a really dynamic offensive coaching tree. That's what we're about to pick now, so let me tone it down a little bit, and we'll see what they do. Because, like I said, it was easy to talk through the Raiders pick. We already know what was going to happen. There is some speculation, although I do think it's about to be David Bailey. And let's pull up. I don't know if the odds are still going to be up since the pick is about to be made, but let's see. Looks like FanDuel's only offering like the 5th pick now, so it's like they're capping like the top of the draft. So this is where things are going to get interesting. There could be a lot of movement. I don't think they're capping the lines on the top of the draft just because of like potential things that could be going on behind the scenes, as a more opposed to like the time frame of the actual draft, and like they're just locked because of where they're at right now. So if you want to start getting in those like fringe top 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks and like the first round pick parlays and stuff like that, this is the time to do it. The betting options are going to slim down right after that. And 5 looks like it's locked right now. And David Bailey is the pick at number 2. As we expected, he closed at like the last time I saw the number was like minus 220. It was, somewhat of a debate, but he is the better prospect at the edge rusher position right now. A lot of people comp him out to be a Von Miller type of player. He's that athletic and that agile and quick. He's not the biggest guy, but he has good size in today's NFL, and his quickness can be very effective versus some of today's tackles. So David Bailey, a guy that played at 2 different big schools, ended up at Texas Tech. That was had a really good defense in that playoff. They obviously didn't have the playoff that they exactly wanted this past season, but they were a top team in their conference and in college football this season because of defensive players like that, along with another intriguing prospect in Jacob Rodriguez, and see where he goes. He was so dynamic, forced so many fumbles and turnovers this year for Texas Tech on that defense alongside David Bailey, and we'll see where he goes. I forget the interior defensive lineman from Texas Tech that was on tape playing with those guys as well, that a lot of people are enamored by. Maybe he finds himself. Lee Hunter. Lee Hunter is an intriguing prospect because, like when you test him not on a football field, you're like, oh man, this is not what I was seeing on tape. And then you turn that tape back on And you're like, dude, like I had to trust this tape because that's how good that tape is. So Texas Tech has some really good defensive defenders, most notably recently putting the best quarterback in the current NFL. I still believe that to be day when he's fully healthy, there is no guy like Patrick Mahomes that we've seen recently in the NFL at his position or overall because of some of the dynamic plays that he's able to make. And that's the most notable guy that Texas Tech has sent into the NFL recently. But having the second overall pick and David Bailey, that also, makes a big expectation for him, especially for a team that is lacking a lot of talent. And this is seen as like a cornerstone. You're going to be the guy next to Garrett Wilson, and you have to figure it out, and you have to hold your weight around here. So we'll see if this helps the Jets out and if he can have a productive rookie season. Doing some producer work real quick. Jets definitely need some pass rush. They just traded an interior pass rusher in Quinn Williams this past season to the Cowboys. The Cowboys elected to do that after moving on from Micah Parsons. That was an interior pass rusher with great size. They've been trying to get the edge rusher position locked up for quite some time and figure out what they're going to do there. And they kind of just like shedded everybody on their roster and are ushering in a complete new era, holding the 2nd and 16th pick, and not a bad way to start that by getting a great defender in David Bailey. Aaron Glenn, a defensive minded coach too, where we have a defensive coach that was just in Arizona and former defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon that got fired. Now they're moving on to an offensive coach, but the Titans just moved on to a defensive coach in Robert Saleh, who was the former Jets head coach and the former defensive coordinator of the 49ers for numerous stints. And, a lot of speculation could be, oh, this is a defensive guy. He wants to go and make his stamp and get a defensive player. That's not always the case. So I think with the Cardinals at pick 3 with Arvell Reese on the board, that could be very enticing. But can Jeremiah Love, is this where it goes? Is this where Jeremiah Love is going to end up at in the draft? And if so, he's still drafted a little bit too late because this, in my opinion, is by far the number 1 overall player in the draft. And I think even with a team that moved on from a former number 1 overall quarterback that we just mentioned in the Arizona Cardinals with Kyler Murray in that situation, I think a running back and you add him to that skill position group, even if, the Anthony Richardson thing, it is what it is. I'm just spitballing things together. But really, I do like Michael Wilson, Trey McBride. You got Paris Johnson in the fold as well as a former high draft pick. So you have invested in the less sexier positions. I think if you keep building out that skill position group, when you do find the right quarterback, you can make some noise. And you can make it soon, even in the division that is arguably the best division in football right now in the NFC West. So it looks like the Cardinals pick is in. I'm glad I'm live right now too, and I have been doing live NFL draft shows in recent memory. But I'm glad I'm not just like doom scrolling on social media like some drafts I have done in the past, and then every single pick is just getting completely leaked. And I'm not going to, even if I do see that on here, I'm not going to be leaking that. I'm actually just promoting on the numerous platforms that I'm going live on right now. But yeah, I hate seeing the leaks of the draft. It just ruins the entire draft. Mel Kiper, iconic running back hater, says David Bailey's right up there with Fernando Mendoza on his overall draft board just because he hates running backs and has said that he won't draft a running back in the first round. But Jeremiah Love completely changed that conversation, even though we've seen guys, even a draft that had my favorite player coming out of college in Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey in the same draft, and we saw both those guys go at 4 and 8, very, very high. Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley's, some of these other Jahmyr Gibbs, and we've seen some of these other really, really, really good running back draft prospects and them go high, and some guys that we haven't seen a running back get drafted until like the second round as the first running back drafted, just staying to that positional value thing. Off the top of my head, I remember DeAndre Swift when he was a consensus number 1 overall back coming out of Georgia when they had a lot of talent in that running back room with Nick Chubb as well. He wasn't drafted until pick what 35 by the Lions, and he wasn't a first round pick, but he was a guy that could do a little bit of everything too, and that's also what Jeremiah Love provides. So the Cardinals pick is in right now. Let's react. Wow, man. Oh man, I'm smiling ear to ear right now, man. Sheesh. You. I love that pick. I love that pick. That's the best player on the board right now. That's the best player on the board. And before the draft started, that was the best player on the board. Not your favorite position. I would have loved to see a running back break down that recent memory barrier and get to pick one. Wasn't going to happen with Fernando Mendoza, but wow, man. Being a Notre Dame guy, I'm so happy for Jeremiah Love right now. Tremendous pick. You fill out that skill position we were just talking about. Now you got Michael Wilson. You have Trey McBride at tight end. You have Marvin Harrison Jr., who's going to have a better season with now the threat of that. You have 3 running backs you can use in Trey Benson and James Conner. You have an offensive line high draft investment in Paris Johnson. You got to figure out quarterback, but when you do figure out quarterback, this offense is going to completely take off. I love this pick from the Arizona Cardinals, and I think their new head coach coming from the tree that he comes from, and the dynamic coaching tree being from that McVay coaching tree. I think even Sean McVay's like, damn, I wish I could have got my hands on this player. So, wow. I'm just flabbergasted that this actually happened, because I feel like there's a lot of smoke sometimes when guys do had the hype that, like, can that actually happen? But like running back, we just don't see it. And Mike LaFleur, I just really trust him as the coach to be able to get the most out of Jeremiah Love, and I think that's a big reason why this pick. And I'm tweeting right now. I'll read the tweet to you as I post it. And what I am tweeting is Jeremiah Love is going to reach his full potential or ceiling with Mike LaFleur scheming him up. And I truly do believe that. I love that pick, man. And I just love when teams take the risk too, because even if it doesn't work out, I just don't. I think he's just bust proof because of the dynamic piece that he is, and it just sounds stupid because running backs are always like that. But this isn't a guy that's coming in, like we said, with a lot of wear and tear, because he split some carries with Jadarian Price, even though he was the focal point. But you know, this guy is just so dynamic in what he's able to do. And I referenced that run versus Penn State in the playoffs where he's breaking tackles versus Abdul Carter and just getting into the end zone by any means. And he just made a lot of money for himself. So I already see some hate from a guest that I'm going to be bringing on, so we'll see what he has to say with it. But I think he's just an iconic Notre Dame hater, so we'll reveal him a little bit later. But yeah, we'll bring that up. We'll open that can of worms when we get down the line to there. Dropping this post on all my social media real quick, but Jeremiah Love, let's see what he has to say. First top 5 running back selected since Saquon Barkley. We've seen Saquon Barkley, his peak in New York and his peak in Philadelphia. 2 players a lot of people would love to have their hands on, especially that Philadelphia version of Saquon Barkley. Not the same player, not built the same way, like frame-wise, physique-wise. Kind of a lot of people see a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs in Jeremiah Love, and Jeremiah Love, Jahmyr Gibbs right now has his name right up there as the best running back in the entire NFL. I'm telling you, man, Jeremiah Love has the potential to be better than Jahmyr Gibbs. And I truly believe that, and I'll stand by that statement. That opens things up at pick 4 now. I know the Titans are, punching air now, but Arbel Reese, they have a defensive-minded coach. We're going to actually flip it around and buy back into that narrative, and I think Arbel Reese is going to be the pick here for the Titans. And I think they're running this pick up to the board because I do believe that Arvell Reese is just the guy that's going to be right here. Maybe it's Sonny Styles as a little bit of a curveball. I know there's been some smoke about like I can't take Carnell Tate over Arvell Reese on the board, like Ohio State options. I don't even think I could take Carnell Tate. Not even I don't think I could. I would not take Carnell Tate over Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs. He would be the fourth Ohio State guy that I draft in this position. So I really think it has to be Arvell Reese, and they ran this pick all the way up to the board. So I'm posting right now. Defensive coach taking over. Buy into him getting his guy Arvell Reese to be the pick here for the Titans at 4. Wow, they just went Carnell Tate. And he is the first wide receiver off the board. Wow, that really makes things interesting for the Giants and what they could do. And do we start seeing a trade up situation for Arvell Reese, who could possibly slip out of the top 5 here, depending on how the board and the way the Giants see the board? Because I feel like for the Giants and what they're doing, like what the Giants are thinking is like that was best case scenario for Arvell Reese to drop to them or like David Bailey. And now that it's actually happened, it was kind of far fetched for it to happen. They might have been completely sold on the opposite situation of like going in a different direction, and now they're trying to just like thrown in the spot, like, oh man, now we actually have this option. Should we do that? And I think that would, that's what I'm tweeting right now. I think that's very interesting because that's something that I think is like, there's another one. I'll fix that real quick. But I think that's like a very very valid thing to get the question. And the Giants are running their pick up to the board too. So the way that the board's falling, all these teams are like, "Wow, this is best case scenario." Can like the Giants, Ohio State was on the board. Caleb Downs, could he be the next Ohio State player picked? Whew, that is a curveball, and that's been the smoke that could happen. But I don't know. I'm glad that I didn't I wasn't tied to like any of those bets. I saw some people talk about that. I thought really Jordan Tyson has the higher ceiling. That's the way that I would go, but. And we're getting an Ian Rappaport treat that the Browns and Chiefs have been deep talks on a trade to send Casey up to the 6th overall pick and Cleveland back to pick 9. Oh, now we're starting to see the dominoes fall in different directions, and it all happened because that Cardinal Tate and Jeremiah Love back-to-back skill position players going above a pass rusher to make things and open things up here. And the Chiefs have actually officially made that trade and are on the clock for pick 6. Man, I mean, Jeremiah Love's not on the board, so that would be a disaster for the NFL. They got Andy Reid gets Brian Westbrook even more dynamic 2.0. Is Kenyon Sadiq in play at 6? Is Kenyon Sadiq in play for the Chiefs via trade up after the run on skill position players that we just saw? That's what I am asking myself right now. And the Giants pick hasn't even officially been picked, but um, they're also going to pick at pick 10. They ran this pick in just like the other teams have been running the picks in. So far, we have a pretty fast pace and things are really kicking off so far. I mean, sheesh. We're going to have a guest to come on and actually talk about the rival Dallas Cowboys in a little bit as well. So we'll have that. I think I had that set up around like 9 o'clock ish. So we got about 20 minutes until that starts. And that should line up right around where the Cowboys draft at. And we get the official terms of the Chiefs Browns trade. The Chiefs get 6, and the Browns get 7, 9, 74, and 141. So we talked about the Chiefs or the Browns getting and accumulating more picks, but more so from a Myles Garrett trade. They just move back in the draft at pick 9. They feel like they can get a guy that they feel comfortable with at that spot, and the Chiefs are going all in. And they didn't. They still have that second first round pick after the trade up. So if anybody's feeling crazy right now with the comments, I know you guys are probably speculating and having your own type of thoughts of what's going on. I see we got a decent amount of live viewers in here. If I'm missing any of the chats, I'll try and run through and see if that is the case. But yeah, if anybody feels free, and also like I said, I'm taking live calls along with the guests that I'm doing. So if anybody wants to message me, if I see it in time on my social media or wherever you message that, if you're happen to have my number or something like that, you can shoot me a text and we can set something up because I'd love to get everybody's opinion, get some variety on here, along with the guests I already have set up. But a lot of wrinkles to start the 2026 NFL draft, and that's exactly how we love to see it. And analyst-wise, I got to feel some type of way, and it sounds like I'm emotionally connected to the Titans of reacting in that type of manner. I'm kind of happy, like, if the 4th overall pick you wasted on Carnell Tate, if I'm a fan of other teams and I'm looking at it from the Eagles fandom perspective, go ahead and waste that pick on a guy that I think shouldn't be drafted that high and then start the run on those position players. I mean, the Eagles might be in the mix to need a receiver depending on how their roster shapes out with that wide receiver room. But I said already, they already had their wide receiver one on the roster, and you start getting certain positions to the dominance to fall there and guys getting picked out of their range. And then now teams could be obligated to take that position even more heavily, opening up spots for the Quinyon Mitchells to drop to you like they did in the Super Bowl year for the Eagles. And even like a guy like Cooper DeJean that you have to trade up for, but falling out of the first round and then lands into your hands at a position of need. That was a huge position of need going into that draft that not only got shored up, but name me another time that a team has hit that hard on one position that parlayed them right into a Super Bowl with two guys at the same position. I know one's an outside corner, and one's more so a safety hybrid type slot nickel, and Cooper DeJean that does a couple different things for the Eagles. And Quinyon Mitchell's your traditional lockdown corner, but two guys in the secondary that just completely turned things around for the Eagles very quickly and got them right back into the Super Bowl and made them win the Super Bowl. Coming back from commercial break on ESPN, so the Giants pick's about to happen. This is going to really decide things because if a team that has just won the Super Bowl numerous times in recent memory gets their hands on a player that they shouldn't, things could get scary. So the Giants are making the pick right now. Roger Goodell is announcing it with some special guests up here on stage. Sorry for the dead air here. I'm just trying to update myself if we see anything more going on social media so I can fill you guys in. And yes, Arvell Reese is the guy that is selected by the New York Giants at pick 5 overall. Not that I spoiled that or anything because it just went live on my TV, so I actually do apologize if anybody's watching this live. They're not completely caught up to that. I'll be better with that. I said I wasn't going to do that, but yeah, the pick is in with Arvell Reese being the guy. And yeah, he falls into your lap here. You might have had plans for another Ohio State guy. um, and he falls into your lap, you it was your best case scenario that this could happen, and it did end up happening. And you might have been completely committed to something else, but you got to change your train of thought because this is just a value that you can't pass up on. And Arvell Reese also off-ball linebacker and still learning like the pass rush game where he's dynamic as a pass rusher, but still has a lot of room to grow. That's why he didn't go in front of David Bailey. He's not solidified at that position yet, but he's still building on that tool set, and he can play off-ball as well as on-ball on the line of scrimmage, set the run, set the edge, rush the passer, and his better days in the pass rushing department are probably ahead of him, and he's an athletic freak. So not a bad pick at all when you add all those factors into his game plan. So what about Reese? So I'm working on getting my guest now. We're trying to negotiate an exact time to get on because he's a little bit busy. About to send him the link, and then he's going to pop in. And he's going to shoot me a text beforehand. So we'll have some Cowboys draft analysis. They're about to be on the board, and they also hold 2 picks in the draft. So definitely going to be interested to see this opinion from somebody that I respect and their Cowboys opinion. That's pretty plugged into sports media. And I'm not the biggest Arvell Reese guy, but you saw like I was pounding the table once he like fell there to the Giants at 5, and not and I'm also a Eagles fan, obviously, but they had the pass rush rotation. It was going to be interesting to what they do at pick 5, but this is also a guy, like we said, that can play off ball. You put him in the middle of your defense, and he can do a little bit of everything. And if you do hold on to Kayvon Thibodeau, and you have like 4 guys that can really rush the passer, and then one can really drop back and really give you that type of element, they still need to shore up the interior around those guys. But hey, it's not bad to have a full rotation of young pass rushers that are really, really skilled that could really make a difference for you. And we've already seen the impact that Brian Burns has been able to make. We'll just see the impact that those guys can make on the edge without that interior piece and Dexter Lawrence in the lineup anymore. So now the Chiefs are on the board. I said the Giants are going to possibly hold the keys to one of these New York teams. When a team that's won the Super Bowl as many times as the Chiefs and put themselves in that conversation to win the Super Bowl as many times as the Chiefs had in recent memory, and they trade up already at pick 9, having 2 first-round picks, and not giving up one to get to pick 6 right outside of the top 5 with some really good players still on the board. I don't think they're moving all the way up here for a tackle. I think tight end could be on board. Can we see Kenyon Sadiq reach his draft height ceiling? I think the earliest people could see him go maybe was the spot, not to the Browns themselves, but I don't even know if people saw him in the 6th spot and reaching this high of a draft position. I don't know if I'm throwing too much smoke out there and leading in that direction, but it seems like something on the sexier side could be happening for the Kansas City Chiefs soon, and they could be eyeing up skill position as there's a run. We'll see. That's how I may be seeing it right now. That's a piece I think their offense will be very dynamic in that way. But they just got rid of a corner, so maybe they add to the defense side of the ball. And Mansour Delane becomes the first cornerback drafted in 2026. So they move on from Trent McDuffie, immediately replace him with Mansour Delane and be a trade up without giving up that second first round pick. Good move from the Chiefs. I like that a lot. Like that a lot. Good draft pick. Especially you start to see the skill position guys go. Maybe that's the direction where you saw where I was leading, and maybe that's where I could see teams pointing at. You go and shore up the opposite side. That is a guy that can go out and cover all those guys. So I like that a lot. Good size, best corner in the draft. I knew he was going to go. Like the odds were kind of creeping up. He's the first defensive back drafted, so he's a great player. I like him a lot. Also, if you watch like Mansour Delane's tape, he actually like creates a lot of turnover type situations and can give you the ball back on offense, which I think is an element that the Chiefs definitely support because at the end of the day, like you can have a lockdown corner, but if he's just locking up and strapping up guys, but he's not giving the ball back on the other side and taking some risks, there's going to be those times where he does get beat, and just the plus minus there is just not going to be there to where maybe a guy's a little bit more risky, like that Asante Samuel type. You can't be having numbers where like Trevon Diggs are giving up the most yards in the league and then getting picks as well. But if you can tame it a little bit more and create Turner-like situations, maybe 3 to 4 picks a year, get a couple of deflections where your safety comes in and makes some plays, you're a linebacker, and get the ball back to your offense. And having such a good offense with the Chiefs, even though they'll be without Patrick Mahomes for a little bit of the season, coming back from that injury, I mean, that's an element. That's something that he provides in his game. So I think some people kind of are a little hesitant on corners because they don't have the best ball skills. That's something that, with as good as Quinion Mitchell is, he's still working on in Philadelphia, is his ball skills, being a top level, the first cornerback drafted in his draft class. But Mansour Delane has already made some plays on the ball in his career, and I expect him to do that in the NFL as well. I like this pick to be a trade up, like I said, without giving up another first round pick and still having that option at 29 for the Chiefs. Media plug and plays too. I mean, like we said, Trent McDuffie, numerous All Pro, numerous Super Bowl champion. Get him out. You get some fresh young blood in there. Reset on a rookie contract, even though you draft him at 6, you're going to pay him a decent amount of money, but it's less than the contract you'd be paying a guy Trent McDuffie that's already has the accolades that he has. Even though you hope that Mansour Delane grows into those exact accolades, that type of player for you as well. That's the right move for the Chiefs too. I feel like that helps them now, helps them for the future, replaces what they just did for. They used the asset that they just got, even though they used the latter part of the asset, the top draft pick to replace that. But now you get one of the most important defensive positions to go cover all those crazy receivers and skill position guys that you have in the NFL, and you do that netting the draft pick from a guy you just traded that exact position that was a very high level player that, like I said, is owed a lot of money now, and now you reset that on a rookie contract, even though he was a top pick and we paid a lot. So fair play. I like that a lot. Now Washington, NFC East team, all these teams are just picking right away. I don't know if I'm talking in between. I'm just kind of slipping up, but I feel like in years past we kind of seen the clock run and drain down a little bit, but the Washington Commanders have put their pick already in at pick 7. Caleb Downs would look great for that secondary. I will say that. They haven't had a good safety there in a long, long time. They've been lacking not only at safety but corner as well. I think a safety, as much as they have other holes that they need to fill in Washington, I think safety could really benefit them as well if they want to go that route and get a guy like Caleb Downs. As we have the pick about to be announced from Roger Goodell, so we'll lock in and see what he has to say. And it is Ohio State. It is defense, but his name is not Caleb Downs, and he doesn't play in the secondary. It's actually Sonny Styles, which a lot of people consider the best player available on the board, and a position at off-ball linebacker where off-ball linebacker or safety, I mean, this is one of the craziest athletes we've ever seen come out of the NFL draft. So we'll see if he can immediately impact and change that defense. I mean, Washington was just so old outside of Jaden Daniels. It just seemed like they just had so many band-aids with veteran guys that were trying to get production and just squeeze all the juice out of the sponge or just all the juice out of the lemon and try to get the best out of these guys that were kind of past their prime a little bit. And now they get a young superstar that is just an absolute freak. I mean, when we like, it seems like you say the word lightly and you hear that a lot, but I mean, this dude is just like the definition of an absolute specimen. 6'4", 240, runs sideline to sideline, can rush the passer a little bit. He could also be kind of in that range. He's definitely more off ball than Arvell Reese is, but he can rush the passer with that size and maybe grow into that a little bit as well. Plays the pass coverage game crazy. Can stun your offensive lineman, rushing the passer and filling holes and gaps in the run game. I mean, I love off-ball linebackers, man, but I'm not lying about this kid. This kid is special, Sonny Styles, and now that's somebody that the Philadelphia Eagles have to deal with when they game plan versus the Washington defense. I mean, the measurables are just ridiculously insane. It's just overwhelming with a guy like that and what the ceiling could possibly be for him. So you can completely understand that pick, and that's very justified. And they need an ejection. They need like a captain. Like I said, they had all the veterans on the other side of the ball. They moved on from Montez Sweat a couple of years ago. They moved on from Chase Young, two guys that they drafted high, edge rushers at important positions. And since their defense really hasn't had, besides Bobby Wagner holding it down as a vet, like they need like an identity. And I think this helps them carve out an identity. You pair him with the defensive tackle Newton you drafted a couple of years ago. Start to get some young guys on that defense. Start to get a lot younger. And you finally just get a face for the defense as you had the Jaden Daniels on offense, and now Sonny Styles, even being an off-ball linebacker, is the quarterback of your defense and the face of your defense for years coming forward. And Mel Kiper is referencing the potential pass rushing that we could see from him, and I definitely agree with that. So now Caleb Downs is that lone Ohio State out of the Fantastic Four with a Mount Rushmore up there that's sitting on the board still. And if the things go the way that the Giants hope, could Caleb Downs fall to them at 10? I think that's what they're screaming about in their draft room, in their war room right now, and they're hoping to see happen. I'm just going to get a quick little, seeing potential teasers online here. It looks like they were posted like a long time ago. I want to make sure my stream is completely up to stream and watching the draft one's 100% up to date here. So, I'm not somehow behind and, announcing picks later. I know everybody's on a different totem pole with the streaming apps and where they're watching and on what platform, but the Saints pick is in. And I actually just saw the spoiler online, which sucks, but it's interesting. Actually, if you watch the draft betting show, this pick actually hits the exact like over under right on the teeter of the seesaw for this player. And we specifically actually draft position wise over under number of position. This was the only player that we even referenced their number for. So if you watched that show earlier today, you know exactly what I'm referencing. But not to spoil that pick or anything, but this is an interesting one. This is a nice pairing. I like this because now this adds more talent to a position that you need to upgrade, but you also do have a little bit of talent there already. So this could help get the Saints back on track. I like this move, but once it gets announced, we'll break it down a little bit more as well. I'm definitely not going to be jumping ahead like it says on my stream that the Saints pick is in. I'm not going to start to talk about other if I see spoilers online and this pick hasn't even been announced, and then I'm trying to announce the talk about the pick that happened a couple picks. I'm not going to be doing all that, and I don't think I'm going to be that far behind at all. And I'm not that far behind. I know I'm not. So yeah, it's not going to be a cause of concern. So you don't have to worry about that. But I assume at some point I will have to take like some sort of like bathroom break. I am drinking some water here, but we'll try and find like the best pocket of time to be able to do that, and hopefully we can just contain it to one. Did drink a full water bottle, but I made sure I didn't completely hydrate like I normally do, so that I'm not just running in and out of the stream, producing and hosting the stream. But it's inevitable at some point, but hopefully we can hold it in. I've seen other people say before, like play by play, because I've been doing play by play too, and I've been, wrestling tournaments. They sometimes go long, especially if you're doing like a try or a quad, depending on like the pace of the entire tournament or whatever. But I've seen some people say like they've been holding it in, like UFC announcers and stuff, holding it in for ridiculous amounts of time and stuff, and like I have yet to come across that issue with play-by-play between football and the high school football that I've done this past season for Delsey Regional High School on the Han Broadcasting Network. Go check that out on YouTube and all different social media. I'm actually bringing on the second half of Han Broadcasting to talk some Eagles and overall NFL draft analysis in a couple, probably like about an hour. So we'll have that. We'll have Sean Red Hot Locks Redden on the podcast live, who is my co-commentator for play-by-play. But yeah, I haven't come across the issue with the bathroom situation, even with the long events I've done for that so far. I also produce and commentate those as well. So I'm the producer and the commentator. So I try. I don't even bury that thought in my brain for it to like somehow come to light one day. I don't even think about that. And it has yet to be an issue. No tackle off the board. We're almost at pick 10 here. No tackles. I know a lot of people like to see that. The Chiefs have already picked at pick 9. They were probably going to hope that the tackle stayed to them, but they obviously had a plan to get a corner and the number one corner, and that's what they did do. But if they stayed at pick 9, that corner wasn't on the board, and the Saints, a team that they could have easily leapfrogged in front of to get Mansour Delane, New Orleans, Louisiana, playing at LSU guy, then this could be the spot where we start to see tackles go right around these picks, right around this range. As the Saints pick is about to come in. Decent charge on the laptop still, but we'll have to plug that in as well. Got an outlet right here. Got to make sure my charging cord reaches all the way that far. If not, figure out a solution. Maybe switch the setup a tad bit and rearrange a little bit. And Jordan Tyson goes at pick 8. So that's what I was referencing. You pair that, you already have talent at the wide receiver position with Chris Olave. Has a little bit of durability issues with those concussion concerns. Um, Alvin Kamara, one of the better skill position players of his generation at running back, who was one of the best receiving running backs that we've ever seen in the NFL. Um, that seems like I don't know how much longer he's going to be in New Orleans, and it kind of seems like he's not the exact same player that he used to be. So you need to juice up that offense a little bit, and especially with a young quarterback, you go out and get him a weapon in Tyler Shugg like this. I'm not a big Tyler Shugg guy, but he did have a decent rookie season. Then you go out and get another weapon around him with Chris Olave and South Jersey guy and Juwan Johnson at tight ends, and now you're cooking with some steam. Can't rely on, Alvin Kamara out of the backfield, receiving back forever with Taysom Hill gadget plays to be your entire offense outside of Chris Olave. You got to figure it out. And Juwan Johnson, like I said, not just being a South Jersey guy myself, but he is a pretty good receiving tight end. And you keep adding to the receiving core with guys that are different options, and you'll see more expedited production progression of Tyler Shugg, since he's already pretty mature at that age that he already is. Jordan Tyson should have definitely been that first wide receiver, in my opinion, drafted, but didn't happen. I was pretty shocked that it didn't happen in that way, but hey, a good pick for the Saints. And Jordan Tyson, the thing about him, a lot of people I keep hearing Time Ward's name that coached him, one of his coaches at Arizona State, um, definitely had an impact on him. And he made like Einsworth wasn't as athletic as like Jordan Tyson is. Obviously, one of the better receivers of his generation. I think he's a dirty player, being a Ravens guy growing up. That's a story for another day. Really good blocker. A lot of those dirty crackbacks that they took out of the NFL that you can't do anymore. But with Jordan Tyson, like the acrobatic type of catches and like the radius of catches that he can make with that athleticism is like something that not too many other receivers in this entire draft possess. So that's why I believe he's the most talented receiver in this draft. And Lewis Riddick is referencing it now, which I completely agree on too. This is like the receiver. I banged the drum back in the day on Justin Jefferson. He's not limited to being a slot receiver. He could play X, Y, or Z for your offense. And this is Jordan Dyson can do the same exact thing where Jamar Chase lines up all over the place for the Bengals, even with T. Higgins, just to scheme him open. And he just will cook any defense back that you put in front of him. And we've seen that for how many years now? And this is a guy that's getting very emotional. I think the reason why he's getting very emotional is because there's been a lot of doubt about his durability, if I had to speculate at all, and how he will hold up in the NFL draft. There's no question. I don't think anybody has ever questioned his talent ability. Having a brother that also plays in the NBA, that's playing in an NBA playoff game right now for the Cavs. But this is a guy that has athleticism, pedigree. The durability issues and the injuries have just been on his resume that have been putting, you know, not the greatest narrative out there about him. So I think that's why you see the release of emotion here is because he finally has made his NFL dream be realized, and he can finally start working on silencing some of the doubters. This kind of makes me feel like the Ted McMillan type situation because like Arizona State also as well. I know like Jordan Tyson's played at other schools and stuff, but Arizona State like they play against really good competition. They're not like the biggest craziest program that's like carving stuff out. I kind of feel like it's like Ted McMillan, where he was coming out of Arizona, and not only like there's a little skepticism, but I think it's also just because you're not getting like that high level school, and there's always a little bit of doubt when you draft the skill position players like that from there. But hey, I think this dude is legit. The Browns traded back to pick 9, and since the Saints pick got announced, the Browns are right in there. There's some positions that they'd love to get their hands on that are still on the board, and we talked about the Chiefs staying put at 9, tackle being on the board for them. As it looks like we're about to get our one guest to talk about the Cowboys on here. Set that up real quick. So it looks like we'll be bringing on the Cowboys guest that we have. It's tapped into sports media in the very short. He wants the entire link. Get that sent over there. But yeah, like I said, at pick 9, whoever's picking this 9 slot with tackle still on the board, You get the best tackle in the draft or your choice of tackle, who you believe that guy is at pick 9. Positional value wise, a lot of people would say that is the smart decision to make. Browns haven't hit on that offensive lineman the way that they've been trying to the past couple drafts that they've been in that type of position. But I mean, I think that is a good spot. And now the Giants have already ran their pick in as well. Wow. And the Giants drift a tackle. So now they drifted edge rusher and a tackle once again in the first round at a fifth when they've had a fifth pick and another first round pick that was a top 10 pick. That's crazy. I think that's very interesting. When you break it down like that, Giants have once again gone edge and tackle with two top 10 NFL draft picks. Last time they did that, it didn't work out. And you think about Kevon Thibodeau and Evan Neal being drafted there as an Eagles fan. I mean, I think getting the tackle right there, I think that is a wow. The Cowboys have just gotten into the spot. So we'll see if our guest is able to available to come right on right now. We talked about the possibility and setting this time frame based off of them and Jerry Jones being aggressive in the draft and trading up. So now the Cowboys are on the board and move up with the Miami Dolphins, and there's a lot of good names on the board. I think Caleb Downs could definitely be in play right here. They lost out on the Sonny Styles, which I know a lot of Cowboys fans early in the draft process were huge on. But could Caleb Downs, just one of the outright best players available, still on the board, be here? And the Cowboys have already ran that pick to the after the trade to the podium. And last time we saw NFC East specific like 10 through 12 range like movement, that was the infamous Devontae Smith. That hold on one second, my bad. My phone going off here. But that was the infamous Devontae Smith, Micah Parsons swap for the third round pick trade from 10 and 12. And that obviously worked out more so for the Eagles' favor, even though Micah's one of the best players in the league, is no longer a Dallas Cowboy. And now Devontae Smith looks like he could be the wide receiver one in Philadelphia if AJ Brown is moved. So the trenches, the Giants go once again. We talked about that Dallas trade, but after whiffing on Evan Neal and Kevon Thibodeau, they once again go edge and tackle in the top 10 of the NFL draft. That might be the quote of the draft right here. The first thing that comes out of Francis Maioga's mouth, I'll die for this shit, man. That's the first thing that he says. That's an absolute bomb right there. That's classic on live TV. I think ESPN's got their exposure with crazy live mic talk from their deal that just expired with the UFC recently, and some of the crazy stuff people are saying on there after fights and post fight stuff. And I'm obviously tapped into the UFC world a lot with that, but uh, that's funny. That's one of the first things that comes out. But yeah, once you start seeing positions get tapped into, then other teams feel pressure. They need to go out and make something happen, even if it's trade up or stay in their spot. And they already had themselves positioned there, and now they got to pivot and go somewhere else. So a tackle get drafted, and then another one to follow it up. So a wide receiver go at pick 4, even though we thought it was going to be a different one, and then another one go a couple picks after. With all the shocking stuff with Jeremiah Love going at like pick 3, even though, like I said, he's the best player in the draft, but the Giants come recycling back to that trend of edge and tackle at 5 and 10, I think so far has been the craziest thing that we've seen so far. Even with the Chiefs trading up a little bit too, I think they always were in play because they were right in striking range of like a spot that they're not really going to see too often and may never see again in the Patrick Mahomes era. With Andy Reid as the head coach, even though they started off the tenure with Andy Reid in Kansas City with the number 1 overall pick at tackle in one of the worst draft classes that we've ever seen, that ended up only producing one good player, but that player is a Hall of Fame level at one of the most important positions. And I think there is a little bit of speculation. Even himself said he may not deserve the Hall of Fame just based off of him being suspended low-key twice, which not too many people know actually happened with Lane Johnson. But Lane Johnson from that draft class back in the day when the Chiefs held the number 1 overall pick and three tackles went in the top 4 of the draft with Deion Jordan, edge rusher, sandwiched in there. Another whiff from Oregon on the edge position. So maybe that's just where you got to steer clear of. But yeah, Lane Johnson was by far the best player of that draft class. And like I said, we're probably very close to having our next guest on for Cowboys. I'm expecting we talked about him reacting to the pick, and they have 2 first-round picks, but via trade up, I've sent him the link, and he'll probably be on extremely soon after this pick is made. So it'll definitely be good to get that insight, and we'll have him react to the Giants picks and the Washington picks and some of the other things in the NFC East, see what he thinks about the Eagles and just in general NFC East focus talk, just like how we had the Ravens on earlier and talked about some AFC North. If you're watching right now and I haven't mentioned your team yet because they're not on the board, maybe they don't have a first-round pick, or you just have some interesting insight or something you want to get off your chest about your favorite team, then, chat is always open, or send me a message on here and I'll do my best to bring that topic to light. Looks like we are going to have to get closer to an outlet for the charger real quick. Let me fix my setup here. Not get too far out of the range. I can always manipulate it. Yeah, you got to improvise on the fly. Maybe a Ty Simpson type of guy as opposed to like a Fernando Mendoza. That's one thing too. As I'm going to set this charger up real quick so I'm not messing anything up. But and Fernando Mendoza make plays off script too, because we see a lot of guys that teams like really like the guys that can keep it on script and stay within the scheme. But is he a guy that when you pick him with the number 1 overall pick, I feel like most people they like the safe guy that's going to make the right plays, and that you always want a quarterback that's going to make the right decision. That's exactly what you expect from your quarterback. But can you get a guy that when things go off script, he can also make plays because you are spending that high draft investment being the number 1 player drafted in your draft. And if a quarterback can't improvise like that, you would have to consider a Jeremiah Love that's considered like the best player available in the draft to many people. He's somebody that, can take a run to the house at any point in time. It doesn't matter. So that's an element to your offense that always when you get off script and you can't run your scheme, and that happens, like you see it in all different types of sports, when you can't implement your entire offensive game and you need to have a pivot, what are you going to be able to do to make that happen? And Caleb Downs finally goes, and the Cowboys trade up via. I just told you that that's what I thought the speculation was going to be, and the Cowboys do trade up to get Caleb Downs onto the roster. So, like I said, this dude had the 7th highest odds before this past college football season 2 being the number 1 overall pick. And if he played a more sexy position, maybe got a little bit more tote at like cornerback and could play like a nickel, which I do think he can play. But if he was really on tape, like covering guys like in those type of situations, like consistently more so in like a cornerback type of role and showcasing that nickel type ability, then I think that he could have went a lot higher than the slot. Sorry for my background looking a little wonky right now. I had to move some things around. I don't have an extension cord, so I'm working with the stock Mac charger that I got here, but still got the banners in the background. Nothing really changed too much here. Still got the seam set up. So looks a little bit different. We're on a little bit of a slant, but don't really care. I got OCD, so this slant kind of does make me a little upset, but whatever. But yeah, we should have reaction to the Cowboys pick very soon. Um, that's interesting, man. Jerry's known to go out and hunt for BPA, and I can't say that's not a bad pick. Let's see what the trade results are here. There's only one slot, so I assume like the value chart would like say that that's probably like a fourth or a fifth attached to that trade to make that happen. We'll see. Cowboys trade get pick 11, and they trade to the Dolphins pick 12, number 177, 180. So two picks that are pretty close to each other, 177 and 180, but they don't give them anything like, a day 2 pick or anything like that. So that's a good trade. I like that. Not too happy about them getting a dynamic player for the defense, being an Eagles fan. So now the Eagles have to deal with Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs on one side of the ball, and Arbel Reese. But and that's what I'm tweeting right now is the Eagles now have to deal with all 3 top consensus Ohio State defenders in the NFC East from this 2026 NFL draft class, which sucks. All these positional value things, I keep mentioning it because that's the way that these NFL draft analysts that set up all these mocks that you get enamored by if you're that NFL draft sicko. I'm one of the people that more so I don't care about any of that. If I'm watching a guy fly sideline to sideline, whether he plays off-ball linebacker, he's a tweener type guy, doesn't fit the billing. I mean, I'm not going to go out there and overreach. I do think that there is some limitations to Ruben Bain that it will affect his career a little bit with that arm issue. But for the most part, like running backs, I don't care if you're a true ball player and you go out there and make things happen. And it might not be at the position that most people want to spend the highest investments on. If you're that big of a true impact player, I think it's always going to be worth it. And I always will beat the drum in that situation. As we'll see all the Cowboys fans come with the woodworks tack like they're the life changing draft pick just occurred for the Dallas Cowboys that is really going to change the direction of their franchise and finally get them over this historic 30-year NFL or NFC championship list run that they're on currently. And now we see another tackle go off the board to Miami with Caden Proctor. Maybe they were trying to get a wide receiver here to retool after getting rid of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Tyreek Hill's still out there and available for teams. We'll see if maybe the Chiefs held off to get a reunion with Tyreek Hill when he gets back healthy. Maybe that's one of the things that they're thinking about. But good pick for them. But they need to help out Devin Achane and figure out that quarterback situation. I see some other Eagles fans showing a little bit concerned from some of the NFC East defenders that now have to be dealt with. But at the end of the day, these teams have also, Seem like they've gotten track record or momentum. We know how the NFC East story goes without the Eagles in recent memory. Take them out of the equation a little bit, but this is a division that kind of flip flops the division winner very often, and that there's been a sequence and trend like that for quite some time. So, um, I like Caleb Downs and pick 11 with whatever team that you're selecting as. So that's definitely good value right there. But I mean, looks like we're about to have the guess. Just received the text back, so we should have a live Cowboys reaction now. Very excited to talk about that and talk about the NFC East and get the binoculars and the lenses on that demographic. So about to get that conversation ramped up here as the Rams look like their pick is in, and the Rams have an interesting spot themselves, kind of like the Chiefs. Chiefs picking a little bit higher. They obviously made the offseason trade. The Rams had that 29th pick with the 13th from the Atlanta trade, and now they just stay at 13. Got rid of the 29 for Trent McDuffie, and we'll see what they do here. There's still some good players on the board that can definitely make an impact for the Rams defense or offense if that's what they want to go. But I feel like this could be an addition to the defense because their offense is pretty filled out right now, even though they could tend to go the route of like just overpowering the offense and just getting a crazy like Kenyon Sadiq type player and screwing everybody over, which would be scary. And tight end is a spot where the Rams haven't had the most amount of production, but do they still want to add to that when they could get like more of a traditional type player that could do like dirty work for them that could really help their team out because they have a lot of high end talent at the skill position players already. And we have our guest on for the Cowboys. Let's bring him in right now. What's going on, Zach? How we doing?
What's up, other Zach? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. How we feeling after the trade up, move up one spot? I just referenced the last time we saw an NFC East trade. Not to bring up any PTSD, but it was around the 10 to 12 range. Devontae Smith for Micah Parsons and a little back-end draft pick. I was wondering what the trade details would look like. It looks like it was pick 177, 180, two picks that were very close together, and the 12th pick to move up one spot. But a lot of people thought he was going to go to another NFC East team, and the Giants at one of that 5 and 10 spot. How do you feel about Caleb Downs being the pick at 11 for the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh, I mean, if not that I have many followers and all that online, but if you followed me online, and that's been my guy probably since late December. I mean, there was a handful of blue chip defenders that they needed. They needed to get better on defense. They could have gone a lot of different directions. And ideally, what would have happened was somebody would have fell at 12 to them, which was a little dicey. I thought, maybe they're going to have to go up to get a guy. They didn't really have to do that. They gave up the 2 fifth-round picks to make sure Miami didn't take him and to make sure no one else jumped up ahead of them to Miami's spot to get him at 11. That's all good by me. Basically fell to him. And he was, if you like college football and you watched, he's been an unbelievable player at Alabama, started as a freshman, 2 years there, transferred to Ohio. 2 years there. I think he was a consensus back-to-back All-American. Does everything, covers the back end, plays the run up tight, can play man, play the slot. As an Eagles fan and the Eagles guy, the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator, Christian Parker, talked about all offseason how they need a guy who can blitz like a linebacker, cover in the slot in man coverage like a corner, play deep, a guy with great leadership traits, all that kind of stuff. And he just checks every single box. And from everything everyone says, he's a great guy too. So he was the number one guy I wanted. That couldn't have gone any better. That he fell right to him. And I didn't think as soon as the Browns took the offensive lineman, I figured the Giants would take offense at 10 after they went defense at 5 with Arvell Reese. And then, from there on, it was basically, is Miami going to take him? Probably not. They trade to make sure they get him with Miami. All good. This is A+ home run for the Cowboys here.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty crazy being a betting guy myself. I was looking at the odds before the past college football season. Talked about it a couple times today that he was the 7th overall highest odds before the past college football season to be the number 1 overall pick. And that's how talented Caleb Downs is. And he's not like athletic trait wise, like any type of freak, but you turn on the tape, he's just like one of the most solid football players, always in the right spot. And you talk about being versatile. I mean, there's so many plays that I see on tape. The ones that stand out to me is him like on the backside of plays when teams kind of catch all the flow and action running one way, and he's on the opposite side of the boundary on the backside of the play, matching up with a gigantic tight end in a one-on-one jump ball situation and like flat foot, and he can just knock the ball out in that type of situation, then also come from the slot. And you talked about Christian Parker now taking over to call the defense over there. He obviously had a huge part in the development of Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell and the success that the Eagles had, and parlaying those two top defensive backs drafted into a Super Bowl victory.
Patrick Surtain, don't forget, before that, he was with Vic Fangio in Denver. Patrick Surtain, too. He did a great job in Denver before coming to Philly. So I'm excited to see what he can do for them. And I think this was kind of showing you how much they believed in his vision and what he wants to do with this defense. Now they've got a long ways to go. The Cowboys still don't have another starting inside linebacker. I wouldn't be surprised if they figure that out here later in tonight or tomorrow. They need some help off the edge still with a pass rusher. So there's still a lot of options they can go. But if they come away with another defensive starter type here tonight, even if trading back would be great, pick up another second or third round pick, I think this would be an A or an A+ scenario for Dallas, depending on what they do. But starting with Caleb Downs, from my perspective as a fan and a big college football guy, I'm looking at it like they got the best defensive player in college football at number 11. So
yeah. And it's funny because he had two guys on his own team that went in front of him, which I feel like you would be happy as a Cowboys fan if Sonny Styles in the middle of your defense. You just referenced off-ball linebacker, and Arvell Reese is kind of that type where they're kind of flip-flopped, where Arvell Reese has more upside pass rush but is an off-ball linebacker
keep
too.
Your eye on the Rams. Keep your eye on the Rams here. They're just about to pick. I think there might be something. Let's take a look here and watch.
Yeah, let's see what they have. I kind of think maybe.
There it is. I had a feeling. It's the quarterback, Ty Simpson from Alabama.
Wow, they actually pulled the trigger there. I was talking about on my betting podcast today, craziest jump in gap odds that I've ever seen. Ty Simpson was the second favorite to be the number one overall pick at plus 12,000 today, which I don't think there was a good chance of him ever leapfrogging Fernando Mendoza in that situation at all. But he also, for round 3 odds, I think it was like plus 450. And then to be a second round pick was plus 140. So Ty Simpson here, I thought offensive skill position player could possibly be the move for the Rams here, but they ended up doing that at that pick. So it looks like we might have lost Zach for the time being. Maybe he's hopping out to see what we got him back on here. So
sorry, someone.
No, it's all good. I was saying I thought it could be offense. I thought maybe they go Oregon tight end and to add to that offense, just make it completely OP. But now they have their successor option, get an All-Pro, 2-time All-Pro, 2-time Super Bowl champion with their other first-round pick. And that's not a bad trade-off if I'm the Rams, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was a little bit I was probably the biggest shocker so far. Not quite a shocker, but like that's. I'm speaking of betting and odds. I thought he was like it was like over or under 30 or 29.5. The pick.
Yeah, his draft position. I didn't catch that, but like I said, the fluctuation. Number one overall pick, second highest odds, plus 12,000. To be a third round pick was plus 450. Second round pick was plus 140. So it was kind of all over the place. I thought that was a crazy range and variety for him, but. Garrett Nussmeier is a little bit banged. I know you're a former quarterback yourself. You have like a big college football guy. So Garrett Nussmeier at LSU didn't have the season he wanted. Carson Beck, I don't know if this vaults quarterbacks, other quarterbacks into the top of the first round or possibly teams to start thinking about that. But I think this is the only 2 quarterbacks that we're going to see go in the first round tonight.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, it was these 2 guys. And then I think there's like it drops off quite a bit. And you got like, the Drew Allers and the Garrett Nussmeyers of the world coming up. That'll probably be some point tomorrow or early Saturday.
And Nussmeier just had that news about that oblique injury with the cyst pushing on his back. So, and he has connections. His dad coaches in the NFL, I believe, in New Orleans currently. So maybe that kind of spikes him up a little bit. There's a little bit more interest there with the mindset that he could potentially come in with. Carson Beck has been in a championship situation with 2 different teams, so that holds value on his resume. But let's talk about the NFC East a little bit more. We talked about the Giants and the Ohio State defenders in the NFC East that went in front of where the Cowboys selected. The Giants have been drafting with numerous first-round picks for it seems like almost every single year now, as they did last season as well, and they keep adding. But they went back to the well of tackle and edge rusher, and the last time that happened, it was Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal. How do you feel about what the Giants just did? Even though after they just made an iconic trade to get the 10th overall pick in the draft, which was a very high value trade to most people.
Well, I think, unfortunately, not that Thibodeau has been a bad player, but he certainly hasn't been what he was supposed to be when he got picked that high. And the tackle, Evan Neal, that year, they moved him to guard, and he never really
All over the
panned out
place
to be
this year.
anything. So when you miss on picks, that leaves holes, right? And I was not surprised at all. The Giants went offense with their second pick there. They have the young quarterback, and they could, that wide receiver room they have is really bad. Besides Neighbors, who's coming off the knee, they could have went a bunch of different directions there. Offensive line, they need another tackle, so that's not really that surprising. And I think they probably wanted one of the two wide receivers. I think the Titans took Tate because they were worried the Giants would take him at 5. Then I think the
Do you
Saints
think
take
also the
Tyson.
Titans did that because they kind of got beat by the Cardinals because of Jeremiah Love? Because there was a lot of smoke
That's
with Jeremiah Love
possible.
at
The
4
Jeremiah
too.
Love thing could have shifted the Carnell Tate up to the Titans, and then from there the Giants' two receivers they wanted at 10 aren't there, so now you got to go to your next best move, and that's getting themselves a good offensive tackle, and that in a different way is helping the quarterback they have there. So that in terms of what the Giants did, I'm not surprised they went defense on offense. I think they're probably happy that Reese fell to 5. He could have went 2, so that's a good play there. Where they're going to play him is interesting. Is it going to be a blend of off the ball, or is he going to come off the edge? I think they probably have ideas for him to be off the edge. The Commanders, I think Sonny Styles is a safe pick. Dan Quinn wants to add to them all that defense. They're kind of picking in a weird spot at 7. So
And they have a lot of holes, and positional value would tell you that maybe off-ball linebacker isn't the play, but he's also just an absolute outlier. And they have such an aging team that they finally get the quarterback of their defense that's going to be in the direct middle of their defense that they moved on from the Montez Sweats and the Chase Youngs that they had a lot of stock into as edge rusher. They haven't replaced it with young talent that's consistently produced for them. So I feel like Sonny Styles falling to them at that. And also with the Giants being said, I think the Giants played into a scenario where they didn't exactly expect Arvell Reese to be on the board at 5, and now they kind of were locked into a different way of drafting. But now that opportunity opened up, it was too much for them to not take him and pass on him.
Yeah, I agree with that. So for the Giants and the Commanders, I think they kind of did what most people were saying they would do. I kind of think the Commanders were not that Sonny Styles is disappointing. He's going to be a good player for them. I think they wanted to go offense. I think they would have taken their running back if he would have dropped. I think they would have taken Carnell Tate. And then I don't. Maybe they didn't like Jordan Tyson enough to go receiver there after Tate, so they just went with the next highest guy, which was Sonny
I was going to
Styles.
ask you about that too. Do you think that has to do with Malik coming off the injury and having more of a safe option with Carnell Tate to pair as the wide receiver 2 with Malik Neighbors when he's healthy? Or do
Well,
you
I was talking
like?
about the I was talking about the Commanders there
Oh,
because they
okay,
needed a
yeah.
receiver really bad too, and Terry
Yeah.
McLaurin's the only bona fide guy they got, and he's older. So I was thinking they might go receiver, but maybe the Commanders wanted Tate at 7. He's not there, so now you just go with the safe pick. Like I'm sure Sonny Styles doesn't seem like he's a guy that's not going to end up being a good player. Like he doesn't have, I guess you
Yeah,
call those
I think
guys
he's
the
pretty bust proof.
the
I
high
do.
floor type of guys, right?
Yeah.
So.
And I agree,
Yeah.
like with like the wide receiver, it's tricky because if you don't like get one of these top wide receiver guys and you wait, a lot of these, obviously college football is built around the passing game now. So there's a lot of productive, good wide receivers that can help you out right away. And some that may shock you with how good they can be in like Puka Nacua early in his career. But if you wait and take like a Luke McCaffrey or like a Jack Beck and like to round 2 or 3 and expect them to be a wide receiver 2 or 3 for you, and it hasn't happened yet, and you're in year 2, 3 of that draft pick, like you're gonna have to figure out that hole at some point. And like, I like Lane from Virginia Tech as like a little speed option there. But even with Terry, he didn't have the exact season coming off the season that he produced before that to get him that contract. And with no Debo in the fold now, like it's good they got the quarterback of their defense, but Washington has a lot of holes to fill still.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to take a receiver here. What the next pick is? Do they have a second round pick? I don't think they do actually.
Yeah, they traded for Laramie Tunsil.
Right. Shoot. So yeah, I mean they're gonna have to hope they hit on someone deep, but I'm pretty sure they'll probably try to add a.
There is also some people that are out there that are available for trade. The Brandon Ayuk's, AJ Browns. I don't think Philly would go to Washington. We saw McNabb, franchise all-time quarterback at the time.
Browns AJ
but
Brown's not
that would
going
be
to the
crazy.
division.
Um,
AJ, he'll be a Patriot.
yeah, there's a pretty good
If
chance.
if
I believe that
anything.
ship has already sailed. But as for the Eagles, what do you think the Eagles may do at pick 23, and how could they combat what just happened with those three Ohio State defenders going, and then the Giants getting a solidified tackle that is trying to slow down some of the edge rushers, and that might be a need for the Eagles. Locate is edge rusher itself.
Well, I mean, right now it's looking we're at pick 15. We got to get what are they 23? So
Yeah,
I thought the Eagles could go offensive line. It's a thin draft at tackle, and I think what three offensive tackles have gone already. So I'm
and I
thinking
think
it's
probably Monroe Freeling is not too far off of that
yeah.
timeline.
If the Georgia tackle or the Clemson tackle are there, maybe they consider that. The Eagles like always going on the lines in their high picks, which is not a bad strategy, honestly, and it's worked for them. So I would think the Eagles go offensive line or they go wide receiver for obvious reasons with the whole AJ Brown thing. If let's assume AJ Brown does get traded, like it's been reported, they can't go into the season with Devontae Smith and Hollywood Brown and Dontavian Wicks as a receiving core. They got to get somebody in there. So
Yeah, I think they
um,
need a balance of. I'm not worried about Devontae as more so like the things behind him. I think Wicks could be a good three, but I would like a big body guy to kind of sandwich into that would make sense to fill out that receiving core to help them
so if
out a
I
little
had to,
bit.
yeah, yeah, I know what you're saying. But to the
And
receiver
Kenyon
point,
Sadiq, there's some guys that are still on the board. I mean, you guys got BPA with Caleb Downs, another defensive player that we haven't heard his name called yet. That just, I mean, the arm thing is just coming up and just alarming to most people. But Ruben Bain Jr. still
yeah,
sitting on the board at edge rusher, and we're getting like the back end. That kind of reminds me of like back when Dallas Turner hasn't been the most productive guy in Minnesota yet in his career, but kind of reminds me of that draft when he was the top edge rusher and he slipped because of all the offensive players that went before him.
I mean, you might want to look here. I wouldn't be shocked at all if the Bucks get Ruben Bain here at 15. But hey, if he falls to 23, that'd be an Eagles special to go pull. A guy like that at 23 would be great. Ruben Bain, if he's still there.
And the
But
comps for most people was pretty much Brandon Graham, so that
yeah,
would work out
shorter
pretty
arm
well.
guy,
So
but it's power rusher, that kind of guy. If I had to guess what the Eagles are going to do, and what I would do, I would I would look at Omar Cooper Jr., the receiver from Indiana. I think he's the best receiver left right now. After the two that just went. So I like him better than the USC receiver actually. So if I was the Eagles, I would probably look at one of these offensive tackles, assuming they're there, or the receiver from Indiana. I mean, obviously, no brainer if Ruben Bain's still there in 8 more picks, which I don't think he will be. But that's what I'd say. Eagles go wide receiver or offensive line.
yeah, the last time they sat at 23, they obviously got their hands on Quinyon Mitchell, and then after that, they traded up for Cooper DeJean, parlayed it into a Super Bowl victory. My last two favorite players in the last two draft classes were Nick Emanwari and Cooper DeJean. Ironically, both won Super Bowl championships in their first season. Notre Dame guy. I am a big Jeremiah Love guy. I think he's the best player in this draft, and he is my favorite player in this draft. What do you think about Jeremiah Love going that high and kind of setting the precedent for being the top, this highest drafted running back since Saquon Barkley in 2018 at pick 3?
I nothing against Jeremiah Love. He's an awesome running back and great player. I mean, we all watched him in college football last year, the last 2 years or three, but you just don't take that. That's not a good pick by Arizona just because you just did. Yeah, Ruben Bain to the Bucks. They needed help. That's the pick at
Yeah.
15.
And they tried
That
to
makes sense.
make it
They're probably
Hassan Reddick
that's
work,
that's
but
a
they
great
couldn't
pick.
make
They
that
fell right
happen.
to him. Getting a guy like that. He was the sixth best defender probably, and he goes to 15th. It's a good pick by the Bucks. But to back to the Jeremiah Love thing, you just don't take running backs that high, especially when you don't have a quarterback. And now you're not going to have a quarterback because Ty Simpson just went. So I don't know. You saw Ashton Jinty go last year. It's just not a good use of a resource that high. Number 3 is crazy. I think a first round pick in general is not really great to take a running back, even when they end up being really good players. Like thinking of the last couple of years, like Saquon and Zeke Elliott and Bijan Robinson. These are guys who are great players and they can do a lot of good stuff. But the running back position just doesn't affect the game enough to really make a difference and get enough value out of this type of a resource in the top 10 pick. all those
I think
teams,
I definitely agree with you more so when you pivot from the former number one overall pick at quarterback that you just had holding down as the face of your franchise. But if we do look at their skill position group right now, that Michael Wilson was very underrated last season, was making ridiculous contested catches all throughout the end of the season when Jacoby Brissett was getting like 40 completions a game. Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't think we've seen the best from him yet. Trey McBride. You now add Jeremiah Love to not only James Conner, who's a different type of back, but you also have Trey Benson as a speed demon in the backfield as well, maybe a three-headed monster. When you do get a quarterback up in there with the Cardinals, drafting Jeremiah Love, I do understand that it's not the greatest resource usage of resource, but when you do figure out the quarterback position, I think your skill position group is already set and young enough to grow with that quarterback. And are the Cardinals actually going to compete even in this season to where they probably will have their top choice at quarterback in the next upcoming drafts and the way they play it out with the picks that they have available to make those selections? That's the way that I see it.
Yeah, I probably would have went a different route if I was Arizona that high, but I mean, it's not anything against how good of a running back he is. It's just
Yeah,
simply that
100%. Yeah.
it's simply that he's a running back, and I just don't. You can look at like I mean, you can find really good running backs. You can be very productive players in a pass first league. You got to. My philosophy is I want to be able to open up the run game by throwing it early and effectively, and then after now that I've broken you apart with the pass, then I can hit you with the run. And I think you can find a lot of really good, effective running backs later on in the draft, and then through, in free agency for not a ton of money. Like that's just my personal philosophy for it, and that's what my thoughts are for the Jeremiah Love stuff. Is again nothing against the player, awesome player, great fun to watch, a lot of talent, obviously. Just I think at pick number 3, I wouldn't have taken a running back. So
Yeah, and I know you're like a draft sicko like I am too. Do you more so see it as like the Cardinals maybe like PR wise just trying to sell some seats like literally because that's just an exciting player. You add that to the offense with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Trey McBride. That definitely adds a lot more excitement than the dry product that you've been putting on the field for a couple of years now, especially in arguably the most competitive division in football in the NFC West.
Yeah. I mean, there's that aspect to it. I get it. Like the skill position guys get you excited a little bit, but like I hate to throw a wet blanket on it, but nothing really matters when you don't have a quarterback. Like and they have Jacoby Brissett's their guy, and he's fine. He can win some games as a backup for you. He did it last year.
Yeah, we saw
But
that
like
versus
if you don't have a
yeah.
quarterback in this league, it really doesn't matter all that much. Like you gotta have at
You're not
least
going to
you
get
have to
too
have at
far.
least
You're going to cap yourself out. Even with Aaron Rodgers, I talked about it with my Ravens guest that I brought on earlier. Like the dip from Aaron Rodgers' prime of like 48-4 to which is ridiculous, craziest TD to int ratio ever, and that's been his resume on his career forever. But even when Aaron Rodgers dipped to like the 28-7 TD to int ratio, it's still 4-1. But that Jets and Steelers production is not hitting the same way as like prime Aaron Rodgers, where they like none of those teams is making it over the top with like even that quarterback production. So you're going to need to like, that's why I'm not a fan of like staying in no man's land. I'd rather tear everything down and rebuild as opposed to that, even though it's very risky. But like I said, I do like their skill position players now. But being a college football guy, I just have a couple more questions before I let you out of here. We had Jets Kenyon Sadiq finally go to the Jets back-to-back. I mean, at 15 and 16, you could argue two of the best players in the entire draft get drafted back-to-back here.
Yeah, this dude, great play. I mean, he just was scoring touchdowns left and right for them.
And you're a college football guy. That offense from Oregon, they made it in the playoffs and everything. But if you look at them on paper before the season started, like 5-star recruits at the receiving position at tight end and wide receiver littered all over the place with like him and Decorion Moore too. It's like they just didn't feel like they had that type of and Dante at quarterback. They just feel like they didn't have that type of spice that they looked like they had on paper.
I think everyone kind of remembers Oregon for that absolute ass beating they took in the Peach Bowl against Indiana, and I think unfortunately that's kind of the way we all. And I'm guilty of it too. But I mean, Oregon had a really good year. But yeah, this tight end guy, he was a monster all season.
Do you think that were you expecting him to go this range, or do you think he was kind of like a trade up target? I thought he even might be in play for the Chiefs at 6, just based off like skill position run at the top of the draft that we were starting to see.
He's
between
about
Jeremiah
where
Love.
I didn't see the necessarily the Jets, but I had middle of the first round. I mean, he's definitely a first round pick for sure.
And the Jets have had like historically bad tight end production. Like they never have receiving tight ends that do anything for them, and they're just lacking skill position players in general. So I mean, they have a lot to work to do. Franchise tagging Brees Hall, Garrett Wilson's like the only guy looking with like the Will Smith French Prince of Bel Air meme. Like who is going to help me out over here? And we'll see if this helps them out. Looks like some people are pretty excited about that pick. But who's a more under the radar guy in the draft? Not even if they like fall into the first round, but just in the overall draft, being like a big college football guy that you would keep an eye out for that can maybe be like a not at wide receiver necessarily, but like a random fifth round pick that can just come out and be like a Puka Nakua type production out of nowhere.
Random? Is that to be a wide receiver or what are
No, it's just
you?
any position. That was just a reference I made, just some recent memory. Somebody that made like a high impact coming in from like a low draft slot, but somebody like that along those lines. Even if it's like an interior offensive lineman, that's usually the range we see good guys like that get selected. We know a lot of teams around the league need that.
I haven't studied it deep enough to give you a guy like offensively that I can say off the top of my head, oh, this guy is going to get picked in day three and be a stud. Um, I think there's a receiver from USC. I'm just thinking of receivers, so you brought that up first. He'll probably go in the third or fourth round. He was the other receiver at USC besides Lemon, Jacoby Lane.
Yeah.
Uh, I watched a lot of USC games, and he was always I don't know. He popped off to me as much as the other one did. The other receiver that's going to go in the first round here
Yeah,
did.
Makai
So,
Lemon.
that's one name for wide receiver I'll give you that I feel like is going to end up being a good player. That probably will go in the middle rounds. Someone who may go back, someone who I love, and I actually hope Dallas here 20 considers him if they don't trade back and get him later. Is he's like a second round prospect, actually very well known guy, but I love on defense Jacob Rodriguez, the
Oh, yeah.
inside linebacker from Texas Tech. I mean, just a
Absolute
dude that
playmaker, forces so many turnovers, ridiculous
just a
amounts in that
great
conference that has
fucking
really gotten better in
yeah.
college football too.
Sorry if I'm not allowed to swear, but I just did.
Nah, that's
He's
all
just
good.
he's
Been
just a
dropping a couple
great
myself.
great football player and just tough, forces fumbles, interceptions in the backfield. Every time you watch Texas Tech, now they were loaded on defense. They had a lot
And
of
I was
great
talking about that Lee Walker
but
defensive tackle that people are enamored by inside too. That was playing inside of the defense next to Bailey too. I think he has a chance to be one of those underrated guys. But not to cut off that thought, I know you're a Florida guy, college football. Are you still a Florida SEC football fan?
yeah, I mean, I love follow the Gators. I'm pretty much at this point in my life. I just love college football. I love the
Yeah,
sport.
I'm
I
in the
follow
same
it all
realm here.
around. But I mean, yeah, Florida. I mean, I don't
I
know. We'll
wanted to
see.
ask you about a guy on the Florida roster that I think might make himself into the first round. He's a little bit banged up right now, but the medical report, I think June is the timeline for him to be healthy. I think a lot of teams are going to be enamored by Caleb Banks and the lack of depth at
Oh
defensive
yeah, I
tackle,
mean,
and I think
he's
he could
just
slide into the first round.
he's a monster, like size wise. I mean, he's just and he's one of those guys that fills up those web athletic charts, and all his
He
athletic
has like a
scores just because he's
1.76 10-yard split, which was like
right.
in the top 10. So
So those are the types of things this guy's 330 pounds and can run sub five and all that kind of stuff where it's like, well, even if he needs to be refined as a, defensive lineman or, interior defensive lineman and technique and all that stuff, we can work with that. So that's one of those guys that would be like a traits pick just because of the size and the athleticism. But he was, Florida Florida had a rough season last year, so but then that kind of like puts a stain on it a little bit for him. But he popped off just because of his size.
yeah, but when Florida would get in those close games when they actually were competitive and like those type of players were popping off tape because they would get in those battles with the teams they shouldn't probably be competing with because of like just the way that Florida football has been run recently and just has been a little bit mismanaged. But when they do get in those battles in the SEC, like those players in the interior, they start getting really physical and those games in the SEC just get crazy. And then those are the guys that pop off tape. You're also a couple more questions for you before I let you go and enjoy the rest of the draft. Former Gloucester Catholic quarterback. I got a little high school football pivot for you. Gloucester Catholic just got a gigantic surprise at the quarterback position. Gigantic transfer coming in. One of the best
Yes,
quarterbacks
he
in the
did.
history of NJ high school football. I don't know if you're prepared to take on this question or put too much thought into it. I know you probably sparked your thought, but I thought I'd ask you, being a former Gloucester Catholic quarterback yourself, what do you think of the impact that makes for a school that competes with absolute dogs in the non-public scene and didn't win last season to get one of the greatest players in the history of New Jersey high school football?
I had to like double check to make sure that wasn't like a mistake tweet when I saw it the other day, and I was like, we I still follow college football or high school football and over here in South Jersey here and there and stuff. And I have my son now. I take him over to the games, and he loves football. So I've been getting back into it a little bit. And obviously, Winslow's been amazing the last couple of years, and that kid is a great quarterback. GC's struggled for a long time. So it's in that way, I'm happy for him to see like them getting some life blown back into that football program. There goes an offensive tackle to the Lions. That's
Yeah, that's
maybe
the
an Eagles
Clemson
target.
tackle you referenced not too long
So I
ago.
mean, that way it's good. The school I know is enrollment's down, and it's tough like that in a lot of the non-public schools these days in the area. So it's not unlike college where like if your football GC is amazing, a lot of other sports still. The baseball program is nationally
Absolutely ridiculous.
ranked and all that, but football's been down for a really long time, like over a decade. So if maybe they can find a way to get their football program back and rolling, that can help the school. And maybe it starts with this kid and some of the transfers that'll follow him, and maybe they can use this to, even though he's a senior, after that they can use it to bring the Ram football program back in New Jersey. So that's I think that was crazy news, and maybe we'll see what they do with it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can have some success with that. I think that's one way to, if you're going to get any position and any transfer on your roster, getting one of the best quarterbacks of all time in your state to come take over and hold it down as a signal caller, it definitely helps you out. We saw, I know you're just a draft overall betting guy, NBA draft, this past NBA draft, we saw 1, 2, and 3. The Dallas Mavericks, you're a Dallas Cowboys guy. They weren't obviously in the playoff mix, but the Sixers at pick 3 and the Spurs at pick 2. The Spurs carved out the second overall pick in their conference. The Sixers are battling and actually tied 1-1 in their series. I'm not going off topic NBA here. I want to transition that into which teams could be picking at the top of this draft and actually turn that into playoff success right away with making the right decision, or something that's already happened that may lead you to believe that could happen.
Nice transition. I was wondering where you were going with that, but what teams can flip? Well, you see every year it's like 45 or 50%. There's Caleb Banks. Yeah, wow, that's a little bit high.
I had him at plus 300, a part of my 3-leg parlay. Now I need Jadarian Price and Avion Terrell, Clemson corner, to go in the first round. I hit plus 56,000 odds here.
Yeah, well, Price isn't going, so that's a loser. But you got to take a stab.
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it's going to happen, but there's a lot of smoke for like specifically Seattle. I don't know how true that is. I like how he didn't have too much wear and tear.
But you're asking me what team's picking at the top of this draft this year. What do you consider top of the draft? Like top 10 or?
Yeah, somewhere in there, because if you look at the trends, Nick Bosa, I think second overall pick that year, they're in the Super Bowl. Jamar Chase year, he gets drafted fifth overall, they're in the Super Bowl. Jaden Daniels brings the Washington the NFC Championship his rookie year. It's not out of the question. We've seen it happen in recent draft history where teams turn around really quickly with these top draft picks.
Well, it's real easy to just say the Chiefs. They were picking the top
very
10.
easy. That's a cop-out pick.
But that's a cop-out answer. Not the Jets, not the Cardinals.
Wow. And we're live for an Eagles-Cowboys first-round trade once again. The Eagles get pick 20 and a seventh-round pick, and the Cowboys get 23, 114, and 137. So the Eagles move up to pick 20 with some interesting names on the board here. I'm glad that we didn't cut the podcast short.
Cowboys get 23. Eagles get 20, and then the Eagles give them 114. That's round 4.
And 137.
And 137.
Is that comp range 114? Is that around
114? No, that's regular. That's a regular fourth round pick. And then they get 137, which is a comp 4. So the Eagles are giving them 2 4s to go up 3 spots to get ahead of Pittsburgh. Interesting. So I
mean, if we're talking Eagles wise here, Positional value. I know we just had a conversation about different positions. You guys just went safety. My favorite Oregon player, Dylan Feneman, if we want to add to the exciting whites, I mean, that dude tested out of the gym, and I think he can immediately, with the athleticism and the young secondary that they're building, that could be an interesting pick. But we'll see. Monroe Freeling's up on the board as well, too. McCoy from Tennessee was a really talented player, but had missed the entire college football season. So I think if he was healthy, he probably was definitely locked in for like a top 12 pick. But I don't think Avion Terrell. It's going to be interesting to see where the Eagles go. But like, what would you think? Like the reasoning behind the Cowboys being okay with the making a trade with the Eagles to make this happen? Like,
I'm sorry,
what do
I'm
you
not.
think?
If I keep coming off the screen, I'm trying to read into some stuff here on
Nah, it's all
while you
good.
guys are on here. I'm fine with that. I mean, I want Dallas to move off 20. 20 to 23 is no big deal. I know anyone you're picking here is going to be. This is the type of range where I think a lot of these guys you're getting around 20 to 20, early 20s are the same. You're getting around 40s here in this draft class. So
That's
moving
why
back is
last year I
good.
was comfortable with Cooper DeJean at 23 first round, and then they
They
ended up getting him at 40 a couple years ago. So that I was
Dallas
comfortable with that.
doesn't pick again after this first round pick until 92 in the third round. They don't have a second round pick because they moved that for Quinnen Williams during the season. So picking up more ammo on early fourth round pick is good. They gave away 2/5 to get up for Caleb Downs, right? They
What was
just
the
gave
Rashawn Gary trade? Was that a conditional 6-7 like swap or move up
it
or something
was
along
like a
those lines?
fourth round pick next year.
Yeah.
So 2027 fourth, I believe. So they basically trade 2/5 to go get Caleb Downs, and they just picked up 2/4 to go back to give the Eagles 3 spots. I don't think the Eagles and the Cowboys are targeting the same type of a player here. I'm fine with it. They've done trades before. You talked about the Micah Parsons and you talked about the Devontae Smith year when they screwed the Giants over. So yeah, that's cool by me. We'll see who the pick is. I mean, the TV broadcast is still in the Panthers pick. Sure, Twitter's
Yeah, that's
ahead
what it
by a
has.
pick
I
or
mean, I'm
two.
trying not to ruin picks on here. It looks like we only have the trade. There's no actual like leaked pick here. I think maybe safety is on the board, and I had the leaked pick, and holy shit, that is a crazy pick. And if you want to talk about controversial wide receivers that are making a name for themselves in Philadelphia, if this guy's on the way out, they just ordered one up fresh. I don't even know where I'm trying to go with that statement, but it looks like Mekhi Lemon from USC is now a Philadelphia Eagle.
Okay. See, I mean, I'm not a.
Do you
I
think he
thought they
is
might.
a Amon-Ra St. Brown comp? Do you think that's accurate to
No,
say that?
I before this even happened, I talked to you about the other receiver at USC that I said he might
Yeah.
be.
I see more so Golden Tate, but not as like explosive after the catch, like breaking tackle wise, but has that type of like like type of ability after the catch. But I mean, Golden Tate in his prime was, pretty much a running back with some of the things that he was able to do, and very underrated for all his different stints between Seattle, Detroit, and in the short stint in Philadelphia, and what he was able to do in that Chicago playoff game with that little sit down route by the
Yeah,
pylon to score
Monroe
that touchdown.
Freeling goes the tackle. This is way behind because this still has Dallas still on the clock, but
Yeah,
um,
before you get out of here, obviously we just had the Eagles pick, so I'll have some Eagles guests on to react to that. But before the Cowboys pick, they just made that trade, so not only they've already picked, but they also picked up some resources. Now we're seeing the board fill out a little bit in a different spot. What do you think the best option for Dallas with who the players that are still
well,
available on the board would be?
Thieneman, the Oregon safety, is probably the best defender left, but they just go
Would you
down
double
over
up
time.
on safety? Do you think that
No,
makes
no, no, no,
sense?
no. They would no. That doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
that would be crazy positional
But
value.
so not him. They can go multiple directions here. I would probably say they have their biggest gap is a linebacker. I think you take Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech and you party. I know people might say, "Oh, you get him early second." Well, they don't have a second. They traded back a little bit. You picked up 2 4s. Get your guy and have your starting inside linebacker with the Marvian Overshone and have your defensive lineup set and be really happy about that. If I'm Dallas at 23, it's Jacob Rodriguez. Or if it's not the linebacker, they go another route. I could see them. I think they like the defensive end from Auburn, Keldrick Falk, who's a project player. Not a big
That's
fan.
the number. That's the player that I'm looking at the BPA right now, and that's the player that I see
Yeah,
jumping off
I'd
the
be
board
fine
for the
with Keldrick
Cowboys.
Falk here in the early 20s for Dallas. Makai Lemon, huh? So Falk, Keldrick Falk or Jacob Rodriguez, I'd look for Dallas there.
And how
Playing
do you? I mean,
Makai
the
Lemon.
Eagles. It's interesting. I love how it all shapes out because we see the Ohio State guys go at the beginning of the draft. We see the Cowboys take a safety, which is arguably one of the best players in the entire draft, and then they make a trade with the Eagles, and the Eagles kind of throw it back in their face to go draft a guy that has the potential of matching up with him potentially often in Caleb Downs and Makai Lemon, seeing a lot of each other playing in the NFC East together. So we'll see how that ends up shaping out with everything. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the Cowboys do with this 23rd pick.
Yep, we'll see, man.
But thanks, Zach, for your time tonight. I'm about to bring on an Eagles guest, but we'll see what the Cowboys do with pick 23 here in a little bit. And yeah, hopefully we can get some exciting NFC East, and we'll see if that. And I know the trend has been docked a little bit with the Eagles ruining the trend, but we'll see if the flipping of the division champion will become
All right, buddy.
a new
Take it
sequence.
easy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Zach, for your time. Appreciate it. It was good to get some insight there, and then obviously it worked out perfectly with having a Cowboys guest on, and then an Eagles-Cowboys live trade while he is on here. So let's see if we can set up the third guest on here and see if he's ready to go. Gonna send him the link over, but yeah. Now I have time to digest Makai Lemon, and man, this is a guy that like I kind of thought there would be a little chance. He's like doing all the stuff that people hated before the draft. Now leading up, we're got a controversial wide receiver that wants out of Philadelphia right now, and we looks like we replace him with some of the other wide receivers removed, and now this is the stamp on it almost with a guy that could possibly have a similar personality trait as him. But if you turn on the tape with Makai Lemon. I know Zach wasn't the biggest believer in him, but everyone has their own type of receiver that they believe in. Makai Lemon, I mean, his ability to do things with the ball in his hands, whether of however he gets the ball in his hands, is fascinating. And a guy that, could have went anywhere between like maybe 12 to like where he just was picked at pick 20. And it took via trade up. That's how the Eagles were so committed to Makai Lemon that they ended up moving up to go get him. So it's a lot to digest right now. I'm happy we're live to be able to react to this. We're about to get the other half of Han Broadcasting on here to get a live reaction. Let me get in the producer role real quick. Just doing some producer work, getting the live out here, a little promo, so we can get some more people in here live react to the Eagles pick, drafting a wide receiver to most likely replace A.J. Brown, who is going to probably be dealt most likely to the Patriots around June 1st. That's the reports. Going to be an interesting pairing. Like I always envision it, even with the Dontavian Wicks, who has like decent size, but like AJ Brown, like you really want to like try to replace that type of guy if you go this route. And Makai Lemon's not the most physically imposing guy. Smitty's definitely not that guy either. And Dontavian Wicks doesn't really fit that billing himself. So we'll see. They're all like guys that can really run after the catch and are physical and more physical than they lead on to believe because of their size. But like we're talking about a big body frame, like 6'2", 225 type receiver. They don't. They're not just like out there to be had. You know what I mean? So we'll see this interesting dynamic. But yes, the Eagles look like this is like the final stamping of them moving on from AJ Brown. And I know this has sent the shockwaves definitely to Philadelphia sports, and probably the radio airwaves are crazy right now. I don't even know what I'm going to be hearing on the radio after this. So after all the AJ Brown smoke that we've heard, and now they draft a same position guy after making a trade and signing another guy that was a former first round pick, it seems like the writing is completely on the wall, and it's pretty much over for AJ Brown's time in Philadelphia. This could also be a situation where is like are the Eagles doing this and they're making a statement to AJ like you're just kind of playing this cat and mouse game and we're finally done with it and we just drafted your replacement and you can stay on the team for the duration of your contract and we'll see how that goes. Or the ship has completely sailed and we're not playing games anymore and it's over and we're not going with the back and forth and the destruction of the locker room and the team the way that some people think that it's been being blown up a little bit. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. We're going to bring some Philadelphia people on to talk about it and see how they feel. Live reaction. But man, that is a stunner. And Philadelphia sports has just been insane between the run that the Flyers are on, the bad stint that's going on with the Philadelphia Phillies after they were competitive today and just couldn't get it done. The Sixers randomly are up 1-1 after a horrible game one. And then now it looks like we finally have a solution or a end result or the ending of the chapter of the A.J. Brown saga in Philadelphia. And, I'm probably going to spend my entire night somehow searching to get an all 22 view. I've already watched enough highlights of Mekhi Lemon, but I'm also an all 22 guy. I'm not just going to watch YouTube highlights and try and tell you an opinion on a guy. And once I am able to find the all 22, I'm able to really break down the aerial view of the routes that he's able and the route tree that he's able to run. Because he's definitely a guy that when the ball gets into his hands, he's going to make plays. But how is the ball going to get into his hands? So. And we're about to bring on the other half of Han Broadcasting. So after I send this tweet, I'm going to send him the link and we'll get going. Let's get Sean this link and bring him in. Well, what a shocker in Philadelphia, man. It's definitely something not too many people saw, and they were kind of. I feel like this is something that a lot of people are just dreading what happened because they just really didn't want to see AJ Brown move on because he's that talented of a player. And we saw the immediate impact that he's made and what the height of the Eagles when things are going right with AJ Brown in the 4 to 5 seasons that he's been in Philadelphia and the 2 Super Bowl appearances, scoring 2 touchdowns in both of a touchdown in each one of those Super Bowls. I think a lot of people are caught up on that, but I mean, what a stunner, man. This finally gives a result, a conclusion. I mean, we can do some social media detective and see if AJ Brown is posting any interesting social media posts right now, stripping his page of Eagles stuff because it really seems like the writing's on the wall now, and this is a direct result of the situation. This draft pick, it seems like everything that they've added. They not only added 2 guys that were fringe guys that maybe they can make work with Devontae as their top 3 receivers, but now you spend a first round draft pick and you already have a former first round draft pick in Devontae Smith, Heisman Trophy winner, and then you have Dontavian Wicks and Hollywood Brown behind that. That just seems like that is it. It is over. As Sean will be with us shortly. Just send him the link. But yeah, Mekhi Lemon at USC. If we want to look at the exact stats, just to break down like what the percentages of his receiving yards to like what he's actually producing as a receiver after the catch. I haven't actually looked at these numbers on paper yet. Has 1,100 yards last season on 79 catches and 14.6 per. Looks like he was holding that down 14.7 freshman year, 14.7 sophomore, and then as a junior. I also like that he's a younger guy. Maybe that has to do with the maturity thing. And they have a pretty good locker room in Philadelphia outside of the A.J. Brown situation. So that should help to usher in a guy like that. And now we have the other half of Han Broadcasting joining us to talk some Eagles stuff. Pretty crazy. We just came off our Cowboys guest and live on the podcast, Sean. We had the Eagles Cowboys trade right after the Cowboys ended up getting one of the best players in the draft, in Caleb Downs. Seen some crazy movement in the NFC East. We saw the Eagles now have to deal with 3 Ohio State defenders in the division, all being absolute studs. But this may be the craziest pick of them all. What's your live reaction to the Eagles moving up to once again get a receiver in a trade via with the Dallas Cowboys?
I like Mekhi Lemon. Obviously he just won the Biletnikoff Award last season, similar and then trading up to with the Cowboys. I mean, worked out last time they got Devontae Smith when they did that. So hopefully Lemon can be on the same type of trajectory that Devontae Smith was. But no, I like Lemon's game. I definitely had Carnell Tate and Tyson ranked ahead of him, but Lemon was a clear number 3 in this class for me. From the
Not to cut you off too, but like, do you think at getting him at 20, even though they traded up, those two guys you just mentioned 4 and 8, now the gap, and I thought with the Chiefs moving up, it sounded crazy. He went at 16, but like Kenyon Sadiq might be the play at 6 because the skill position run that was just about to start unraveling with Jeremiah Love at pick 3. But do you think at pick 20 that was a good value for the Eagles to get the third best receiver consensuously pretty much in the draft? Because most people,
that's where I was going with that. Is I had Lemon as the number 3 receiver in this class, but I never imagined that he was going to be there at 23. I actually didn't do a mock draft this year just because I felt like there was so much unknown this year with what teams are going to do. You usually see a run on tackles early. We kind of saw it right before the Eagles traded up for Lemon with Miller and the other kid going. So I feel like that might have been also in the Eagles' plans. I'm just glad they didn't take Proctor, but the way this board fell, there were some pretty talented guys. The safety from Oregon, I thought was another guy
I loved
that
him.
been in play.
Immediate replacement for the exciting whites too. Would have been a fan favorite.
That was probably my number 1 guy with who was available when the Eagles were on the clock. But when they traded up, I kind of assumed it was going to be Lemon because I thought that they were trying to leapfrog the Steelers. So I thought that was only for a receiver. So once they traded up, I kind of got it in my head that it was going to be Lemon. But no, I expected him to be gone before the Eagles were even going to be in range to take him. So like I said, I have him clearly behind Tate and Tyson, but I think Lemon's a very good receiver. And I think he's coming into a good situation here as well.
And that almost is the writing on the wall that now with the Dontavian Wicks trade and extension, the Hollywood Brown signing, even though he was a fringe, just rotational guy that could get some more playing time via injuries, but he's not going to be a guy you completely rely on. But now when you spend a first-round pick like that, it seems like the A.J. Brown situation has now come to a conclusion. He's probably not going to be on the Eagles for too much longer.
Yeah, gonna go out a limb here and say that A.J. Brown is going to be an Eagle next season.
Yeah.
Which sucks. No, I mean, it kind of is crazy now, though, when you look back at the offseason the Eagles had, bringing in all those receivers. So now you just added another one in Mekhi Lemon, who I think spending a first-round pick on him, you're almost certainly going to at least plug him in as your wide receiver 2 next to Devontae Smith. And then I think now it's going to be between Wicks and Hollywood Brown and Elijah Moore to battle it out for that wide receiver 3 slot position. I personally think the advantage in that type of situation is going to go to Hollywood Brown. But I do think that now you're going to see Elijah Moore, Hollywood Brown, and Wicks, who obviously gave an extension to. So he's pretty much a lock to make the team. But I think the 2 veterans in Elijah Moore and Hollywood Brown are now not a lock to even make the roster for the Eagles this year.
And Elijah Moore, it seemed like it was kind of like a sweetener just to add depth to make AJ Brown happy. And now that door has closed. It seems like he could be one of those guys that's like the Devin Whites of the world that just, has a little bit of talent, a little bit of pedigree on paper from his, like previous stints and stuff, but it's just not going to work out in Philadelphia with him.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like when you think about it. Because I mean, I'm as critical on Jalen Hurts as anyone, maybe more than anyone.
Yeah, I will respect it. I'm not always the biggest fan of your opinions in that department, but I will respect you've been that way since day one, so you haven't flip-flopped on that.
I think he has clear flaws, but from a standpoint for AJ Brown, I understand the past couple seasons, like the Eagles from a team perspective, passing have been among the bottom of the league, and a lot of that is on the quarterback, and also the coordinators as well. But I mean, if you're AJ Brown, though, you've had 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons. You've made 2 All-Pros. You've been to 2 Super Bowls. You've won 1. I don't know what else you could ask for as a player from an individual standpoint success and a team standpoint with success. So, I mean, it's really, I understand the frustration when it comes to the Eagles passing game. I'm sure any Eagles fan would agree to that. But from a player standpoint, it's really hard to understand him wanting out of a situation that has been so fortuitous for him in the last few years since he joined the Eagles.
Yeah, I agree. I actually thought you were going to go a different way. I thought you were going to say, like, if this is the end of AJ Brown, which it 99% is, that the Eagles got what they were pretty much looking for in that trade with AJ Brown, because they made it to 2 Super Bowls, scored a touchdown in both of those Super Bowls, has been a huge part, one of the best receivers undeniably in the history of the franchise, and has come in and just completely, him and Smitty just completely kickstarted this into a Super Bowl appearance that ended up in a Super Bowl victory as well. It's just pretty crazy, like you said, for a guy with all those things on the table with him to want out of a situation like that. But this is where we've came to, and it's interesting that the Eagles would pick like a stylistic player like this to replace him, because with some of the limitations to Jalen Hurts in the passing game, getting a guy that can make a lot of things happen from pretty much nothing, that averages like 14.6 yards per catch consistently throughout his career, and is as dynamic with the ball in his hands that Mekhi Lemon is, maybe that's takes some pressure off A.J. Brown having to just, do the A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts special of audible at the end of games and just throw Hail Marys and see if they work like it's Madden.
Yeah, I think the weapons that they brought in this offseason are kind of a clear indicator that the offense is going to look a lot different this season. Like you just said, a lot of under Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo. Kellen Moore, we saw a lot of different stuff formation-wise from him. But Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo kind of were, like you just pointed out, throwing bombs. It was a lot of stretch verticals, not a lot of creativity over the middle, limited motion under both of those coordinators as well. And the receivers they brought in now, drafting Mekhi Lemon, adding a guy like Hollywood Brown and Dontavian Wicks, they're guys that are able to catch short passes, little crossers, slants, and if you get the ball in their hands with momentum, they can make plays happen after the catch. So I think this is a clear sign that the Eagles are going to be going a different direction in a schematic standpoint, trying to get the ball into the receiver's hands quickly and letting them do something with it underneath. So I'm at least, from a fan standpoint, excited to see something a little bit different as opposed to what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and there's not too many times. It seems like we've been spoiled with A.J. Brown and Devontae on the roster, not too much behind them. But as a traditional longtime Eagles fan like me and you have been, we don't always have the sexiest wide receivers at our disposal. Outside of like Jeremy Maclin and Deshaun Jackson, like being first and second round picks, there hasn't been too many times outside of recent memory with Devontae Smith being like the outlier where we've been excited about a sexy skill position first-round pick to have a wide receiver making his debut and be excited about that in September. So I think that's always exciting for any type of player and what he could turn into. And if this is, like I said, I keep referencing it, this is the writing on the wall. A.J. Brown's most likely out of Philadelphia. We'll see how quickly Mekhi Lemon takes on that wide receiver 2 role, because now Smitty is wide receiver 1 and gets to showcase that Heisman talent where he can finally make a Pro Bowl and get out of no man's land and start improving on that all-time resume to where he's already the Eagles' all-time playoff leading receiver. And if he starts to carve out some more like accolades for himself, he can find him in a position where he starts to get the recognition that he deserves.
Yeah, I think Smitty's going to be in line for a big season, and he's always had the talent. But when they brought in AJ Brown, he slid to the number 2 spot. But I mean, Smitty's a receiver that thrives in whatever role you put him in. He creates separation, can stretch the field vertically, can do things off screen passes and short passes as well. And you'd be hard pressed to find a guy in all of the NFL with more reliable hands than him as well. So I'm excited for him to get the opportunity to kind of be the alpha in this offense. It's just going to be interesting to see who around him steps up to take some pressure off of him. But Mekhi Lemon, obviously, I believe being a first-round pick and trading up to get him is going to be the guy who's first in line for those opportunities. But Dontavian Wicks comes over with Sean Mannion, basically, so he's familiar with the concepts that Mannion's going to run as well. And I'm excited to see how this offense looks.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I thought for that 8th time I'm saying this, AJ Brown's done. With his time in Philadelphia, they never actually utilized his ability to have the ball in his hands completely with short passes and even just getting the ball in his hands in like a running situation. I mean, I don't think AJ Brown's ever even recorded a carry as an Eagle, which is pretty crazy for a guy that's that dynamic and physical with the ball in his hands, like how the dynamic of prime Deebo Samuel and type of guys like that. Do you think with Mekhi Lemon and his ability to make plays with the ball in his hands, we'll start to see the offense open up in that type of way, and then implementing from the new coaching tree that their new offensive coordinator, Sean Mannion, comes from? Do you think we'll start seeing more of that to help Jalen Hurts in this passing game improve?
Yeah, I think you definitely will. I mean, I don't know how much input Sean Mannion actually had on the type of scheme or plays that the Packers ran, obviously, because Matt LaFleur is such a good offensive coach. But just looking at the Packers offense, I mean, they would use Christian Watson to stretch the field, but then the receivers in Romeo Doubs and Dontavian Wicks, who's now an Eagle, they were guys that were used pretty much at the line of scrimmage or short intermediate routes and trying to get the ball in their hands in space and letting them create. So I do think that he's going to bring those concepts over to the Eagles. And I think we have no knock on the Packers receivers, but I mean, if you were talking about the Packers offense, you would say that their pass catchers were the weak spot on that offense. So now coming over here, if you are going to be able to run those concepts, you have Devontae Smith. Now you add Mekhi Lemon. Hollywood Brown is still a speedster. I know he's not what he used to be when he broke into the league on the Ravens, but he can still get after it. He's actually quietly had a couple good seasons as a Kansas City Chief. And then Wicks obviously is familiar in that offense. And I think he's going to have a bigger role in this Eagles offense than he had on the Packers as well, at least from a consistency standpoint. So I'm very intrigued on the Eagles being able to use quicker passes, shorter, and I just throwing across the middle too. I don't know. I think this year is going to be a big test on whether certain concepts were the quarterback's issues and inabilities, or was it actually like the scheme and the play callers just not wanting to do it, especially when it comes to throwing over the middle. For Jalen Hurts, there's been a big knock on him for the past few years that people say he can't do it. Just because we necessarily never seen him do it, at least from a consistent level. In my opinion, I think throwing over the middle of the field should be one of the easiest throws that a quarterback makes. But I understand there's safeties and linebackers. So sometimes it can be a little tricky from reading a secondary's standpoint throwing across the middle. But you have receivers this year who I think are going to be able to make plays, especially on crossers and those short intermediate routes, to where new offensive play caller now, Sean Mannion, who comes from a coaching tree and a scheme who was predicated on taking advantage of those mismatches. So this year, I think if we don't see more throws over the middle, especially to playmakers like this that are good with the ball in their hands, then it's more of a Jalen Hurts issue than it is a coaching issue. Because my biggest thing is like, people always say, like, well, Jalen Hurts he's had 6 different play callers. He said however many he's had. Given it is hard to learn a new scheme and new offense every season. But at some point, if the same issues a team has schematically or just output wise maybe it's not the 6 different people that were here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the one guy who was here all 6 years.
Yeah. I also think that plays into like the thing where sometimes when the running game with Saquon Barkley as the running back kind of flares out a little bit is because Saquon is so like adapted to hitting that home run hit where he doesn't take the easy yards inside. And that's why you see a different change of pace and Tank Bigsby come in and have success because he's just a north and south runner and it adds a different type of element. So I'm completely with you on that. But one thing I have to break to you, Sean, is it's not going to get easier to throw over the middle of the field when Caleb Downs just got drafted and Sonny Styles into the middle of your division. And then you got Arvell Reese who can drop off ball too. I mean, those are 3 guys I don't want to see on just a random on the Eagles schedule just from other teams around the league. And now they're going to be playing in the same division. So things just didn't get easier. But it is interesting that they spent this pick on wide receiver, and it was Mekhi Lemon. I'm looking at the updated current pick, and it was the Browns at 24 taking KC Concepcion, Texas A&M. And if you would have known that wide receiver was going to be taken, you talked about Mekhi Lemon being your 3rd guy outright. But if you had your choice of an A.J. Brown true replacement with your draft resources, even if it wasn't in the draft specifically, how would you have navigated that situation personally?
I mean, if I'm looking for a guy whose skill set wise mainly matches up with AJ Brown, I personally would honestly probably say Mekhi Lemon or Jordan Tyson. I think Carnell Tate isn't that type of receiver that AJ Brown is. So if you ask me to just specifically compare to what AJ Brown brings to an offense, it would be Jordan Tyson or Mekhi Lemon for there. Concepcion, I love. He was my wide receiver 4 in this class. But again, to me, he didn't really fit what the Eagles needed. Concepcion, I believe, is a guy who's more of like I don't want to say gadget because I feel like that's kind of like knocking him, but he's so good in the slot.
I know. I was going to say, like, it's not disrespectful to him because he's mastered that position. Like, you don't want. We all know the argument back in the day and what side I was on with Justin Jefferson, the XYZ receiver, and him just being a slot. Then I'm pulling up tape versus him versus Florida in the SEC, cooking press corners versus guys from a school in the SEC and that specific school in Florida that around that time was producing first-round defensive backs every single year and multiple of them. But with KC Concepcion, I feel like he is like a true prototypical slot receiver, and that gives him value being the 4th receiver because you know he's going to come in and produce right away in that exact type of role.
Yeah, can come right in, play punt.
But also with that, would that make sense for the Eagles? Because Mekhi Lemon's not the biggest guy himself, but I just get caught up on a lot of the smoke was like Denzel Boston possibly or Chris Bell even off the injury because size-wise, but those guys always seem like that don't get the most amount of separation. Those are the guys with the biggest risks at skill positions in the draft. Denzel Mims of the world.
Denzel Boston, I think, has a chance to be a pretty good player in the league, but again, like you just said, like he's a big body. He really doesn't separate. Like it would be a lot of jump balls. And there was honestly 2 guys that I was gonna be like really mad if the Eagles left tonight with, and Denzel Boston was one of them. And the other one was Caden Proctor. Like, thankfully, the Dolphins took him at 11.
I thought Mekhi Lemon had like a range, like maybe the Dolphins not at 11, but trade back a little bit. Dolphins could take him. Maybe that's like where the start of the Mekhi Lemon range would start. What's your beef with Caden Proctor besides him being a 5-star recruit and warming up with his cell phone in his hand at Alabama, which caused a viral video moment for him, which to me, I'm a traditional guy. I don't think you're locked in if you're literally doing pass sets with your phone inside your hand.
I just think, like you just said, I think Proctor's living on being the number 1 recruit and a 5-star recruit. He stunk at Alabama. He's flat out.
He didn't live up to it. The Eagles love those guys, though, because we turned Josh Sweat, who was the top high school recruit, 4th-round pick on him with pedigree. We've I think Keeley Ringo was, the 7th or 9th overall recruit in his draft. That obviously hasn't worked out the way that the Eagles want to. You talked about liking safety, too, with Dylan Fenneman from Oregon. I really like that pick, and not just obviously for the exciting Mike's, but that dude is just a very special football player. I thought he was actually the best Oregon football player
he actually
in the
just
draft.
went to the Bears.
He just got drafted by the Bears?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great pick for them, especially after they just lost Kevin Byard, who turns into an all-pro the season after he leaves the Eagles and then goes and gets a $9 million contract. What they moved on from 3 for $8 per with CJ Gardner-Johnson. So I just thought, as much as I like Dylan in the draft, like the CJ situation, and then drafting Andrew in the second round, the utilization of resources. I know they're breaking trends with the Saquon contract and Jahad Campbell and Zach Bond, the two positions they really never showed love to, but I just couldn't see it happen with what they've recently done at that position. The resources
I think they're going to give Andrew Makuba a shot to come in and replace Reed Blankenship. He showed flashes last year before he got hurt. But I actually think safety is a pretty deep class this year. I actually think it's a little deeper than the corner spot. I actually had I think Emmanuel McNeil Warren
Toledo
from Toledo, you know, the defensive back factory of Toledo with Quinyon Mitchell and now McNeil Warren. But I think Halsey from LSU, Zakie Wheatley from Penn State. And then if you want to go later in the draft, I think Toffee from Texas and a Miami guy, Jacoby Thomas, you know, transferred in this year and had a very good year for Miami. He's a good tackler, good ball skills. I think there's two guys you could get value from picking them later in the draft. I think McNeil Warren, if he doesn't go late here in the first, is going to be an early day 2 guy. And I think Wheatley and Halsey as well could be early day 2 guys from LSU and Penn State, respectively.
Yeah, we saw that with Nicky Memori last year. Cooper was honestly, Cooper DeJean was profiled as a safety to a lot of teams. He probably would be playing safety on most teams if he would have got drafted by certain teams that got their hands on him. But you saw the Eagles jump up and make that move a couple years ago and double up on the same position and have a lot of success for that. They didn't have the exact production from the rookies like they've been having in previous draft classes this past season. What do you think it's going to take for the Jahad Campbells, Andrew Makubas of the world to get back on track and start to make that impact? Also, a lot of people thought a mature-aged Ty Robinson could make an impact on the defensive line rotation, and we saw absolutely nothing out of him in his rookie season, pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like I wasn't that crazy about Ty Robinson. I feel like a lot of people just wanted him to be great because he's the vanilla gorilla.
Yeah, they were buying into the exciting huge, white 2.0 of the
huge body, but I never really saw it. But I think for Jahad Campbell and Andrew Makuba, the number one thing for them is health. Like, they got to stay healthy. Jahad Campbell, you know, missed time in training camp last year with rehabbing from that shoulder injury. That missed a lot of key development early on, and then obviously Nakobe coming back and being as good as he was kind of hindered his playing time. But obviously Nakobe Dean going to the Las Vegas Raiders.
And it was a 51-49 split reportedly between – I just talked about that with the Cowboys because my Cowboys guest that I brought on was enamored by getting Caleb Downs, which, I mean, I got to give it to him. Jerry does draft really well, and he's a phenomenal player. But he was talking about, the impact of a guy that can do everything, nickel, slot, blitz when you need him to. Nakobe had more sacks in one season at Georgia than Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter the 1 year combined. And as an off-ball linebacker, he was arguably one of the best blitzers in the league. So that's something that Jahad Campbell's been rumored to have a lot of potential at the edge rusher position. We just saw two guys between the trend of Abdul Carter's, Micah Parsons, Arvell Reese, and even Sonny Styles, I think, has some pass rush development in his game as well. But what do you think the actual best spot to put Jahad Campbell and get the most out of him would be for the Eagles now with Nakobe Dean not in the mix and a blitzing role at the linebacker off ball, but also needing production to fill in between Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith on the edge?
Yeah, I personally think he's better suited to play primarily linebacker. I think he's a little small to consistently play edge roles for you. I think he's better off, like you just pointed out, in the Nakobe Dean role of blitzing and getting to the quarterback that way. So I
you don't want to limit him in the pass coverage game too, because he's really good at pass coverage, and he also in short area windows, he's somebody that not only can get there and make the tackle, but he actually breaks up passes in short windows without a lot of explosive room for him to jump on the ball. And
speaking of pass rush, Zach, I don't know if you saw this earlier today, but there was a NFL writer who might have dropped some news that hasn't become official yet by accident. He was on a podcast earlier, and he said, well, you know, they were talking about what do you think the Eagles are going to do in the draft? Do you think Ed Rusher's on the table? And he was like, I don't think so anymore, with them adding Grenard from the Vikings. And then his co-host on the podcast was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, Grenard from the Vikings, the Eagles traded for him. And he was like, where are you seeing that? Or is that a rumor, or are you like breaking news right now? And he was like, I don't think I'm breaking news. He was like, it's out there. They traded for him. And then
There's also a lot of those in today's sports media realm with like all those pages and fan pages. People will put like the full speculated trade out, but
this guy works for I'm pretty sure he works for the Ringer.
Oh yes,
so he's an established guy.
Yeah.
But he said, but he was like, what do you mean it's out there? And his co-host was like, dude, I haven't read that anywhere. And then the guy was like, oh shit, I don't think I was supposed to say that yet. So we might be getting Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah, and he's what? He went to Florida, so Howie is an OG Florida SEC guy, so he kind of hand-plucked his guy. He's one of those under-the-radar guys that he's been really good and productive low-key, but they obviously, Dallas Turner fell to them as the first defensive player a couple years ago. They've been having like low-key really good pass rush production from guys that aren't like the household names for
that
quite some time now.
Overall is really good.
Yeah. I mean, even I thought it was crazy when they got rid of Danielle Hunter. And he was drafted at like 20 years old, and he was like playing like a decade for them and not even 30 years old yet. And he's still an absolute Danielle Hunter's. If you watch him and actually really like breaking down the X's and O's, he might have the best outside of Myles Garrett, obviously, the best array of pass rush moves in the entire NFL in Danielle Hunter. So a guy like that could always help you out. I was saying that the Eagles were definitely punching air because Jalen Phillips, they got their hands on him, former Miami guy. Obviously, you're a big Miami college football fan. They got their hands on him at the trade deadline, but that's the exact type of guy that they usually spotlight and put their emphasis on getting in free agency. Like the 26, 27-year-old hasn't lived up to the exact hype, but his best years will be in Philadelphia. What do you think they should do? I mean, maybe the Grenard trade does happen and they have something set up around their draft package, and that's why they had to build a certain package with the Cowboys to make that trade, to allow that to open up the space to make the Grenard trade, and that's how they're managing things here. But do you think even if that doesn't materialize, is Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith enough on the edge to be your starting two edge rushers going into next season?
Jalix Hunt, yes. Nolan Smith, honestly, really crazy playoff run out of him the year they won the Super Bowl.
All-time leading sack in playoff history for the Eagles, along with Smitty, all-time leading receiver.
But even that season, like leading up to the playoff run, like wasn't very that good, was underwhelming. But, you know, he's young. He's a guy you want to take steps. And everybody thought that playoff run was going to be what, like, kind of projects him onto having a bigger season. And last year was a massive disappointment out of Nolan Smith. So I think that's a guy who's kind of on a prove-it type season this year with the Eagles, especially as we're coming up around that time where guys, that draft class, you know, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith are going to be getting second contracts, trying to get second contracts. I think Nolan Smith does not have one solidified right now, and he's going to have to play.
Well, he'll have that fifth-year option ability. I think they have to pick that up pretty soon, either this offseason or next offseason. Jalix Hunt, he might just be the candidate to get the contract as opposed to Nolan Smith, because it will probably just be naturally cheaper with where they drafted him, and he's still developing as a player. But for the guy that leads your defense in sacks and interceptions in one season and was a former safety, I talked about it before, the athleticism that they have across that defensive line rotation and the linebackers, I actually kind of predicted that Jalix Hunt would have some pass coverage production because he was a former safety that gives them the option to allow him to drop into coverage, and we saw him produce some picks this year. I talked about Mansour Delane. The Chiefs turned their one draft pick that they traded Trent McDuffie away, used the top end of it to go get a corner to replace him who has really good ball production. I thought that was pretty wise, in my opinion, because when the Eagles ended up getting the first corner in the draft a couple years ago, and Quinyon Mitchell, he's still working on his ball skill development. So as a team like the Chiefs at pick 6, if I'm going to replace a guy like Trent McDuffie, to get a guy like that from the SEC, from LSU, that has ball production skills and can give you the ball back on your dynamic offense, I thought that was a pretty good pick. So what some of the teams that drafted with 2 picks, what were some of your favorite picks that happened before the Eagles tonight?
Just real quick on that Delane thing. I like Delane as a player. I had him as my number 1 corner in the draft. I just didn't love that he would have been there at 9 if the Chiefs.
Yeah, and also I know you're a big college football guy. When you're locked in, you probably know what I'm about to ask you here and on this subject. If McCoy doesn't miss the entire season, do you think he is the first corner in this draft? Because was crazy the last time that he played a full season, to the point where he could have been the 5th overall pick in the draft to like the Giants if he would have been fully healthy and had
Yeah,
tape
I
on
think
this
I
past
think there's
season.
two players in this draft. Obviously, McCoy is the one who's hurt the most from it because, like you just pointed out, he's a top 10 pick potential wise. But teams are scared off by that injury. And then even his teammate Colton Hood, like I mean, Tennessee has 2 of the top corners in this draft class. They're 3 and 4 to me in this class. With McCoy would have been number 2 for me, probably behind Delane. But I have Terrell ranked as my quarterback 2 from Clemson.
I have a slip out that I hope hits, and I'm looking at the BPA right now, and it's looking at like corner and safety are the guys that are
there
floating around right
hasn't
now.
been a
But
run of corners, edge rushers. Honestly, we saw like the top guys go like Bailey, Mesidor, and Bain, and then I think the Cowboys reached on Mekhi Lawrence. I have him as a 10th ranked defensive end in this class, and they took him in the first round. I thought that was a little bit of a reach. So, I mean, there's a ton of talent at corner still sitting out there, and safety as well. But I mean, as far as like your original question of teams who had multiple picks, I thought the Giants had an excellent draft, getting Arvell Reese.
Even cycling back to the edge tackle wormhole that they went down before, and the last time we saw that happen, I mean, it was Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau. Kayvon Thibodeau subject to trade, and
I was a fan of Thibodeau. I was not a fan of Evan Neal in that draft class, but I think Maui Noah from Miami is the best tackle in this class. And even if you don't want to play him at tackle, if you want him to develop a little bit, because he does, I think every offensive lineman in this draft class, at least from a tackle perspective, has some growing pains. I don't think this was a really weak class, but Maui Noah can also slide right in and be a day 1 starter at guard. So to get him and get Arvell Reese, I thought that was a phenomenal 2 picks from the Giants there. And then the Cowboys, like I said, laying the best player in the draft, in my opinion, in Caleb Downs, with their first pick. But then they turn around and come back, and I'm looking at my personal rankings. TJ Parker from Clemson still available.
I was going to mention that too. Like those guys, there was like Caleb Downs 7th highest odds. I mentioned that so many times today. But Peter Woods was arguably a top 5 pick before last college football season, and TJ Parker. They were supposed to have 2 guys go in the fringe top 10, and then they completely unraveled, kind of like Penn State unraveled in some of their prospects that were at the top of the draft class.
Yeah, so I just think like with that talent at the end, the Cowboys kind of reached for Mekhi Lawrence from UCF. Like I said, I have him as the 10th ranked guy in my defensive end rankings. So great first pick, but I do think they reached a little with the second. But Sonny Styles going to the Commanders. Phenomenal pick. Really good.
They just need so much. I love him as a player, but off-ball linebacker.
I think if Love would have been there, like he might have been the pick. For
and
them.
Love actually came out and said the other day he could take a lot of pressure off Jaden Daniels, so he was down for that to happen. But he was nowhere near that range. I mean, he went.
I honestly thought the shocker. I like the pick, but Carnell Tate to the Titans at 4, getting Cam Ward a bona fide weapon. Because their wide receiver room was absolute dreadful last year, but their O line is still terrible.
I said with them, I know you're a Miami Cam Ward guy, but I don't even consider that a sexy pick because that's a complete necessity, and you're doing that when you had the number 1 pick. And then they drafted offensive linemen the past couple of years, so like they had to do something to add to the skill position.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with that. It's like Carnell Tate is awesome, and I think he's going to be very good with Cam Ward, but like he's still going to get sacked a lot because the O-line's terrible. They're still not going to stop a nosebleed on defense because the defense is terrible. Like it's just like that's a team where it's like that's an awesome pick. You're probably still winning 3 games next year.
Yeah. And that's where I was kind of conflicted too, because they're ushering in a defensive-minded coach with Robert Saleh taking over, but they need a lot of help on offense, and they went the opposite route. So sometimes you'll buy into like the new guy getting his type of player, and that's actually what happened with the pick before, with LaFleur taking over for the Cardinals and him taking Love. And I believe Love is going to be able to reach his entire ceiling with Mike LaFleur calling the plays for the Arizona Cardinals and scheming him up.
I honestly think the Cardinals wanted to trade out of there, but just couldn't get any bites. And I think they were just like, you know what, we're just going to take Love. And like, obviously Jeremiah Love is awesome, clear number 1 running back in this class, but just there's a reason why 5-12 teams stay 5-12 or whatever their record was. Like you don't need Jeremiah Love if you're the Cardinals. Like your team is missing so much.
I know, but I was saying that, in my opinion, once they do find out the quarterback, which I think even regardless of who they picked at this spot, they're not going to compete next year, especially in that division. So
For sure.
if they do have a shot at a top quarterback in next draft, which they probably will have, that skill position group is ready to help that quarterback out immediately. You also have Parents Johnson in the fold. Your defense has a little bit of talent, still needs some help, but that offense can turn around really quickly if you get the right quarterback in there in the next draft class or two.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just crazy when you look at it on paper, though, moving off the former number one overall pick at quarterback. You got that guy because you whiffed at 10 with Josh Rosen in one of the most talented quarterback drafts ever.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to 1, double up, and then now you move on from him and you draft a running back, regardless of how good the player is at 3. I feel like that is just crazy when you think of it.
I do like that as much as I just knocked that taking Love at 3 when you have so many other. I like the fact that they didn't force a quarterback.
Yeah.
With that picks, like obviously,
because we could have easily saw, like, people are like kind of like underrating it. I was live when Ty Simpson got picked. Not really too shocked by it, but like the fluctuation of his betting range was he was the second highest odds to be the first overall pick at plus 12,000, which we knew wasn't happening, but he was still the second listed guy there. And then he was also plus 450 to be a third round pick, and then plus 140 to be a second round pick. And then we saw him get taken at 13. But a team like the Cardinals could have easily found somebody to trade up at 3. They go back to like 9, like that spot where the Browns and Chiefs made that trade at, and they could have just taken Ty Simpson at like pick 9.
Yeah, the Chiefs just took Peter Woods. The D tackle.
They're really adding to that defense. They feel like they have enough on offense. I mean, Rashee Rice, if he can stay healthy, he could. He's shown wide receiver
I still
one
think
production.
They need another receiver. I honestly thought when they traded up, they were taking Tyson. But
that's one of those where I was like I thought at 6 because of skill position run, I was like, dude, is Kenyon Sadiq about to pair here and they're about to like unlock him?
That would have been crazy.
And then if Jeremiah was starting to slip out of top 5, if they got up to 6 and he was on the board at 6, and Brian Westbrook 2.0 with Andy Reid, and then you have Kenneth Walker, who's like him with a little bit less receiving production. Like
it's going to
Kenneth Walker low key is pretty like when Kenneth Walker's on his game, he almost plays pretty similarly and has a pretty similar physique to Jeremiah Love. Just isn't a slightly less touch of dynamic, but he's also the one thing he does have to combat that. Not saying that Jeremiah Love doesn't have that is Kenneth Walker has some of the best patience of any running back and vision in the entire league. So
I think it's going to be interesting to see with the Seahawks coming up here.
I talked about Avion Terrell. I have him at plus 200 for a slip first round bet. I have Caleb Banks, who ended up going very high, plus 300. So that was a great play for the first round pick. And I thought that 176 10-yard split, and he's just an absolute freak. You saw Jordan Davis, what he did this past season. Yeah. Not as dynamic athleticism wise as him, but he could grow into a similar type player like that. But I also have Jadarian Price.
That's exactly the name that I was
all the smoke is with the Seattle Seahawks to replace Kenneth Walker.
I think there's a chance that they're going to trade back out of the first round. You know, teams like to swoop in and come back into the first round and get another guy. The Eagles are actually a team that I've been hearing that they said they would like to get back into the first round. I don't know.
And as you say that, though, it's not in the exact spot that we're talking about. The Jets have just traded for the
wow. Yeah, Jets trading back up into round 1. But yeah, I was going to say Jadarian Price is a guy who I think low key could be a sleeper to be taken by the Seahawks at 32. I think Zach's frozen here.
Apologies for that, Sean. You know, at Han Broadcast, we always all hotspot. It looks like my Wi-Fi kicked out for a second. It's been windy. Don't know what's going on with that, but we were in the midst of talking here. I was mentioning you were talking about teams that could possibly trade up. You heard about the Eagles possibly doing it, and the Jets just made a move to get back into the first round. And I was saying the last time they had 3 first-round picks in one draft, because these New York teams love the draft 2 to 3 times like it's Madden in every single draft class. What? Jeremiah Johnson was one of the picks, and who was the other 2 guys?
Jeremiah Johnson. I'm trying to think who else was it. Was that the Zach Wilson year?
That's when they took that other. Was that the year they took that? Was it Jeremiah Johnson? Who was that older 24-year-old pass rusher at like 15? They took that one year. Was it that draft? They had the 3 picks.
I'm trying to think. Jermaine Johnson.
McDonald, the McDonald pass rusher. I think that's his last name. I forget his name.
Yeah, I know Jermaine Johnson was definitely a part of. Wow, the Jets are taking Omar Cooper, wide receiver from Indiana.
I thought it was crazy at minus 1,800 odds. I know people love that Penn State play, which was ridiculous. I thought maybe the Raiders, even though they've have like a bunch of like wasted investments at wide receiver, could like try to make Mendoza happy and get him back, because I think they still need to add to their wide receivers. But Omar Cooper, I don't know if that's the safest pick, because you could like try to make like, you know, the best friend happy type situation. But they're also a team that wasted like that Jack Beck pick. And you can't just be making a bunch of those like Sky Moore type second round picks that just don't work out at skill positions. That's how you reset your roster and not develop your quarterback correctly.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about Omar Cooper. Really fast guy, playmaking wide receiver, but up until last season at Indiana, I mean, his college career has been pretty underwhelming. So that's a guy could pay dividends, but I do think the risk is definitely really high there as well. I'm going to be interested to see a guy pretty high on. I have him ranked as the 11th wide receiver in my rankings, but Antonio Williams, and then the guy I have ranked 10th in Zachariah Branch. Zachariah Branch was a guy who was a star at USC.
Yeah, USC, an absolute monster.
Yeah, and had a pretty good season last year at Georgia. But
play along with, he has his brother's in the draft too. His brother's a safety. Is his brother in the draft as well? Or is he still at Georgia?
I'm not sure.
My bad to ruin your train of thought. But yeah, Zachariah Branch, I mean, he's another one of those guys. We've seen guys flip between different schools, especially when you have the pedigree USC and then you go to Georgia and what you're able to do. And we've seen that guys have success in just the NIL era, and there's so much movement where that's not going to deter people. That's why I even respect more a guy like Quinyon Mitchell, who was getting big-time bread offers from Alabama and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay at Toledo and then be the number 1 corner draft in my draft class. That's a pretty big flex. Like,
for
to
sure.
say that as a defensive tackle from a small school, dominating like smaller athleticism guys, he's a corner that had carved out the tape to where people can trust him with not against the greatest competition, that would carry over to NFL competition, and from Toledo to be the number 1 corner of your draft class. That's very impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good. Saban said it. We wanted them to get in the portal every year. He never would.
That's that. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that. They hold on to like a draft mode. That's definitely one of the bigger. I remember everybody when he was getting drafted by the Eagles, they were like, "Yo, we just heard Nick Saban, the greatest defensive back coach of all time, talking him up. Like he's definitely stamped, and we completely believe in him." That Jeremiah Johnson draft was actually in the Sauce Gardner Garrett Wilson draft. So already moved on from Sauce Gardner. But what do you think about the mindset NFL draft wise of teams that they go out and they'll draft a guy and they'll even trade up for this guy, and then he doesn't even get a second contract from them? Or Sauce Gardner, that's what I'm trying to get at, is like he does get a second contract, then he's traded months later. Like, what do you think about like the longevity and how you see it as like, what do you expect from a traditional first round pick and what do you normally look for? Because certain positions, like if you do draft a running back, you can't expect the same timeline as opposed to the investment at other positions in the first round in the same value.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, overall, you obviously want somebody you took in the first round to be a guy who's going to be at minimum like a year 2 contributor, big time contributor on your team, and a guy that you're going to be giving a second contract to, especially if you're going to be picking in the top 10 or, I mean, top 15 of the draft. But I also feel like, I don't know what happened, like just in sports in general, is like nobody's patient anymore. Like before, like it used to be like the thing that you took a quarterback, he sat for sometimes even like 2 or 3 seasons, and then you were like, all right, he's ready. We can put him on the field. Now it's like no matter what, you're starting day one, and then like if they're not good, like teams are like, oh, he's a bust. Like, no, dude, he's just learning how to play the position at the NFL level. And I mean, especially quarterbacks nowadays, if you have guys who like Ty Simpson, for example, do as a 1-year starter in college. Like if you were gonna, he obviously goes to a great situation where he gets to sit behind Matthew Stafford. But if you were like if a team took him, for example, that like needed a quarterback day one, like you're going to be starting a guy year one who has like 13 college starts. Like that's just not a recipe for
You
winning.
say 13 college starts, you give me PTSD about Mitch Trubisky. I think that's the exact number of North Carolina starts that he
like
had back
that's
in
a
the
guy
day,
that
and
like
you
he
saw how that
obviously
had
needs
played
to
out.
learn.
Yeah,
Like,
I see a lot of when I listen to
and Tom Brady even said it. He said like offenses nowadays like are getting so dumbed down because these kids have to play and they're just not mentally ready for an extensive NFL offense, which is like watering down the systems, which is hurting their production and the team's production as well. So I mean, like I
I
feel
think
like
something that could fit right into what you're saying is like when you're a guy like Jalen Hurts and at the big schools that you're playing at, putting yourself in the Heisman Trophy, and producing the way that Jalen Hurts was from the second that he stepped on campus at Alabama, and then even to when he transferred at Oklahoma, your mindset right away is not necessarily on development of yourself as a player at that position. You're trying to win for that school and that program right away. And that could also, when you're tunnel visioned on just winning and doing it by any means, that can stunt the development of certain areas and not gain the consistency of the reps that you need to improve on those things. And maybe we see some of those issues. And I'm not trying to get on here and harp on Jalen Hurts because I know you've been critical of him in the past, but you were pretty lenient and like opening up the conversation where it's not just Jalen Hurts with this Eagles offense, but those are some of the things where a lot of these teams in the NFL, like you said, they're pressed into these roles where they have to start these quarterbacks right away. They try to simplify it and make it like a college type of offense. But if a defense is being played and schemed the right way with the right defensive mind, they're so complex. They're running coverages half on this side, half on that side, half man, half zone. Got guys jumping all over the place and showing like fake looks and stuff in the athleticism to get to spots to make those type of deception looks work out. And I feel like that's just part of the reason. And you made a great point. Tom Brady talked about it. He obviously had a say on what the Raiders did at pick 1 with Fernando Mendoza coming off one of the best college football seasons ever. They just added Kirk Cousins to the roster. Maybe even if Fernando Mendoza struggles at some point, you got to pull the plug a little bit because you're in that big of a sports market and you don't want to ruin his confidence, especially when you don't have a fully developed roster around him yet.
I think Cousins is going to start for the Raiders and let Mendoza sit. And then as much as Kirk Cousins like gets flack obviously for his like playoff success and lack thereof, but I do think like he's one of the smarter quarterbacks that there is in the NFL, and I think that's a guy who Mendoza is probably more athletic than Kirk Cousins. Actually, no, probably. Like, I mean,
I had this exact conversation. I actually think Fernando Mendoza is Kirk Cousins. That is my comp for him.
Yeah,
but
and
a
I
new
think,
style athletic that he's a little bit refined for today's athleticism.
and I
But
think
he's definitely
like,
more athletic than
I don't
Kirk.
think you could have a better quarterback for him to learn under, because I do think from like a verbiage standpoint of how NFL offense operates, to what to look for, like in tendencies for the defense and things like that. I think it's going to be awesome for Ty Simpson to be able. I mean, not Ty Simpson, for Mendoza to be able to learn under Kirk Cousins. And Simpson jumped out of my head because same situation. I actually think Ty Simpson's ceiling is higher than Fernando Mendoza's. I think he has more arm talent. I think he's a better athlete. I think Ty Simpson has a chance to be a very, very good quarterback in the NFL. And I couldn't handpick a better situation for him than being with Sean McVay and learning under Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, and I think like Ty Simpson, he's got like Baker Mayfield type potential with being able to have that athleticism to, get gritty yards. He's tough like that. I mean, he had to tap himself out in that playoff game because he was just so banged up and hurt. And I don't think that's the exact Ty Simpson that we will see in the NFL, because I think he has a lot more to show and offer.
And the
I will
Titans just
completely
traded
agree
back
that
up
Ty
into the
Simpson's
first
ceiling
round.
is a lot higher than Fernando Mendoza's because of what he could get to. But the thing is, Fernando Mendoza's kind of a little bit more clean up prospect now, and that's what got him here to this point. But do the Raiders like have enough to support him right away? And that's going to be the conversation. They need to figure that out immediately. But when you look at the skill position, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers as two of the options to get the ball to in your offense.
Yeah. And then as you were saying that, Zach, we were talking a little bit ago about guys trading back in to try to get an extra first-round pick to potentially down the line get access to that fifth-year option, which can be so important when it comes to working out contracts. The Titans traded back up into pick 31 and took Falk, the defensive end from Auburn, who I think is a pretty good player. I have him as my edge number 4 in this draft. And I think that's a pretty solid return for the Titans in landing him and Carnell Tate tonight.
So the Jets actually, now they land Omar Cooper Jr. and they also got Kenyon Sadiq. So that offense, I mean, that's another team where
they're going all
built up the skill
with
positions, but who's getting on the ball? Is Joe Namath coming? Is Broadway Joe coming out of retirement?
Zach, we talked about this maybe like 10 minutes ago, but the Seahawks have just selected Jadarian Price with the 32nd pick.
Man, Avion Terrell, I talked about being the lock of all those 3 guys to go in the first round, and the 2 other guys with the higher prices ended up going, so I'm just missed on that, but that was the smoke. That's one of those picks where all the rumors were showing that, and I talked about being a Notre Dame guy that he didn't have the most amount of receiving production, but he's obviously splitting time and tote and volume with Jeremiah Love. But that could play into him being a first-round pick, being able to get him on a 5th-year option on a running back contract that's cheap. And he didn't take that type of wear and tear that like Jonathan Taylor had coming into the league and some of these other running backs that were the focal point. Obviously,
Jordan Love is great. Jadarian Price, I think, in my opinion, is the more explosive runner in that Notre Dame backfield than Love. I think Price is a home run hitter.
Yeah, I don't know if I would say more explosive, but I do think like athleticism wise, some people are concerned about his outright test numbers. But when you turn on the tape, I mean, I think even when you turn on the tape, the limited amount of receptions that he's had a couple of receiving touchdowns just based off that limited receiving production. And they've been in situations where a traditional running back takes like a short pass and a dump off, and he's able to make a lot happen with it. So, last couple of things, Sean. I know it's getting late, and we both got stuff going on tomorrow. But last couple of things that I'll ask you here. I keep referencing the whiff that got the Rams that second first-round pick this year with the Falcons making that bad trade that has not worked out with James Pierce. Outside of that situation, what's like a pick that stood out in this draft that you just were like, wow, that's not what I would be doing there?
The Dolphins taking Proctor.
Yeah, Caden Proctor that high.
I talked about how.
Do you think that was fear out of positional value of tackles just being completely ran through if they didn't stay at that spot and they try to wait?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they had him valued over like that significantly more than the second Utah guy or Miller from Clemson or the Georgia kid as well, then that's their prerogative. But I mean, I personally had Maui Noah, Fano, who obviously were gone when the Dolphins picked, but I had Freeling, Lomu, and Blake Miller ranked ahead of Proctor in this class. But I mean, they obviously must have valued Proctor even more than that. But I just think at the time you made the pick, you had Mekhi Lemon still there at a position of need. You just lost Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. You signed a new quarterback in Malik Willis, who's he throwing the football to. But even if you didn't want to do that, your defense also needs help. Hometown kid, went to high school in Miami, college at Miami. Ruben Bain was sitting right there for you.
I was just about to ask you, being a Miami guy at 15.
At the very least, like the Dolphins are going to be a bad football team again next year. At the very least, Bain is selling merch. He's selling tickets most likely. So I just thought there was too much talent on the board for them to take Proctor there.
Yeah, Chop Robinson's pretty good, but he didn't have the same as his production as his rookie season. They obviously moved on from former Miami first-round edge in Jalen Phillips in the not too distant future. So maybe they had a little bit of PTSD with that situation. But I was talking about Ruben Bain potentially being on the Eagles' radar when he started to slip in the second.
When he fell, when the Dolphins didn't take him, I was just like, yo, like, I don't think the Cowboys are taking him because I assumed they were going to take Downs. And I was just like, yo, if he gets to like the 15, 16 range, like I wonder if the Eagles would try to move up. But
Yeah, I was thinking that, and then they ended up moving up for a position. I didn't really expect them to pull it.
right.
I kind of knew when they traded up safety, they wouldn't like go that far out. They would have like try to let the safety fall to them and then
Yeah.
take Toledo or Oregon in that situation,
Yeah,
whatever
once
was still on the board. But
I had the same thought process as you. I try to once Bain was gone and Sadiq was gone, I kind of turned my attention to the safety. But then once they traded up, I was like, it has to be receiver. Like that's the only reason you would want to get ahead of the Steelers, in my opinion. But
yeah, and Ruben Bain's not even close to that range if the dude has like his arms are a little bit longer, like
right.
just not sub 30. Like if they're 32, 33, I mean, dude is probably like right after Arvell. There might even be
Yeah.
a conversation where he's like overtaking Arvell race for that second spot. I thought David Bailey had it carved out because the Von Miller comparisons, and he's just a
Yeah.
really, really good player, already solidified himself now. Arvell Reese has to reach in, reach his potential and get into that and build the pass rush a little bit more smoothly. But he has maybe a little bit higher of a ceiling than David Bailey, but that's kind of how I expected that to play out. You didn't like Caden Proctor at pick 11. Who's one of your favorite picks that you haven't mentioned so far on the flip side of that? Who's somebody that you were like, wow, that's a really good value for this team to get outside of like the Cowboys getting Caleb Downs and some of the other NFC East things that we saw go down?
That I haven't mentioned.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of maybe something we haven't really
I mean, my favorite pick, I hate to say, is I think the Cowboys got the best player in the draft at 12.
Yeah. What do you think
Caleb
about
Downs.
an interesting one to me was the Saints at pick 8, doubling down and getting more talent in the receiving room, and Jordan Tyson, a guy that a lot of people thought the smoke was there and he was going to be that number one guy because he has, in my opinion, Cardinal Tate's like very safe, even though skill position than top 10 can never be safe. That's not even a thing that makes sense to even say. But Jordan Tyson, when you turn on that tape, if things work out and he can be durable, he is going to be the best receiver in this draft.
Yeah, I think and Olave is a guy who's like great. He's not like
he also has durability issues with the concussions
that's
too.
Exactly
So that's
what I was just about to say. He's a guy who like I would put like kind of in that second tier of receivers in the NFL. When he's on the field, he's very productive. But yeah, he's a guy who's always hurt. So at least now if he does go down, you do have another wide receiver one that you can just plug right in there. But I do like them getting talent with Shuck, who showed promise last year when he took over for Spencer Rattler. He now has 2 legit weapons. Jawan Johnson is a very good receiving tight end as well. And they're going to be
Jersey native. I was just
there's
talking
going to
about
be some
that.
concerns though on that O line and the running back.
They had also had to spice up that offense too, because like you can't just rely on gadget Taysom Hill plays and then receiving out of the backfield from Alvin Kamara until he's 45 years old. You know what I mean? You got to switch up the offense at some point. And then also they haven't had a successor to Drew Brees that has worked out since that's happened. And their offense has kind of been a mess that's been relying on like Alvin Kamara, like doing pretty much everything for them.
But guys we haven't mentioned yet, you asked my favorite pick for guys that we haven't really talked about. I think is a home run pick is the Ravens at 14, taking the guard from Penn State. I think he is easily the best guard in this draft. I actually would say he's the best offensive lineman in this entire draft. He's going to come in and be an immediate impact player for that Ravens front. Added protection for Lamar Jackson, who obviously got banged up last year. I do think they still need to go out and get him some weapons on the outside, but I think that is a really, really good pick for the Ravens in the interior of that offensive line. That pick's an A+ for me.
Yeah, I actually mentioned him before we brought on my Ravens guest today. That's probably like a very good possibility, and then he brought up that name specifically when I asked for one pick. Stamped it on both sides there. And then I was just saying right before I brought the guest on, Jake, today, was that I don't care if I'm drafting an interior offensive lineman. If that's what my offense needs, if I get Quentin Nelson type production, then I'm completely okay with that. And I thought he was clear as day, the number one, even though those 2 tackles like were rumored to be like potentially start off at guard for their career, and they were always going to go higher than him. I thought as a clear outright interior offensive lineman, especially for the Ravens who just lost Lindenbaum the last time they drafted a first round interior offensive lineman. That was definitely a pretty good pick. I thought maybe the Ravens, if Jordan Tyson was dropping, they could have thoughts there, but they might have PTSD from an Arizona State first round wide receiver because Rashawn Bateman's kind of, a little bit iffy and stuff. But yeah, it's interesting to see some of those teams too that kind of go always like. I feel like the Ravens also have carved out themselves with their Eric DeCosta and Ozzie Newsome of being BPA every single time. You can expect them to always but
they were in
the best value they possibly can.
They were in a good spot. I mean, if you didn't make the pick you made, like Ruben Bain, one pick later, the Ravens just churn out defensive studs. So, I mean, if Bain went there, that would have been also a great addition.
And the year that they landed Kyle Hamilton, that was a bunch of movement when the Eagles got AJ and they traded up for Jordan. And I think Jamison Williams got traded up for right around there, and they just stayed put and got arguably the best player out of all those guys. Right?
Yeah,
at that spot
that's.
Right there,
I mean, that draft, that's who I wanted on the Eagles was Kyle Hamilton.
Not too shabby what the Notre Dame guys have been producing recently. I'll tip my cap to Miami though, because Mekhi Lemon getting drafted. I love Malachi Toney, and I hope someday that he can find himself with an Eagles jersey.
It's gonna be interesting when he's eligible in 2 years, where he goes, because I mean, just from a pure talent, like turn on the tape, from a pure talent standpoint, like he's probably will be the best receiver in that draft. But dude, there's a chance he comes in and he's like 5'11".
I know the one name that scares me comparison wise. I don't know if you could predict it. Who would you think that I could be talking about that got drafted in the first round and was not on his team? Also to the NFC East, that might give it away. In recent memories, kind of same size wise.
NFC East recent memory.
First round wide receiver that didn't work out. Maybe same size range.
I'm trying to think because originally I was going to say DeAnthony Thomas. But
he did play for the Chiefs.
I don't know.
Kadarius Toney. That's Kadarius if I blur my eyes, like the worst outcome for Malachi.
That's
could
crazy.
Probably be Kadarius Toney.
I totally blanked Kadarius Toney out of my memory. Like if you didn't just bring him up, I would have went to sleep tonight forgetting he.
And the first thing that probably popped in your brain when you did hear his name was him with it, smiling with his grills out, just completely golded out with his teeth.
The Joker now, I think that's his rap name. Now making music down in Miami. But no, I mean, you're right. Toney was an absolute freak in college.
That's what scares me. Is those guys with the balls in their hands, not the biggest guys. They are good receiving.
There was always concerns with Kadarius Toney though, off the field stuff and just focus and stuff. Malachi lives and breathes football. I think that's a guy who's always going to put in the work and try to be better. I think Zach's frozen again.
I apologize for having some buffer issues, but we're about to wrap up. But thank you for coming on and thank you for your time. Have a couple more questions and then we'll wrap it up in the next 2 minutes. Who do you see? I mentioned to my last guest that I had on NBA draft this past season. The Spurs were at pick 2, Sixers at pick 3. Spurs had the second overall seed in their conference. Sixers tied up with the Celtics 1-1. still out for debate what's going to happen in that series. Who do you see in the NFL draft team-wise that can turn it around really quickly and be how, like, Nick Bosa in 2019 second overall pick, 49ers in the Super Bowl, Jamar Chase, Super Bowl appearance as the 5th overall pick, Jaden Daniels, NFC Championship appearance in his rookie season, second overall pick. Who's a team that can turn it around that quickly? And don't give me the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 6.
No, I wouldn't do that. I honestly, I would say the team that probably has the best chance to make like a top 5 to, I guess I'll say top 5 to a playoff team. I think it's the New York Giants. I think that's a team that really made some strides last year. Jackson Dart looked like he was going to be a pretty good quarterback with how he played last year.
And I think a lot of people I tried to put it out that narrative, the tackle edge thing, and I thought it was going to get a lot more smoke to like clown the Giants. But like, I think everybody and myself have realized since I put that out, I'm not doing it obviously for clout. I actually truly believe that. But I also think that people are okay with the tackle pick because of how reckless the style of football that Cam Scatterbo and Jackson Dart play, and they need a guy out there to protect.
No, I mean if you look at the Giants team, like it seems like they have their quarterback now, in Dart. Cam Scatterbo is a very good running back, and they also have like Tracy who can pair right with him if he does go down. Theo Johnson, I think, is a very good tight end, and they just signed Isaiah Likely as well to pair with them. You have a top 5 receiver in the NFL, in my opinion, in Malik Neighbors, and now you get to pair him with Maui Noah on the offensive line as protection for Dart. And then that defense, the Giants defense, I think is going to be very good. The edge rushers, obviously Abdul Carter is going to have to step up this season as it was kind of a lackluster rookie year. But I mean, have now obviously traded Dexter Lawrence is a big blow, but that is still a very formidable front seven. If they're able to add some secondary help later in this draft, and then obviously we still haven't gotten to free agency yet, I think that is a team that could be in position to. And then the most important thing is John Harbaugh is the head coach now. All that guy does is make the playoffs. So
yeah, that's completely in his pedigree. And you also have to think about it too is what you just said kind of sparked me is getting Jackson Dart on the same timeline. When you get the tackle at 10 like that, Dexter Lawrence turns 29 in November. You would probably do the trade-off with that dynamic of a defensive player at that position. You still would rather have that tackle to progress with your young quarterback to protect him on that timeline. That makes a lot more sense as opposed to that. And then you get a mature, solidified coach in there with these young guys in the mix of veterans that I think this could be very interesting to see how it plays out. But like I said, for the Giants at 5, I don't think they expected Arvell Reese to even be on the board. And Caleb Downs was probably going to be that guy. And then everything got kind of thrown.
Well, that's what I was thinking with the Giants when the Giants took Maui Noah at 10. I mean, like
I thought Caleb Downs at the port at 10. There was literally nothing else. I thought it was Death Packs as Caleb Downs at 10.
But I was like, if you took Arvell Reese at 5, like that solidifies your pass rush, and then you get to have Arvell Reese coming off the edge with Abdul Carter on the other side, plus your other depth pieces that you already have who are solid, and then your secondary is really lacking. You get to add Caleb Downs to that. Like, I understand the offensive line and stuff still would have been hurting, but I mean, damn, like that defense would have been something.
I know. I think they do. I think they did have enough offensive juice where if they went defense 5 and 10,
I think so too.
They could still make it work with how good the defense already low key is. And actually, crazy enough to say, I thought like there's no way they're passing Arvell Reese at 5, and I thought it was a good pick. I probably, if I was the GM calling the shots, though, I probably would have taken the risk on Sonny Styles in the middle of that defense, and then maybe got Caleb Downs, 2 guys that played with each other, know how to play off each other at the 2 different levels, and then I already have good pass rush. Add that on the 2nd and 3rd levels of my defense, and then now I could actually possibly be like a fringe playoff team at Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors comes back to full strength. They progress the way that they need to.
Yeah, no, I think it sucks to say as an Eagles fans, but I think the Cowboys definitely got better tonight, and I think the Giants really got better tonight.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll leave you with, Sean, is I was like saying how this is an interesting draft for the NFC East, but specifically looking at it from the Eagles lens, all their competition, if you add all the teams that they truly compete with, not only the Giants, the Cowboys having 2 first-round picks, they had the Washington at pick 7. the Chiefs are arguably one of their biggest rivals too, and just picked at 6 and then had another first-round pick, and they could be right back in the mix and possibly setting up another matchup in the Super Bowl
Yeah, I
sometime
mean, the
soon.
Chiefs, I mean, obviously their season ended when Mahomes got hurt, but they were playing bad before that. But I still think they do need to add another receiver. Travis Kelce's not what he was, and then who knows what's going on with Rashee Rice, what he's going to do this offseason. But no, that their defense was a clear weak spot last year. They went out and got the number 1 corner in the draft. People can argue that it was a little early. I do think it was a little early. I don't think you had to trade up to get him, but I mean they identified their guy and went and got him. And then you added Kenneth Walker, who, I mean, since Pat Mahomes got there, they haven't had a running back who's as good as Kenneth Walker to pair with him either. So I do think the running game is going to be a lot better, which will take a lot of pressure off Mahomes. If they don't
I'm
have,
shaking my head right now because you just like if I'm like a Chiefs fan, you know how frustrated with the season went last
and
season,
they traded
and then
for
I see
McDuffie.
Kareem Hunt starting at running
Well,
back
they
like
traded
week in and
McDuffie, I'm sorry.
week out. I'm like, dude, come on, man, like
Yeah,
it's
it's
crazy.
not, but the Chiefs are going to be like they're obviously going to be better than last year. And then like you said, like I just traded McDuffie, and then get to slide in Delane and take his spot right there. Just restart with the rookie.
Yeah, that's crazy. And you reset that contract for a guy in Trent McDuffie
Yep.
who's going to be getting paid bread, and then now you have 5 years of control on a very athletic, ball
Yeah.
productive guy like that. So thanks for joining the show, Sean. Last thing I will ask you, AJ Brown has probably played his last game with the Eagles. Is it a guarantee New England is the next destination, though?
I want to say yeah, because I just feel like where there's smoke, there's fire. Like there are a lot of reports are that they already like agreed to terms, but obviously from an Eagle standpoint, you can't make it official until after June 1st because it literally cuts the dead money in half.
Yeah, so they can
If,
split it between 2 different seasons.
so if that's the case, then you have to I think that is going to be what it ends up being. But like, dude, just the way this is played out, like I just don't get me wrong, I like AJ Brown, was phenomenal for the Eagles. Don't understand him, like just how this whole thing played out. Like you just dead ass or done like after 4 years of what happened. And we already talked about this earlier. Like me personally, like I would rather take like a 4th-round pick and send him to like the Browns than get a first from the Patriots just to be petty. But who knows? If they didn't agree in principle with the Patriots, and are just waiting for June 1st, then maybe the Eagles taking Lemon tonight really opened up teams around the league's eyes. Where like, holy shit, like they actually are moving on from AJ Brown. So maybe they do start getting some more calls. And then maybe AJ Brown, backtracks on him. Like I dead set want to be a Patriot with what's going on with Vrabel now. Who knows if he's going to see a suspension or do they got to give up some draft picks for like him doing whatever he did with Diane and Rossini. Like that might not be a situation that he wants to go to himself anymore. So
Yeah. And if all that is true and he's like not completely tunnel visioned on Patriots and maybe they're even pivoting some focus too, I think there's a good chance he can make another Tennessee Titan reunion. It would make a lot of sense for both teams.
Because say if you're the Patriots, like how the Cardinals had to give up draft compensation when Jonathan Gannon was being tampered with when they were making him his head coach. Like
the Dolphins lost a first-round pick that one season when there was only 31, and then I think that was the year Joey Porter went 32 overall as the second-round pick.
And if the Patriots, like if you do end up losing draft pick compensation, like do you really want to trade
Further that by adding even more to get him on the roster?
Yeah, and trade multiple draft picks on top of losing draft picks. Like I don't know, it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out. I personally don't think that there's gonna be a significant punishment from the NFL, if anything. But it's just like there's a lot of like AJ, like you were dead set, a team's coming off a Super Bowl berth. Like you were like, it's my hometown team, or not my hometown team, but my favorite team growing up. But now there's so much turmoil there. Like who knows where his head's even at or where the Patriots are at now.
And the Patriots, like, they have that going on with their coach. They just moved off of Stephon Diggs, who's a lot worse of the off-the-field version than A.J. Brown has ever been. And, like, do you want to put yourself back in a situation where the guy that might not be happy, and then they don't have a lot of top-end talent where if that fizzles out, that could be, like, a real setback for a team that just made the Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah, it's
But
gonna
the
be.
one thing I will say is a reunion that we could see make a lot of sense for both teams. A former Tennessee teammate try to extend that window for an all-time player. Imagine him in Baltimore, back with Derrick Henry in that offense
Well,
with
that's my thing. If
Lamar
you're
and him and
like
Derrick Henry.
The Patriots obviously have a bad wide receiver room. Not bad, but like they don't have like a guy like who's
Yeah.
gonna be like your
And
go-to.
there's a
But
lot of teams that have the guy, and it's like Zay Flowers is a guy, but he's not enough to be just the
right.
guy.
But if
So
you're a
that could
team
make sense.
like you just watched the Patriots go to the Super Bowl, they beat the Broncos in the AFC Championship game. The Broncos went out and added Jalen Waddle. So like if you're like the Ravens, if you're the Browns, I mean not the Browns, I'm sorry, the Ravens, the Bills, like you're not like, dude, all right, maybe we should get into the AJ Brown running. Like if we add him
A
instead
lot
of
of
him
people are
being
calling. A lot of people think that's the worst trade of the all season too. Is that Bills DJ Moore giving up the second round pick when he was going to get
dude,
cut, and he didn't
is
have
this
to give
just
him
me?
that
And like
contract.
I like DJ Moore, but like dude, the Bills have like 5 of the same guy.
Yeah.
Like they don't have like a number 1 receiver. They just have like 4 or 5 like good
Perfect
guys.
example is the Packers, and they just had to move off Wicks, and then they obviously
Exactly.
lost Romeo Dobbs, and now Matthew Golden's going to possibly be a guy, but he's just one of those speed guys that has a lot of talent, but
Mhm.
like
And
size and
Christian
frame
Watson
wise,
too
could he
is
actually
like
be a one?
just a stretch the field guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Like I can't. Yeah, the Bills. Like I mean, DJ Moore is an upgrade over what they had, but like that's not what you needed.
Yeah. I mean, dude, it is almost like a mirror image thinking about it now of Amari Cooper going like he's like almost like he is Amari Cooper of this generation. That's like the
Right.
exact style player. Might not have the high level production of that, but like, and you get him around the same time as like he's good. This is probably, 1 or 2 more seasons. That's it. And if it doesn't work out like right away, like the Bills need like they
Like
need it right away,
The
just like the
Bears
Ravens. They're in
finally
that
got
spot.
back to competing, and their first thought was like, "Yeah, nah, we're good with him. Like we're gonna move off of him." Like that.
And
That should have
they're
been the
like that
first
team
time.
that's classically picking at the back end of the draft where like they're not going to have an opportunity to get the top unless like they have a season where Josh Allen goes down for a long period of time and he's just missing out on the lineup. But
Right.
thanks,
But they
Sean, for
also make the
joining.
bad choice. Like Xavier Worthy was right there, and you took Keon Coleman. Like
Yeah, I hated Keon Coleman coming out of college too. I hated the 2 mouthpiece thing. It was just like so such a pet peeve to me. But I kind of like was rooting for him when he got into the NFL a little bit. But like his lack of separation. I mean, he had
no,
like
yeah,
a
he
crazy
can't
catch in the
separate at
playoff
all.
game, but he just cannot separate at all.
No.
And I just like makes me go back to that Florida State roster and wonder how that team was that successful, like with Johnny Wilson and him at wide receiver on the outside.
Johnny Wilson was a beast in college.
He was a beast in college, and I
But
still hold out hope he could be in some
that Florida
resident
State
packages
defense
for the
was
Eagles,
nuts.
but maybe that's the big body guy that the Eagles plan on get toting up after he missed
Johnny
the entire
Wilson, yeah.
season. So,
I was
but thanks,
intrigued.
Sean, for joining
Yeah.
the live NFL draft show for the first round of 2026. I'm going to be doing a Done Deals Sports Betting Podcast, episode 5 tomorrow. We'll review more NFL draft stuff, but might go live for round 2 for a little bit if you have some time or want to give your opinion on what the Eagles may do tomorrow night. Let me know, and I'll set up that broadcast. But thank you once again. The second half of Han Broadcasting. Make sure you guys go check that out on YouTube. We'll have some play-by-play. We did football and wrestling this past season. We'll have some more news coming up shortly of what we got planned for the next seasons of Han Broadcasting. And Sean, if you want to plug up your own podcast in the Green Zone and stuff before we get out of here, make sure you do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't actively have anything going on right now. The Green Zone will return this football season, so around like the last week of August for the NFL season, and then college football as well. We will also be doing the Eagles versus show every Wednesday night during the Eagles season as well, where I bring on somebody who covers the Eagles opponent that particular week, and we go through the matchup that week, give predictions on how they feel both teams match up with each other. And that's really it. And then Friday nights and maybe some Saturdays or Thursdays, you can catch me and Zach broadcasting some football games. Football season's right around the corner, and we already have a bunch of games on the docket. So,
yes, sir. Oh, that's one last thing I have to ask you. This is I asked my last guest too because he was actually a former Gloucester Catholic quarterback. Shocking high school football news in New Jersey. One of the greatest quarterbacks that New Jersey has ever seen transfers to a winless, non-public Catholic program in Gloucester Catholic, and they land one of the best quarterbacks. What do you think the impact of that is going to be for a program like Gloucester Catholic that competes with some of the best talent of that is being produced into college football and funneled into college football?
Well, that particular quarterback's dad is now an assistant coach at Gloucester Catholic, which is why the quarterback, I believe, transferred there. But they're trying to really turn up their recruiting. They got another commitment today from a running back and linebacker who's been a solid performer for his high school career as well. So I really think that they're turning up the heat on trying to build like a really good roster, get them back to hopefully winning football games. But obviously the quarterback's the most important. But I'm intrigued to see on how that goes because, like you said, he's only an assistant. So I mean, if another school offers him a head coaching job somewhere else, he might jump on it. But for at least the short term, it's going to be interesting to see how they work out. Because also it's hard though too. If you get a bunch of transfers in, like it's hard to just make that work year one.
Yeah,
Because the
100%.
football
And like
game, you need
most of
to
those guys
lose.
have carved out like 2 to 3 year careers somewhere else, and you only have the 1 year to build that
Yeah,
with each other. I remember in high school we scrimmaged Oakcrest, and they had Brandon Bell going to Penn State, and they didn't win a game that year, his senior year. So, and
yeah,
he was going
it's
electric in the
nuts.
scrimmage. So, I mean,
It's
that
gonna
was
be
like
interesting, like Bill
failing day
Belton, like
and
the
night.
head coach. Why the quarterback transferred is his head
Yeah,
coach
because
left
yeah, he
and
ended
took
up
the St.
moving
Augustine
on.
prep job. Like it's gonna be interesting to see on how he builds it. Because it's crazy that they actually hired him when they did. Because me and my friend were talking like just about like South Jersey football, and we were like saying like Del Barton or like Bergen Catholic and like Don Bosco Prep, like constantly are nationally ranked like football programs, and we were like, there's really no competition for St. Augustine Prep in South Jersey as like a school that like can recruit and be like that. From a football standpoint, like Gloucester Catholics, like known, like they're always
I
nationally
don't think
ranked.
Paul the Six isn't as relevant as it was like when they were
No,
recruiting
and
when
Camden
I was in high
Catholic had
school.
a few years, but like Gloucester
Yeah.
Catholic always like nationally ranked baseball team. Um, Camden Catholic always a very good wrestling team. But like St. Augustine Prep, like the wrestling team was very disappointing this year. The football program has never like won anything, and I'm just like it's kind of crazy. Like a school that has that much pool resources and the ability to recruit, like how have you not like just dominated the South Jersey football scene? So, but now it's going to be interesting to see. Like St. Augustine's going to have competition now with St. Joe's. Like St. Joe's has a proven staff for Bill Belton, obviously going to St. Augustine Prep. Like he's won state championships the last few years and was a phenomenal player a decade ago. But now St. Joe's has Delsey's former staff, basically decades of winning. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
Oh, for sure. And we have like Glassboro just turning up on Group 1 too
Yeah,
with all like the recruits that they're producing as well.
and they're
So
in Group 2 now this year because
yeah,
they
that's what I was
won.
saying. Then that the
Yeah,
landscape of high school football with like when I was at Clearview, we were playing Group 5, Group 4, Group
yeah.
5 schools, and now they're like playing Group 1, Group 2 schools because of the lack of success that they have currently. So just a whole different ball game in high school sports. But like I said, Sean, thank you for coming on the NFL Live Draft show. And if we can get you on tomorrow night, maybe for round 2, we'll do that as well. But the second half of Han Broadcasting, thank you guys for tuning into the NFL Live Draft show as a whole. Gave you guys about 4.5 hours of content all the way through. Action-packed first round, but we're going to be logging off right now. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.